I'm not sure what's going on the other channel or the other hangout.
I think Ozzy's trying to explain virtue ethics to everyone.
Virtue ethics are, I don't know. It seems well, some elements of all three of the systems are needed for something that's very worthwhile. I mean, deontology, consequentialism, and of course, archaic ethics are like all seemingly necessary components.
Well, to me, virtue ethics just kind of like undercuts all of them. It's kind of like if you were to look at it, it would be kind of a foundation to them. Because if you have a society that's entirely focused on cultivating good character, you don't really need to consider your things like utilitarianism or deontology because they would just naturally follow as a result of that.
Yeah, the trouble, I think, trying to dispense with that's the consequentialist aspect, not consequentialism per se, is that without an actual effect, the character is
pretty well meaningless. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, without an obligation to actually act, you are a bit of a loss to compelling action, right? So if you don't act, well, yeah, there's not much to even discuss, is there?
Well, it does take on a grand scale. It does kind of take care of the consequentialist aspect. Like if you're talking about from like a normative approach, like should people behave this way? Yeah, it does have some issues with that.
Mm. I think it's, what is it, directive as opposed to evaluative, right?
Like what should be considered virtues is like their main focus. Or like what would be considered the fulfilled life is mainly what virtue ethics is concerned with.
Mm.
So
Could it?
it's just radically different than the other ethical theories, and so it does get a lot of criticism from the others. The most common criticism is that it doesn't offer any like codified list of instructions. Like, there's nothing where it says like and no list of instructions where it says and this is bad and this is good and tries to sort everything out in that kind of way.
Wow. Yeah, it's a highly evaluative context, but I mean, both the directive and evaluative aspects of moral judgment are somehow necessary or integral. I mean, if it's just a, say, if the only kind of directive is, act so as to produce the best evaluation, it's kind of vacuously teleological, right?
Well, yeah,
And
but
also,
there is the assumption. Well, there is the assumption that our evaluations will lead to our actions.
Yeah, yeah. That's like a teleological framework, yeah. Yeah, it's vacuous. I mean, any teleological framework, I think, is vacuous in the same, or if not vacuous, deficient in the same way that um, unconstrained consequentialism is.
Yeah, like Ozzy has, of course, has a different take on it because he doesn't think it's teleologic. He thinks it's teleonomic. So
I'll grant that, and it's like,
it
okay,
doesn't
pick
really
whatever
differ
word.
from
Yeah.
problems.
Mm. I mean, ultimately, it's teleology or final cause and such is in the same sense as Leonhard Euler's remarks on maximum and minimum principles, right?
Well, maximum or minimal, what? What did you say there? I missed that. I'm sorry.
Leonhard Euler remarks on maximum and minimal principles, right? So let me find them.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I haven't read much about it, but like the things that I have read about virtue ethics, I do like a lot of it. Even if like moral realism wasn't true, I would advocate that like a society adopt a virtue ethicist perspective, just because it happens to be parsimonious with the things that I like.
Well, I'd say that there's some kind of essential obligation that demands ontology, and I mean, even if it's a vacuous obligation, right? Which is just you're obligated to act so as to optimize the evaluative moral metric or some such, right? And here we have the Leonhard Euler quote. Right, here we go. There's absolutely no doubt that every affect in the universe can be explained satisfactorily from final causes by the aid of the method of maxima and minima, as it can be from the effective causes themselves, right? So, yeah, teleological kinds of formulations are on that order. Oh, and
hello, Nadia.
Oh.
Hello, Ozzy. Hello, Ludic.
Hey. Hey, Doc.
Welcome, Ozzy. And
Hi.
haven't seen you on for a while.
Well, it's a great thing that Ozzy here is because I'm doing a terrible example of trying to explain virtue ethics. So.
Oh.
Oh, we were just talking about morality in the other hangout.
Well, yeah.
Oh, this is live? I thought we were going to be off air. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just all the time. I guess giving kind of a way in which you can sort of teleologically, I think, somebody said you want to say teleonomically, recover a directive kind of morality from an evaluative one, which of course is an optimization affair. Leonhard Euler is famous for, I guess, describing his final causes of Dutch. And what is this?
Is that in the Wikipedia entry for Euler?
Wiki quote, Euler.
Euler. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, Xbox. Helen is apparently going to rejoin, but I think she might be having a hard time.
Yeah, I'll bring her in our next chat to make sure she gets the link before anyone else shows up. Oh, well, probably just saw that, but. Oh, and there she is.
She made it.
I made it. Great.
Is there anyone else we're missing?
Well, we're looking for Balt, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And Ludic.
Yeah.
Ludic made it, but I'll get Balthazar over here too. Okay, so we're examining the three-part breakdown of archaic, the ontological, and consequential aesthetics. I think doctors think about going more intensively into the virtue ethics.
Yeah, so the virtue ethics is, well, at least the way I see it, and I'm really, talk about a layman, right? I see it as sort of an application.
As an application?
Yeah, as an application of a theory of morality. Would I be right about that, Ozzy? Would you agree with that? It doesn't compete, right? It's sort of how you actually do it, a way to do it.
Well, it's a way to do it because it stresses that morality is a habit. That morality concerns itself with the cultivation of a kind of character and not so much following rules or anything like that. It sort of views moral rules as rough and ready approximations, policy recommendations that will hold and conduce to a good character in a lot of cases, right? It doesn't look for exceptionless, universally applicable rules that you have to heed, right? But it's not just a praxis. It's not just a practice. It's also an entire theory of what constitutes right and wrong. But obviously, you have to have more than just virtue ethics there. You have to also have a theory. You have to have an anthropology. You have to have a theory of human nature, and a theory of mind. It requires a theory of you have to have an entire axiology, a theory of value in there, right? And you have to have an account of normativity, of oughts in general. So that doesn't have to come straight out of virtue ethics. That can come out of something else, right? Like, for instance, I have a theory of normativity that is born out of something called speech act theory. Where does our concept of obligation and duty come from? Where the hell does that come from, right? Most people think that obligations and duties, if they're theists, come from God, right? You have duties and obligations to God, right? You are obligated to God, and that's where the concept of duty and obligation comes from. But if you don't posit a God, where the hell do duties and obligations come from, right? You have to have some kind of naturalistic account of where that originates, and would be a concept that I think doesn't fall out immediately out of the concept of virtue ethics. That you have to import that from somewhere else. You have to have a different theory to shore up that concept. But
tell me what you think about that.
About
also, I'd love to hear, because Nadia is so extreme in the other way. I'd love to hear, Nadia, what you think about moral realism. Oh, she's not here. Anyway, tell me a little bit more about that. So this is brand new to me.
About my theory of normativity? I'd be happy to do that, except that that's a long conversation. Let's see. Do I want to?
Maybe just maybe I could do. I could understand a short version.
No, it's not that you couldn't understand a short version. It's that I don't think I can articulate a short version. I'm long-winded at the very best of times. Okay. Let me try this. Okay.
This is one of the more complex issues to explain.
Yeah. Well,
I'm still trying to get a grasp on the basics of it.
Okay. This is. Okay. Okay. There's this concept called normativity. Okay, normativity. We have what are called normative concepts, concepts that are somehow supposed to be regulative. Like when you talk about right and wrong, morally speaking, ought, should, obligation, duty, all of these sorts of concepts. Those are normative concepts. But we have other regulative concepts, normative concepts, like in logic. Right? We have this sense that you ought to reason a certain way. That there's a right way and a wrong way to reason, for instance, right?
Yes.
That too. And so in epistemology, we have regulative or normative concepts, right? So what we want is sort of a concept of in moral talk. What we want is an account of where normativity, our concept of duty and obligation, comes from. Okay, where does that come from if you're sort of a naturalist, right? And the way I do it is I anchor it in speech act theory. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with speech act theory.
No, that's the thing I hadn't heard of.
Okay, speech act theory is a theory born of the philosophy of language. You'll hear it discussed quite a lot in linguistics as well. It's a theory that was put forward by an English philosopher named John Langshaw Austin. His sort of successor, who articulated it more fully, with someone like John Searle, contemporary philosopher of mind and language.
Yes. Yes.
People like Ryle, stuff like that. They talk a lot about speech acts. Okay. So, okay, what is speech act theory? It's a theory of language. Okay. And this is going to seem like a long story, but there's a point. It ties to normativity and the concept of duty and obligation. Okay. Think of human utterances. Speaking. Think of human utterances as actions. Don't think of them as mere.
That's easy for me.
Yeah, don't think of them as mere words.
Yeah.
Think of them like actions. Okay.
Yes. Behaviors.
When you say the cat is on the mat, you performed a speech act. Sorry, my wife's giggling in the background. She's watching Red Dwarf or something like that. When you say the cat is on the mat, you performed what we call a speech act. Mm-hmm. You've made a sound, an utterance, but you've also communicated and tried to communicate a certain propositional content by virtue of making that utterance. Mm-hmm. So that sentence, the cat is on the mat, is what we call a constative sentence. You're stating something, right? You're describing something, right? A state of affairs. Okay, now consider the following sentences. These are in contrast to ordinary constative sentences, like the cat is on the mat, this is a cup, the moon is over there, Consider sentences such as these. I hereby pronounce you man and wife. Mm-hmm. I sentence you to 5 years in jail. You are henceforth banned from the club.
So the first and the third one seem declarative. I don't know what about the second one.
They sound declarative, but there's more to it. Okay, here's a couple more I can think of.
Okay.
Please be advised that the meeting is canceled, or this meeting is adjourned, or I freely confess that on the night of January the 1st, 2012, I robbed a liquor store or something like that. Okay. These are all examples of what are called performative utterances. That is, when you say, I freely confess, this meeting is adjourned, please be advised, I hereby pronounce you, you are henceforth such and such, I sentence you to such and such, right? You're not merely describing a state of affairs, you're actually bringing about the state of affairs.
Yes,
right?
Okay.
If you're a priest in a church during a wedding ceremony, and you say certain words, that brings about the marriage.
Right.
Okay? Other conditions have to abide, but that's one of the necessary conditions, rather. Now,
Okay.
the priest isn't merely describing that the two people are married. He declares them to be married. He makes it so by declaring it. And it's the same with sentencing. I hereby sentence you, right? Or when you confess.
Is it like
I freely
ascribing?
confess that. What's that?
Is that ascribing? It's like kind of like you're ascribing something to.
No,
You're making it. You're
I
making
guess
it
that's just a
so with your
label, though,
words.
isn't it?
Right, yeah, you are literally making it so. You're not ascribing. An ascription, I can ascribe something to you. You know, I can ascribe the property of being intelligent or being stubborn or something like that, okay? But something like a confession or a sentencing or a promise, okay? They're called performative utterances within speech act theory, right? They're called performative utterances because they aren't merely constative or descriptive. They are literally actions that bring about the effects that they speak of.
So that wouldn't be declarative. It wouldn't be declarative either. It would be declarative.
They're not merely declarative. They are not merely declarative.
Because of the accompanying action accompanying them. Maybe.
No, they are the action.
The utterance,
I get it.
action.
I get it.
They are the action.
Right. You aren't married until those words.
I always read more into like the structure. Then I realize that it's not necessarily semantical, but it's a logic structure element instead of like, you know, I look at it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I get.
Well, just let me try to get through this because this is actually kind of counterintuitive, right? So like I'm going to ask you to postpone your questions for a little bit. So the idea is that these are literally actions, but using words that bring about the effects that they speak of. You aren't married until the words are uttered. You aren't sentenced until the words "I hereby sentence you" are uttered, right? You haven't confessed until you say "I confess that such and such." Okay. Now this talk of like constative sentences, constative utterances, declarative utterances, performative utterances, which is what I've just been describing these cases, right? This is a sort of standard taxonomy of types of sentences in the philosophy of language and in linguistics. This is nothing sort of controversial. This is just a standard taxonomy. Okay. Now consider a promise. I promise I will be there. When I promise to be there, I'm not merely predicting or expressing a desire to be somewhere. There's my wife cackling in the background. It's a commissive act, okay? When you promise, you're not just predicting and describing that you're going to be somewhere, you are committing yourself to something, right? That's another species of performative utterance. That's a subspecies of performative utterance. So you have speech acts. Speech acts break down into various types. One of the types of speech act is performative utterances, and I listed a bunch of them before. That's what we were talking about before. And a subspecies of performative utterances performance utterance is a commissive act. Okay, where you commit yourself to something. So when you engage in that kind of performative utterance, when you commit a commissive act in words, right? You are guaranteeing in words that you will be there when you say, I promise to be there. My utterance entails an obligation by virtue of the utterance. And this is because such an utterance sets up in the other person, provided they speak the language, the expectation that I'm going to be there, come what may. I don't need to say, oh, by the way, I promise to honor my obligation to be there. Right? It's enough for me to say, I promise to be there. I don't have to say, oh, and by the way, I also promise to honor my obligation to be there. It's implicit when I say, I promise to be there, that I have undertaken an obligation to be there. And this last part's important. Now, as it turns out, even constative sentences that seem purely descriptive are partially performative because they too have a commissive component to them. Think back to that first example. Remember when I said the cat is on the mat? When I say the cat is on the mat, that commits me to believing that there's a cat on the mat in ordinary contexts. Right? If I say the cat's on the mat, presumably I'm describing that I believe that it is the case that the cat is on the mat. It's as if it comes with a prefix, you know, I hereby believe that the cat is on the mat, right? So even a purely constative sentence has a commissive dimension to it. You're committed to some proposition, in this case to a belief, right? So built into every sentence, even a purely descriptive one, is a performative element which sets up in another person expectations about you, the utterer of that sentence. So merely by virtue that I say something to you, by virtue that I exploit certain linguistic conventions, right, I set up in you, my listener, certain expectations about my behavior and my beliefs, my dispositions to behave in a certain way in the future, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Now, what you'll notice here is that merely talking to another person engenders countless expectations in another person. Any conversation is going to be immediately, it's going to bring about all these sort of complicated webs of reciprocal expectations in all of the people involved in the conversation. And I see the relevance of that. Consider what happens in usual circumstances of speech, where the usual expectations are bracketed, where they don't apply. Think of when you go see a play. When you're watching a play, you don't hold the actors on the stage to their beliefs about their words and what they imply in real life, right? A wedding scene on a TV soap opera doesn't marry the actors to one another. It marries the characters to one another, right? Acting on a stage, on TV, or if you're recounting a joke or you're quoting another person even, these are all instances where we just bracket the normal expectations that would otherwise ensue. Okay? Now, similarly, if I say Bob was at the party and I said I hate Emily, you would not think that I, the utterer, hate Emily when I say Bob hates Emily, right? Or if I say I heard Bob say I hate Emily, you wouldn't take it to mean that I hate Emily, right? You immediately recognize that when I say the words I hate Emily prefaced by the words Bob said, that you're to attribute the words I hate Emily to Bob, not to me. So quoting is a case where the standard expectations that would otherwise apply to me are bracketed and applied to Bob, not me. Okay, the speaker of the sentence you're hearing right now. Okay, so I know it sounds tangential, but there's a reason for this. So
No, I'm sure there is.
Okay, in other words, the context of utterance and certain linguistic conventions that we apply determine the usual expectations that are to be bracketed or suspended, or whether they're to be applied, and whether they're to be applied to yourself, the utterer, to another person, and not the speaker. You know. So this business of the context of utterance is critical to expectations, and expectations, as we see, are going to be important to normativity. The context of utterance, right? The context in which you say something, takes us to the issue of what's called indexicality of speech acts. And Helen, I know you know what indexicality means, but for those who don't, an indexical in linguistics and in philosophy of language is a word that points, that indicates. Words like now, here, I, me, you, there, those, this, that, later. Those are all indexical words. Indexical words are words that point, like your index finger points, right? It indicates. So ask yourself, what's the meaning of the word this?
Jump, point, and hex.
What's the meaning of the word this, or the word I, or the word him? What's the referent? Well, if I say, I will meet you there 1 hour from now, that's perfectly meaningful. If I say right now, I'll meet you there 1 hour from now, and I point to where there is, right? You know what it means, right? But if you walk into a classroom and that same sentence is written on a blackboard, right, it's worthless to you. You don't know when it was written. You don't know when the now is in that sentence, right? You don't know where the there is that's referred to. You don't know who the I is that wrote it, and you don't know that the you that it's addressed to is you. It could be some other reader, right? The context of utterance is missing there when you see that written in a blackboard when you walk in, right? Now only has a specific meaning in the context of utterance. You only has a specific meaning in the context of utterance. Later, now, an hour from now, all of these words, these are indexicals, they derive their referent only in the context of utterance, right? So you couldn't be sure that this sentence was addressed to you if you saw it on a blackboard. You just happened to walk into a classroom. You don't know who the I is, you don't know who the you is, you don't know where the there is, you don't know when it was written, so you don't know if an hour from now has already passed or if it's 2 minutes from now. You just don't know, right? You can't make sense of that sentence. You can't use that sentence the way you would.
Are you describing what constitutes the context, like the elements of the context?
I'm explaining that the context of utterance defines the referent whenever you're using indexicals. Certain words like I and here and now and me and you and here and there and this and that.
They're like logical operators almost.
Yeah, that's right. They're like variables that derive their meaning from only in the context of utterance. Now consider the word I. I literally changes a referent every person using it, right? If when I say I, it means Ozzy. When Helena says I, she's meaning Helena, right? Now, incidentally, a good way to spot an
Those are
explicit...
dectics.
What's that?
Those are dectics.
Yes, that's right. They're dectic elements,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
Now,
I'm just, keep talking. I'm just looking to see if my little behavior book... I'm sorry, just it doesn't matter what I'm doing. Please continue.
Okay. So now there's something kind of incidental here, but a good way to spot an explicit performative utterance, like a promise or something like that, or some other commissive act, is to look for indexicals. Promises and commissive acts, they're usually filled with indexicals. I now pronounce you husband and wife. I hereby, with these words, sentence you to, I, on this date, freely confess that, they're filled with indexicals, right? So we're all familiar with explicit performatives and commissives, and we identify them easily by spotting them using those indexical terms. We don't realize we're doing this, but we all sort of natively do this, right? And every sentence has this performative or commissive dimension. So legal documents and affidavits and sworn testimonies, etc., they're usually littered with indexicals. They're dated, they're witnessed, they're signed, and there's all kinds of references to time and place and stuff like that to make it obvious that what is being performed and who is being affected and when things will take effect, etc., is all explicit, right? I hereby testify, I confess, the undersigned hereafter swear that such and such, right? The point here is that even a statement, though, that seems like a purely constative or descriptive statement is also performative and commissive. It's not just the I hereby promise or I swear or I pronounce you man and wife. It's not just the explicit performatives that are performatives. Constative sentences are also performative and commissive. The sentence, the cat is on the mat, is just saying, I, Ozzy, now, with these very words, hereby imparting to you that it is my belief that there is a cat and it's on a mat. Okay.
So what? So go on.
Okay. So in that sense, every statement is a commissive act, right? Everything is like a promise, because we know that such an utterance has to set up certain expectations in the other person about us and our future content, right? Our immediate content or much more distant conduct, right? So you just need to contrast this with cases of like saying things on the stage to see how the force of this, right? In cases where we bracket the normal expectations, you can see that it's different, right? Now, notice that we don't have to invoke some outside metaphysical principle or being for why or how we enter into these obligations. The obligations are a consequence of our very actions. By virtue that we set out to communicate ideas to other people, by virtue of exploiting certain linguistic conventions, right, speech acts, right, but not limited only to those, we involve ourselves in these complex webs of obligations. Those obligations are constituted by the predictable expectations that we instill in other people whenever we exploit those linguistic conventions through speech acts. We don't require a rule that says, you must obey the rule that says X in order to incur an obligation. You don't need something that to obligate you. You incur obligations because you are a social animal with enough behavioral plasticity and intelligence to deliberately and even tacitly communicate information to another by virtue of your actions, your speech acts, okay, but not limited to your speech acts. Now, there's an interesting thing that happens often in ordinary discourse that sort of shines a light on this, okay? Think of the cases where you demand clarification on what a person means, okay? Well, here's a little thought experiment. Suppose we both like a certain band, Helena, and that band is going to be performing in our town, and I say, hey, Helena, I'm going to go buy tickets. Do you want to go to the show too? Now, this utterance commits me to holding certain beliefs and a certain course of action in your mind. Right? I've set up expectations in your mind, and I know what they are. Indeed, I deliberately said what I said, uttered what I uttered, used the speech act that I did in order to set up those expectations in you. That's the point of communication. It's a setting up of expectations, right, in my listeners by virtue of what I say. But there's some ambiguity in that utterance when I say, hey, I'm going to buy tickets. Do you want to go to the show too? Okay. Am I offering to purchase a ticket for you? Right? Is this a date? Or am I just saying, I'm going to buy one for myself, and I'm asking you if you intend to buy one for yourself too? You know, hey, I'm going to buy tickets. Do you want to go to the show too? Am I expecting you to, buy your own ticket, right?
How do people deal with that ambiguity?
Well, they ask follow-up questions.
They ask for clarification.
Right. So you would ask for clarification, and if I reply, oh, I'll get a ticket for you, that's a commissive act. It's not an explicit promise. I didn't say, I, Ozzy, hereby promise and swear that I shall buy you a ticket. No, I just said, I'll get you a ticket. That's a commissive act. I've committed myself. I've incurred an obligation, right? Mm-hmm. It's not an explicit promise. It's implicit. It sounds like I'm merely describing a state of affairs of what will happen, but it's a commissive act, right? I'm not merely describing or predicting what I think will happen. I've committed to buying you that ticket. Now, that last utterance, right, I will get you a ticket, is not implicit in the sense that I said more than I meant to say. It's just implicit in the sense that I didn't use the formal convention of saying, I hereby promise that I shall buy you a ticket, right? Now, when would you ever resort to using the more formal convention, right? Well, you might doubt that I'll do it, right? Because, you have a poor record of paying back money, let's say, supposing you're deadbeat, you don't pay back money or something, right? And I fear that, and you fear that I won't buy one for you, right? You might, or maybe I tend to lie about what I'm going to do, right? Then we might want to sort of say, you're going to buy the ticket? Yeah, I'm going to buy the ticket. You promise to buy the ticket? Yeah, I promise to buy the ticket, right? The degree and extent of formality that we insist upon in these commissive acts is very context dependent, depends on what you know about the person and their previous history and that sort of thing. So you might contrive to make me utter the explicit formulation of that speech act. You might try to sort of force me into actually explicitly promising, right? To make it salient to me what the hell I'm committing myself to, right? Doing that ensures that I know that I've committed myself, right? You're reminding me that I committed myself, right? That I know that you know what I'm committed to, right? But the commitment is just more salient, right? It's not I'm not more committed. It's just more salient, right? You needn't use an explicit formulation to bind yourself to a course of action, right? Those formal conventions are not required in ordinary commissive acts, right? So what you can see here is that you don't need some metaphysical reason to honor your words. There's no rule that says that we're trying to obey, except the principle that says, if you wish to communicate X to a person, use these words. Mm-hmm. You just make use of a certain linguistic convention, right? Our very moral obligations to one another are founded upon our very capacity to communicate. There's no extra linguistic reason why you should do what you say you'll do. Right? Such a rule would just be surplus to requirements. Right?
Yes.
Communication is about setting up expectations.
Okay.
Obligations are constituted out of those expectations. Languages are, among other things, conventions by which we specify or express and set up expectations about our mental states and our dispositions to behave in certain ways in the minds of other people.
Right, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be language. It's just a purposeful communication.
That's right. I mean, it can be gestural. It can be. There's all kinds of things, right? I mean,
because you can see it in other higher mammals that don't have language per se.
It's not restricted to us, right? So, and by the way, notice that you don't need to postulate a metaphysical surveillance system like God or karma to explain why we don't like liars and why we don't like promise breakers, right? We don't like it because such violators are using a medium of communication to deliberately miscommunicate. They are deliberately setting up the wrong goddamn expectations.
You know what just came to mind?
Traffic markers on the highway, right?
Yeah. You know what just came to mind for me is the McGurk effect.
I don't know what that is.
That's where you go fa or ba.
Oh yeah, right, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cortex overrides your visual cortex overrides what
that's
you hear.
really amazing. That's a fascinating little issue there.
It is within this context. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah. Okay, but so let's get to the finale.
Okay. So now, at some point, someone's going to be inclined to ask, well, what the hell is wrong was setting up the wrong expectations in people. What the hell's wrong with that?
Okay.
Well, just remind yourself of what the hell words are actually for and why you dislike having the wrong expectations set up in you by another person's words. Note how if you have a friend or an acquaintance who lies to you on a regular basis or is otherwise unreliable about what they say they're going to do or something like that,
Yeah.
or what they say has happened, right? You'll find yourself manipulating your friend into uttering all sorts of explicit performatives. You're going to
Think of
be
my
there,
brother.
right? You understand that I'll be waiting for you, right? You're not just going to forget to pick me up, right?
Yeah.
In
Okay.
short, the normative character of obligations stems from expectations that are set up using linguistic and other social conventions. It is, to put it strongly, a condition of intelligibility that people must mean what they say. We literally could not understand one another. Your fan is going in. We literally could not understand one another and predict one another's actions, nor get people to behave in the ways that we need and want them to, if too many of our utterances were not sincere. You can't even get as far as lying or deceiving a person without exploiting a linguistic convention and expectations that constitute the permissive conditions of linguistic intelligibility, right? I mean, it has to be the case that most people are telling the truth most of the time for you to get away with lying. It's just like if every bill in your economy was a fake and a counterfeit, you know, someone comes up with the so-called real one, you wouldn't trust it, right? So the ability to lie and to deceive and to defraud people is parasitic upon ordinary expectations of sincerity in what people say. That's why we hate liars and promise breakers, right? It's not because there's a rule that says you must not do it, right? The rule that says you must not do it comes out of what I just described, not the other way around. Now, social contract theory, I think, in my view, gets everything backwards, right? The very notion of a contract is itself just a formal, explicit conventional formulation. Contracts stem from linguistic conventions, not the other way around, right? A contract is just a special, formal case of ordinary linguistic requirements.
But I think that a social contract theorist would agree to that.
Yeah.
They may not know all that background, but I don't think that they're saying that they're deliberately saying that in fact it is the reverse.
Well, no, but a social contract theorist tries to understand the concept of obligation in terms of a contract, right? But the point, but it's the linguistic requirements that ground our very notion of obligation and duty, including the obligation to honor a contract. Social contract theory doesn't give you a reason to honor the damn contract.
Yeah, why are you obligated to honor the contract?
Right, right. Whereas I think
Because it's a contract? No.
rather than you have to have a reason to honor the contract, and I think I've given you a reason to why we honor contracts and why you people. It's a condition of intelligibility, of communication, that we mean what we say. Honesty and sincerity are required for communication. That's why we like truth tellers, and why we don't like liars, and why we don't like oath breakers and promise breakers and defrauders and such, right? It's not just that it's uncomfortable, it's that communication isn't even possible, right? So what I've described would be what undergirds social contract. Social contract theory doesn't and can't explain why one ought to honor the social contract that one is a part of, right? So the idea of conditions of intelligibility here just refers to the sorts of behavioral permissive conditions that allow or make it possible for an epistemic or a linguistic community to reliably predict a person's actions and mental states, their beliefs and their desires and intentions. And now notice, you don't need any specific language for any of this, or any language at all. Language just makes it possible to communicate and set up very specific, fine-grained expectations. But
right, specific and more complicated ones.
Right,
yeah.
We can and see similar expectations arising in the behavior of great apes, for instance, right? Apes can lie to one another, and they do. Actually, there's some fascinating ethology on this.
I mean, you can even see it in chickens if you know what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm not familiar in the case of chickens, but I know in other apes it's true. Elephants, I'm not familiar with chickens, but I'll take you at your word there.
Yeah.
Now apes, because they're not as smart, they don't have the linguistic capacities that we have. So they lack the higher degree of behavioral plasticity that we have. They can't communicate or impart and engender as many sorts of precise expectations in their fellows. There's less that they can lie about.
Yes.
There's less that they can express. So there's
Right.
less for them to lie about, right? And less that they can tell the truth about. They lack that behavioral plasticity and intelligence to conceive of, much less articulate, these very fine-grained distinctions. Now, one negative result of all this is that we humans, by virtue of our intelligence and our language, can screw one another
Manipulate the system.
over. Right, we can game the system. We can screw one another over in like vastly more ways than apes can. We can set up more expectations and then violate them than any ape could, right?
Yeah.
Now, notice also that you don't have to postulate a separate moral sense, a conscience, or some magical moral compass in your head for why we think this is wrong, right? We just need to have a capacity to form expectations of the actions and beliefs of others, coupled with a desire to be able to rely on them, right? And I mean, you just have to be able to rely on these other things in order to have trust, in order to sort of cooperate and sort of enjoy life, right? So,
could there be special classes like where people make like indirect innuendo using the same kind of semantical structures, or not semantical, but
well, there's something called indirect speech acts. We do that all the time, where we communicate.
Yeah, like
something
flirting.
Completely indirect. Yeah, exactly. You don't always have to say. I mean, a lot of language, most of language is probably is implicit, right? You don't have to always state exactly, formally and explicitly things. You can just so much can be implied, right? That all of flirting is implied, and double entendre works the same way. But so what I'm trying to get to the gist here, Helena. I know you're getting impatient. So what we have here is a thoroughly naturalistic and non-metaphysical account of the concept of obligation and duty. It has nothing to do with social contracts or being duty-bound by some metaphysical being who gives us marching orders or anything like that. And the theory has the virtue of being utterly realistic, as I see it, in the sense that it posits no dubious entities or principles and violates no observations of human interactions that I'm aware of, right? So using speech act theory, you can ground and explain why we value or prize certain things as virtues, such as honesty, integrity, rational consistency, right? Following through on promises. All of those are the grounding of our concept of obligation. And from there, we can extrapolate further obligations by means of explicit formalized contracts and explicit promises and obligations, right? So there's no question of why you ought to... Go ahead.
That's the answer to the sort of, the virtues chosen in virtue ethics are arbitrary. That's the answer to that.
Right. They're not. There's nothing arbitrary about them. Intelligibility and communication rests upon it, right? So there's no question of why you ought to honor your obligations. To ask the question, why should I honor my obligation, is to ask, why should I behave as if I mean what I say? I literally cannot take seriously what you say unless I assume you mean what you appear to mean by virtue of the words and actions and what they imply about what you believe. If you say something to me, you're exploiting a linguistic convention. I can only operate on what you say and act on what you say if I take you to be satisfying a certain condition of sincerity. And this is, by the way, is what's wrong with every species of social contract, as I understand it. All social contract theory fails to explain why we should honor our contracts in the first place. I think it has to be understood the other way around, right? So, now in some respects this sounds like a super pragmatic theory, right? But it's not the sort of pragmatism that involves merely looking out for one's own self-interest. But rather it's the deeper sort of pragmatism that recognizes that you couldn't even get as far as lying if you wanted to save your ass, unless you recognize the necessity that most of our speech acts have to be true for lies even to work. And precisely because the system doesn't require perfect honesty, I mean, we factor into our reasoning the likelihood that a person has ulterior motives and so might be motivated to lie, right? Ask yourself how everyone treats an occasional self-interested liar, right? Ask yourself what your moral intuitions are regarding what white lies and lies uttered to save someone from peril. We make exceptions. We understand, right? But we don't feel that way about habitual liars, right?
Right.
Someone who's a very effective habitual liar, right? We don't trust them. No, there's some people who lead entire double lives and are never uncovered, right? if they were discovered to be lying, we'd be furious with them, even if we never discover them to be lying, right? We would be, right? Counterfactual, we would be, right? So this is a theory that supports exactly the sort of counterfactuals that it needs to support, right? It can't be a condition of adequacy on any account of moral normativity that a guarantee that every misdeed is spotted and punished. It just has to be the case that if you were to spot it, you would want to punish it, right? So this account also...
Is there no expectation for lying in certain circumstances?
Yes, there are. I just gave like where it would save someone's life, for instance, or where you might spare someone's feelings and there would be no harmful consequences. There would only be the benefit of sparing someone's feelings. We fully expect people to lie, and I would say in those cases it's even obligatory to lie.
Exactly.
Right. Now, this account also explains why we despise the people who lie and cheat and mislead and break promises and violate contracts, right? And it does so without having to claim, I hate liars because they're breaking a moral rule. It's not because they're breaking a moral rule. We have the moral rule because they're violating a linguistic convention that makes communication possible, right? Those people are like the people who go on the highway and change the traffic signs and the lights and stuff like that. They make movement and safe commerce and travel impossible. Right?
Is it the same as violating of expectations?
Yes, they are. They're violating. They are violating your expectations. By violating your expectations, by exploiting cynically a linguistic convention that trades on sincerity, right on. They undermine the capacity for communication. That's why we value this, right? So we have to be careful what we infer from this, though. Like this is supposed to be an account of the normative dimension of morality, an account of why we have and all believe in a concept of moral duty and obligation, right? And where those come from. It comes from these expectations.
Isn't there a factor in all this beyond linguistics and just in treading in the realms of philosophy?
Well, yes, this is all philosophy of language. Speech act theory comes out of the philosophy of language. It's used in law, for instance. This comes out of the work of a philosopher, 20th century philosopher named John Langshaw Austin, who wrote about speech acts. If anyone's interested in speech act theory, I recommend a book by John Searle called Speech Acts. It's very good.
Oh, I put up one in the sidebar there from this gentleman. So I hit the right person when I found that?
Yeah, okay, yeah. In the sidebar is one of my favorite works of philosophy of all time. It's by
really?
J.L. Austin. It's called How to Do Things with Words. It's a series of lectures, the William James lectures, and it's a very short little book. It's a series of lectures that he delivered over the course of a few nights.
Isn't that funny? I zeroed in on that right away.
Well, that's
what I should read. Thank you.
Yeah, if you Google speech act theory, it's one of the first books you'll hit. Right? It's like one of the best sources anyway on the subject, and it's one of those sort of mind-expanding little reads. And you can read it in a couple of sittings because there's just a few lectures.
Well, I mean, like, what I thought was interesting is when you were talking about the great apes. I had watched something somewhere, I can't remember where, but all these great apes that we had taught, hand signs to, they've never demonstrated asking a question.
That's not true.
Yeah,
they do ask questions.
Yeah, they don't usually have a formal method of asking a question, but usually from the context it's clear that they are interrogating, that they're looking for information. I know that there were some studies that were done with a kind of electronic panel that you could push button, and there was a way of representing that you were asking a question, an interrogative, there. So to the extent that was the use of language, and that's questionable.
Well, I mean, like, I guess what they were talking about was in the context of the question, why?
That's a different thing.
Yeah, that's
a different thing, right? Yeah, so that's a way more abstract kind of thing. So I guess I would agree with you there.
Yeah,
but they definitely ask, not only questions, but even sort of have a generative language. At least there's a couple of instances of where you could describe it as a generative, where they make up their own words out of combinations of words that they know that approximate sort of what they're trying to point at, right? Like neck ring instead of collar, stuff like that.
Right.
Well, I mean, like, why do you think they haven't been able to extrapolate thought to ask why? I guess my question is.
Well, they might simply not have the cognitive capacity. It might not be something that you learn. It might be something that you're born with, right? Just like we have the capacity to walk upright. We don't have to teach our children to walk upright. They're not going to sort of crawl indefinitely or be knuckle walkers or something like that. We just, wired that at a certain stage of development we simply have that capacity, right? I mean, here, let me give you an example of this, right, of how sort of wired in this language can be, right? A lot of people think that words are just names for things, right? That all language is just a word is just a name for a thing, right? Like a cup, the word cup names a cup, and the word computer names computer, right? But ask yourself, like when you're talking to a small child, or when a small child is sort of picking up a language, right? How does it know that you're naming something? Right? I mean, if I say, I hold up a cup in front of my child and I say cup, 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 and I repeat it, trying to get the child to associate this object with the word cup. How does the child know that I'm playing the naming game? That what I'm doing is naming something, as opposed to asking something, as opposed to giving an order. I could be giving an order.
On what Plato was getting at, where I think it was Plato. I can't remember. Plato, excuse me. Where you don't need to be shown every single rock on the face of the earth to extrapolate that one rock is the same as all other rocks.
Yeah, that's true.
Slightly different.
That has to do with generalization.
This is the contextual basis in which the person receiving the communication interprets.
Well, it's really interesting because when you're dealing with like infants who have autism, very often they can't do that. They don't know that you're labeling something.
Right.
And you have to teach them how to know what the implications are before you really can get into. Otherwise, you end up having to directly teach all these different functions. So if we're just talking about labeling a noun, right? To teach, you have to. What seems to come naturally to neurotypicals, even infants, where it's obvious that mom's labeling something versus, mom's not asking me if I want it. Those things you have to teach with a lot of infants who have autism. I just think that's sort of an aside. But anyway, you were saying, how does one know this, and where were you going with that?
Oh well, I was just sort of making the case of what you talked about, a function. We don't realize, we're so used to thinking of words as names for things that we think that's the only function of words. But words are not just names for things, right? We do things with words. That's why that word.
Even just obvious
nouns.
Labels are not just names for things.
That's right. Well, consider something like this. Here's a classic example, right, from Wittgenstein. What is the meaning of the word "this"? What does this refer to? Well, this refers to whatever the hell I'm pointing at while I'm saying the word "this," right? Just like the word "I" refers to whoever is saying "I" when they're saying the word "I."
Is that like a connotation where they?
No, well, those are examples of indexicals, right? Those are indexical words, right? They point. Okay, so
their meaning changes depending on who's speaking.
That's right. Who's speaking and the context of utterance. Like, where is here? Well, here is wherever the person saying here is when they say the word here. That's where here is.
Yep.
Where is there? Well, there is wherever the hell the person is pointing to or looking at or talking about and referred to in some other way earlier in the sentence or later in the sentence when they say the word there.
Well, it's really interesting. Neurotypicals pick this up. Yeah, you don't have to teach any of this.
Right.
To neurotypical.
Right.
But just this dectic stuff and this indexical stuff is one of the hardest things among the basic things that you have to teach somebody who's having a language problem. A baby.
This stuff is so basic to us. It comes so naturally to us. We don't realize that we're doing something.
Well, so it's incredible. People don't even realize that it's there.
That's
One
right.
of the first hurdles is just showing people that's there and how complex that really is.
Yeah, it's complicated. If I say the word, if I walk up to you and I go, "Quatlu," did I just warn you? Did I just scold you? Did I just name something obvious that you should? Did I just play the name game? Did I just name something that I wanted you to emphatically know in that moment? Or did I just scold you? Did I just chastise you? Did I just implore you? Did I order you? Like you don't know just from that word, right? But the point is, your mind is capable of picking up just from linguistic utterances and the behavior of your fellow species around you. You're able to figure out A child who doesn't yet speak a language is able to figure out that was an order. That sentence, that was an order. That sentence was an instruction. That sentence was a question. That sentence was a promise. That sentence was a description.
Yeah.
How the hell do children have these conceptual categories already in place?
Is that like a modal connective or like a modal operator?
Well,
Like
a modal operator would be another sort of conceptual category, right? Conceptual categories like possibility and necessity and stuff like that. But no, it's not like that. That would be an example of this. But the idea is a human brain, as it's developing, develops these conceptual categories, these linguistic categories, to take sentences and say this sentence is naming, this sentence is describing, this sentence is ordering, this sentence is promising, this sentence is asking, right? This sentence is beseeching, this sentence is praying, right? This sentence is promising, right? All these are all linguistic games that we play. You never teach a child, okay, little Johnny, now we're going to talk about what it means to ask. This is what asking is.
You don't teach neurotypical children that.
Exactly. You don't teach neurotypical children. Exactly.
But it doesn't mean that it's not learned.
That's right. No, that doesn't mean that it's not learned. But what it means is that there has to be some kind of neurophysiology in place that has that capacity. Yeah.
So are these modal operators in the sense that they can be alethic or whatever, deontic, axiological, epistemic, or whatever?
They're not modal operators. No, they're not. No, I mean those the alethic modalities and the deontic modalities. I mean, for those who don't know, things like necessity, possibility, those are sort of alethic modalities. These are bits of our language that we typically use in language and stuff, and in logic and things like that, where these are other little sort of less obvious subcategories. Okay.
Of what you're referring. Okay,
of what I'm referring to. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So yours is the global operator. You're talking about a global operator framework that these come out of.
Yeah, don't think in terms of computers. This is not going to help, actually. Like if you sort of liken it to computers, you're going to end up going down the wrong path here. But I wonder if I could just sort of finish up the very last point that I wanted to make about the whole normativity thing and expectations and obligations of Speech Act theory, because there was a kind of take-home message I wanted to get there. And like, remember I said that we've got to be careful of what we infer about this, right? Like this. What I was providing was an account of the normative dimension of morality, right? It's supposed to be an account of why we have and why we all believe in a concept of moral duty and obligation, right? What the account that I was giving in terms of Speech Act theory is it's striving to explain how the moral uses of ought and should and must gets into our moral talk, why it has the flavor that it does. Right, to make it more than a mere hypothetical imperative. Right? It's an attempt to explain the oughtness of our moral talk in terms of conditions of intelligibility, where the sentient beings who are interacting are concerned. Right, it's not a recipe or a formula for knowing which moral claims happen to be true and which ones happen to be false. It's not a decision procedure that I've provided here. Right, that, as they say, is a whole other chapter. Right. Another thing is to notice is that this theory, it can only be applied to where the interactions of sentient beings, where you have interactions of sentient beings who possess interests are concerned, right? It's wholly inapplicable to animals that can't deliberate, right? Or to inanimate objects. There's no worry that from this theory we might discover that we have a duty to care about rocks or something like that, right? Because rocks don't have interests and stuff, right? So I guess the take-home message here is that this is a purely naturalistic account of where our concept of duty and obligation originates from. Why do we even have such a concept? I think it bubbles up out of the kinds of creatures that we are, namely linguistic using creatures. The capacity to communicate rests upon our capacity to set up expectations in other people. That's why we think people have obligations to us and why we think we have obligations to other people. That's where duty and obligation comes from. That's the genesis of why we have that concept in the first place. That would be my account. Am I still on air?
Yeah, that sucked. I'll have to rewind and watch it later. I missed the end of it. My bloody pasta burned on this.
Ozymandias, you've blown my mind with all this. Like, I would never really considered any of this.
I want to hear what Nadia has to say.
Oh, well, it seems like it's deriving out of space from a sort of, I don't know, as a emergent sort of property of a sort of egoistic system in which you have atomized egoistic actors communicating amongst each other. Is that right that it's deriving ultimately from a sort of egoism?
I think of it as more fundamentally social, actually. I don't think of it as sort of atomized egos, but I mean, I think you can look at it that way. Yeah, I tend not to think of it that way. I tend to think of us as being herd animals that come with pro-social instincts and pro-social emotions, and also some antisocial instincts and antisocial emotions. But there's nothing egotistical and selfish about this, right? Communication, I think, is, of course, we communicate with people because we have interests that we want to serve, our own interests. But our interests are not limited to our own narrow selfish interests. When I talk about our interests, I'm not talking about just me, myself, and I. I mean, our interests can extend to other people. Even at the very bottom level, I'm not someone who thinks that ultimately my concern for other people rests on how good it makes me feel or something like that. I think that altruism can and does go all the way down.
How do you think that plays out with things like the selfish gene, like in terms of?
Well, the selfish gene, I mean, that's a metaphor.
Different
right?
thing.
Yeah,
I understand that.
Yeah, when Dawkins talks about the selfish gene, he's not saying that genes have any feelings and that they feel selfish or that the genes are looking out for themselves. He just means that you have to adopt for explanatory purposes of understanding why things like altruism and mutualism and reciprocity and all the complex pro-social emotions and instincts and behaviors arise. You have to ultimately understand those at the level of the gene and what serves the interests of the replication of the genes. Because if it didn't serve the interests of gene replication and propagation and differential reproductive success, ultimately one would not expect to find those things, right? But as it turns out, mutualism, reciprocity, altruism, these are great ways of getting your genes propagated. Right? There's cooperation is one of the sort of nature's most ingenious ways of getting your genes into the next generation. Right? There's nothing sort of. A lot of people think that Darwinian theory sort of predicts that we should all be selfish and egotistical, and that's absolutely not true.
Isn't it like a game theory thing though, where the altruism hinges on the pretense that it serves oneself?
No, I don't think so. I mean, in game theory, there are strategies where clearly being Machiavellian and pretending to be altruistic will advance you, right? That's why people pretend to be altruistic.
Yeah, but it's not genuine, though. Then by definition, it's not altruism.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the genuine thing doesn't work. The genuine thing does work. The reason you would lie and pretend to be altruistic, and the reason you would lie and pretend to be honest and virtuous and cooperative and trustworthy and all that, is precisely because everyone knows that the real thing is a good thing, right? That it actually works, right? If it didn't work, you wouldn't value it and you wouldn't lie. You wouldn't pretend to be an honest person, a trustworthy person, a cooperative person, a generous, charitable, altruistic person. You wouldn't pretend to be those things if everyone didn't value them already. It's precisely because they do have a value that we value them, and that it's in the interest of some people to game the system.
Wow, right? I wonder how that plays out.
It's just like counterfeit money. Counterfeit money doesn't work unless there's real money.
I wonder how much of self-image we build that way, like from emotional drivers that are kind of built on a framework like that.
You wonder how self what?
Just like, you know, within one's own mind, how we project our own being to other persons, and how we leverage that in sort of a similar manner. I don't know.
I mean, like, how does this conflate with the rise of individualism in, I don't know, let's say the last 400 years, right? The idea of individual rights, the idea of, especially in the United States, and in large parts of Europe, and in Japan, even, for crying out loud, where people ultimately see themselves as individuals and then part of a collective, rather than part of a collective. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I see what you're getting at. I think that question is sort of orthogonal. It runs completely at 90 degrees, independently of of what I was describing. And it's an important question. I think that it's important to have social glue, and a culture that too strongly emphasizes individualism and individual autonomy at the expense of concern for the welfare of others and some kind of collectivism. If there's just too much of that, then that, I think, is detrimental to society.
Has that ever happened, though? Has there ever been too much of that?
Well,
I mean,
I would argue there's a little too much of it right now in
Really?
Western culture. Yeah, I think that we suffer from a lot of anomie and some kind of cultural malaise, because people are incredibly self-absorbed and self-indulgent, and think themselves too autonomous, and are a little too unconcerned with other people.
Do you think social networks perhaps reinforce this? Like things like Facebook and the kind of things we're doing now? Like,
well, I think if we had a different culture, Facebook would work very differently and would serve different ends. I mean, people usually just use Facebook to brag about themselves, to make themselves seem happier and leading more.
That's what I'm trying to suggest. Yeah,
Facebook, I think, especially, is used more to either advocate and agitate for certain causes and interests that people have, or else, more generally, though, it's used to for the presentation of self. You're presenting yourself a certain way. This is how I would like to be seen, right? I mean, I got rid of my own private Facebook account and created a Facebook account.
That was your way to protest against it?
No, I found myself doing that. I found myself creating a persona, and I realized it was a little bit too artificial, and I wasn't doing it self-consciously. I just, by my choices of what I chose to put out there and what I chose not to put out there, I didn't like it, and I started feeling a little bit more kind of fakey. And so what I did was I said, okay, well, I have this other interest. I'm interested in the Great Debate, and I have this YouTube channel, Ozymandias, and why don't I just create a Facebook page there, using that name, where I just talk and agitate about kinds of things that concern me in the Great Debate.
Well, I think that many that get a large viewership or something on YouTube that have such stuff have to make that separation between IRL and their own self, because of just, let's face it, there's a lot of crazies out there.
Well, I mean, like, in terms of YouTube, once you get to a certain size, I don't know the magic number, right? But you become kind of an institution rather than a person.
Yeah, you sort of transcend, what your own stuff is, and then you get these sycophants that sort of encircle this banner or whatever. I see that happening with, like, the Gamergate stuff and all that.
Well, like one
like
YouTuber
MRA versus feminism shit.
One YouTuber I watch religiously, and I have for a long time now, that I saw this happen to, was Sargon of Akkad, actually. He went from, like, when I subscribed to him, I think he had maybe 5,000 subscribers, right? And he's at almost 200,000. And when he talks about having a large channel, when you take the Sargon of 5,000 subs versus the Sargon at 200,000 subs, you're talking about two completely different individuals, like in terms of a persona. Yeah, it's the same guy doing the same videos over and over again, but the channel Sargon of Akkad had outgrown the person Sargon of Akkad. You see what I'm getting at?
It's an interesting, I don't want to label it a phenomenon, but it's an interesting social dynamic playing out. I know this Iron Skeptic or something like that would be probably similar, maybe. I don't know.
Armored Skeptic, yeah, he just had like it's over 100,000 or so.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy took off huge.
Yeah, his latest video was him getting his plaque.
So
Oh
before
wow!
we lose Ozzy,
He got his YouTube plaque.
Before we lose Ozzy, Nadia, I would like to know what you think about moral realism, if you're familiar with it already.
Moral realism? Yeah, I hold a moral realism.
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, I guess on that note of accord, I should get that very rare note of accord on moral questions. I'm gonna go.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, thank you all for letting me prattle on. I know that was like a really long discourse.
No, I mean it was much more enjoyable than another.
I want to know about your metaphysical position on. Let me think of something.
Hurry! He's on his way out.
I have nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, man, you wrote a check you couldn't cash there.
Oh no, I could. I could. I'm not going to.
Okay. Well, I've got to go anyway. Thank you very much for your patience. That was very kind of you all. Anyway, and Helen, thanks for the questions. It's really nice.
Well, I'm still thinking about it.
Okay.
I'm still gonna pwn you someday.
Feel free. You have a standing invite. Hit me up for a hangout. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ozzy. It was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Thanks, Ozzy.
Nice to meet you, Melissa. Bye bye.
Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Yeah, no, Helen.
Never met Ozzy?
He gave me some fodder earlier that you can pwn him with. But
I've never.
I'm keeping it a secret for a while.
Before tonight, I never met Ozzy. He
was
a really interesting
mythical.
guy.
He was mythical to me until now because so many people have made mention of the gentleman.
Well, now you understand why.
Yeah, he's
able to
interesting
explain
guy.
things, and he has a whole lot of knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he a professor?
Well,
He's-
he says he isn't, and he isn't professionally or wasn't professionally, but he's better than that, right?
He has taught class before, or taught college class before, just not as the professional level.
But
It was more like of an aide, I think.
most of the outfits that hire gentlemen such as himself, or perhaps you, Helena, is kind of like PR marketing firms and research groups and focus group type outfits. Like I think that's.
No, I've never been interested in anything like that, right? But I've got this weird sort of obsession, which is great because it fits right in with my education. So market groups and and also I'm not all that interested in sort of helping the world. I'm interested in my little one case at a time stuff.
Right.
So
Right.
keeping world changes doesn't interest me all that much.
I was just sort of suggesting the disciplines themselves lean more towards that particular industry of it or something.
Oh, really? Why do you think?
I don't know. I just wonder what people do with that kind of stuff to make money,
Oh.
And I think an industry would want to know those things so they can design layouts for, advertising, the way the ad looks, or the layout of the store, or the way in which the advert plays out, and what it appeals to, and like socials.
Yeah, there are still little niches where you can make a lot of money with the psychology degree if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah. But,
I worked for one gentleman on the islands here doing some AV work, and he had some big outfit that did all that kind of stuff. He was kind of like a modern Edward Bernays, I guess, and he was hired by politicians and stuff to do campaign work things.
So Nadia, I'm very fascinated how come you are a moral realist when you hold so many things to be fictions.
Why is that?
Well, to me that seems sort of intuitively strange. But you surprise me all the time. Like, you were sleeping, and one time I was like, I don't think Nadia would say there was such a thing as evil. And then you woke up, and I was like, Nadia, do you think there's such a thing as evil? And you were like, yeah. So you always surprise me.
Yeah,
but this is another instance of that, right? So you are very, like, you don't like any of our mental terms, even though you grant it's maybe the best we have. You don't think that there's anything to sort of cognitive behavioral therapy even done well. You see it all as fiction, and yet you believe that there are moral facts.
Sure. I mean, that's why, yeah, just like the facts of, well, fight and sound. We have
So like the facts of sight
underlying
and
our
sound?
lessons.
Is that related to your... So one time you were like, I think there's a sense that we don't recognize. And maybe it's a moral sense. Is that where you go with that?
Yeah, basically.
I don't think it's so easily physical.
Yeah, it was kind of what I was telling you earlier. Is I definitely tie it. That's the only grounding that I find that makes sense, is that it is grounded completely in biology and we're in physical.
It's not really grounded in biology, though. I mean, there's a good case that it could be grounded in biology, but it's not. It's not a fact that it's grounded in biology.
Yeah, see, I do see it as grounded in the nature. Now, our nature might be grounded in something else, but I definitely ground the morality in our nature.
Well, what do you think our nature would be grounded in?
I totally agree.
Like, I mean, of all the things I don't have a problem with, it's the idea that our nature is grounded in our biology. But that's the one that you thought up, that you were sort of like, well, that one might not be true. What else? Why do you think that?
I personally, I see no other way for it, especially without a moral lawgiver. I don't see any other grounding. I don't see any other way it could work.
But you just said, so we were sort of listing off possible things to doubt. And one of the ones you said was that our nature is grounded in our biology. You sort of threw that one off. You were like, well, maybe our nature is not grounded in our biology, but that one is the most obvious one to me. So why does it not seem so obvious to you?
No, I do think our nature is grounded in our biology. If I said that backwards, I misspoke.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I said I definitely. Maybe I'm just too far away from the mic. I said I definitely think that it is grounded in that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't know. There's this idea. I guess maybe it's part of moral realism that that there's a telos. Just like our hands are for grasping, there's an emotive telos, right? So our emotions have sort of functions in that way. So maybe I could throw in with that.
Well, I always jump into it. It is oversimplified, but it's the easiest way to say it is the creatures we are in the world we find ourselves. Yeah. Those are the circumstances that set this up for us.
Yeah,
and like I told you the other day, those are grounded in the principles of logic from what I was saying the other day to you.
Oh yeah. Explain that one. That one totally blew my mind.
And I'm not. This is one that I'm still working on trying to get from brain to mouth kind of thing.
Yeah, I right? Totally understand that, but try it.
Yeah, well, I guess I would start with a. See, if I take it all the way back, I keep finding the grounding and the grounding and the grounding, and where I would keep going with. I end up in a place where everything is removed, right? So I end up in an absolute nothing state. It's either that or an infinite everything state, because I'm not even considering a God in the scenario at this point. Because I can go to a nothing state where logic would still apply from me, right? Nothing would still be nothing, and it wouldn't be something. The law of identity would still apply to a state of nothing.
Okay, so I still don't. Just before you continue, so I understand what you mean. You said go get deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. So I think you mean you strip away things one at a time. and you get to a nothing state. What do you mean? Do you mean that inside is a nothing state, or do you mean sort of I can strip the world of humanity, for example?
Right. Yeah. Strip within a. I guess it would be closer to like a naturalist worldview. I'd strip everything away. You can start with humanity, but I would go even further and start stripping the universe away.
Okay. Okay. So there. Okay. So you strip everything away and.
Into a state of nothing.
Okay.
To see what, if anything, or if any properties would still be in play.
Okay.
And I have had the nothingness as just a concept argument with one of my friends here that doesn't grant me some of the stuff I'm saying. Like
I might know who that is.
Do what?
I said I think I might know who that is.
All right. And it takes me back. I'm sure you do. The way I do see it is that logic would still apply to nothingness,
Okay.
absolute nothingness, in that law of identity, and then
Yeah.
I can start working my way forward. So I don't actually have to know the things in between the nothingness and where I am now, the world I find myself in, the creature I am now. I just need to find the farthest back starting point that I can go once everything's stripped away.
Okay.
I don't have to know the evolution of everything in between to make the case, right? Like,
Right.
it doesn't really matter because right now I'm in the state that I'm in right now as I'm talking.
Okay.
And absent these principles, I couldn't make moral statements or declarations when it comes to me. And I wouldn't be in the world I find myself, and I wouldn't be the creature that I am. But this also goes to show that in a nothingness state, with the laws of, or the principles of logic still applying, that there's not a God necessary for the laws of logic or principles of logic to still hold.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just more of almost an abductive argument. I'm making an inference to the best explanation.
But the laws of logic could still hold, and you would turn out to be a completely different kind of creature, and then you would have a very different morality. So it's really not about the laws of logic.
No, the laws of logic aren't the grounding for morality. They're just the grounding for my nature.
Oh, I thought you said that they were the grounding for morality.
No, I would say my nature is the grounding for morality.
Okay.
Completely.
Okay.
But how I get to my nature would be the principles of logic.
You get to your nature through the principles of logic.
Right. I get to the telos of it. I get to my purpose. My purpose isn't given to me by an intelligence in that regards. Like I said, I'm still trying to get from brain to mouth on this.
Sure, I get it. I get that.
Okay.
But what about this idea that we could be completely different creatures with completely different biologies, and we would have completely different moral concerns, but the laws of logic would nonetheless be holding, right?
Right. Yeah, I could be a totally different creature. So this comes into question of what makes me a moral agent, right?
Right. So doesn't it stop at your nature? Why are you? How are you? Why is logic important in your biology?
This is just what sets up for biology period to happen. I could be a different creature. It doesn't mean I would end up this specific creature.
Okay.
But Xbox, if you think about logic and biology, I put up a link there from George Ellis, applied professor in mathematics.
Okay.
That is a co-writer of Hawkins, because there is a logic. Yeah, watch it. I don't. There's a lot to.
Yeah, thank you. I put it in my list.
Thanks, Balthazar.
Yeah, and it shows what is it as state. I mean, for me, it's no question that biology is a top-down, but he's going much farther, and he's saying that the most mechanisms in the universe are top-down. So it's you know it's totally different from this old
I don't know.
new.
I thought in the emergent sense, and at least in Big Bang cosmology, that the Big Bang created, all the types of particles, and from them followed the larger structures.
Right.
If I'm
Yeah,
understanding
and that's
what you mean by top down.
Yeah, maybe you could explain what you mean by top down, because when I first thought of what you were saying, I was like, I feel like most things are bottom up. So maybe I don't understand what
Yeah,
you mean.
and that is a fascinating thing because we have since Newton this have grown so deep into us that we really think that we can even explain economy by going from microbiology and going from microchemistry and upwards. The only thing that makes this impossible is that it's practical impossible because the options, the information is too many. There are too many, how to say, causes. So we can, in practice, we cannot do it. But if in principle, if we had all knowledge we needed, we could go down.
And you
that
think that
is
that's a mistaken? You think that's a mistake to
that is
think that
totally
way?
mistaken. Yeah.
Okay,
And
why?
I took an example, and I got pretty voted down for it. But you can take the example of why do a plane go to New York instead of Chicago? What is the change of courses? How would you explain that?
I think your other plane example was a better one, Balthazar. If you could run that one too.
No, I am. This is this yeah, that is another. That is a bottom up where it goes both ways. But in this example, so if you have a plane, why does it go to Chicago instead of New York?
So because that's how they set it up. Is that
because
what you? Because they arranged it that way. People doing the flight plans and things, right? Is that what you're?
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and it's so good. You understood it. I discussed this with Nadia and some others, and they started with like the biochemistry, the state of the mind of the pilot, the steering mechanism, and you understood my example at once because what I did
do,
with
but wait, I
New
still
York.
disagree with you. Okay? Because I think
Okay.
So hear me out. So why was that decision made from the top down? It was made because of bottom-up things, like how many people generally want to go to Chicago versus New York at this time in general overall. What can our plane do once it's in Chicago versus what it can do once it's in New York? What is the most economically advantageous place for us to put our plane at this particular time? So these are all bottom-up things that resulted in this top-down decision.
Yeah, but what you did that
Not like they made that
the other
decision
one
on
didn't do. You are right about this, but it was just a testing because you disconnected the course from the plane going to Chicago. The course is in another context. So you are right about that. It has nothing to do with you cannot go bottom up there in the plane context.
But even if we were to get to a top down of if we could agree on something that was top down, just hypothetically,
Yeah.
in our view, you would have to jump us. From our view, hold on, real quick. From our view, you would have to jump us from this top-down process not being a teleonomic internal, even if it's top-down, an internally guided process, something emerging from it in a sort, other than an external top-down force guiding it.
Yeah, by top-down is only meant that the higher levels control the lower levels, and the best example of a top-down system is a computer. So it runs on different program levels from the highest or the biggest software downwards. So it's the higher level of logic that will decide where the electron goes. You cannot the electrons will not affect the the program. So that
Are you
is
saying
a typical
computers are top-down?
Yeah, they are top-down. Yes. Nadia says that they are not top-down. She's
Yeah, I
a
don't see them
computer
being top-down
programmer.
as well. That's why I was asking you. Maybe you could explain how you. Maybe that would be a good analogy if you could tell me how a computer works top-down. Because I always see it working If you know about programming, the programs work bottom-up. The interface maybe seems top-down, but the actual program runs bottom-up.
So what is the lowest level? What happens in the computer? Isn't that the charge, the electrons?
I think it's relative on who you are in terms of what layer you're at, and also what direction the exchange of information is flowing.
Okay, I will get. I can wait a second. I can get you all the levels.
Yeah, I think he's saying it's relative, right? It's going to be relative from where you measure it. But if you look at the whole system overall objectively, it runs a bottom-up system.
Oh yeah. With computers.
But at any point, you can jump in there and find a top-down place and say, "Hey, look, it works top-down."
Well, so are there any systems that are exclusively bottom-up or exclusively top-down? I think more of the reality is that there's an interaction, and that you've got top-up and bottom-down interacting with one another all the time in any system.
So, the feedback loops.
So
cybernetic sense.
So hold on, let's see what Balthazar thinks of that.
I've got the causation here now. So the highest level is the application programs. Then the next level, going downwards, is problem-oriented language level. Then you have on fifth place assembly language level. Then you have operating system machine level. Then you have instruction set architecture level.
Notice that
Notice
that your starting point would be the person who but it still works within the framework of the instruction set. That would probably be like the lowest level, right? At the register.
And that would be on the electron
as well. It goes to digital logic level, and then to the it's so small written here. Second.
Well, ultimately, it's going to go to logic gates if you're dealing with digital.
Yeah.
World.
Yeah, but you're starting with you have to start with the forces of nature, though. With any system like that, unless you're proposing like a hypothetical where it's only a computer in existence and.
Yeah, that is a funny thing. Of course, a computer is built up from the bottom up, but always anticipated a function in the future. Always with a goal.
Well, there's layers of abstraction to make it more comprehensible. There's layers of abstraction to make it more comprehensible for humans, right? Like, there's no way like a developer could write stuff in machine. Well, I guess people have in the past, but not in today's world. Write complex apps with like machine language, right? And write drivers.
And if you set a human there will be then the highest course, of course, if you set the human there. And then a higher course than the human would be the company that, says employ him to program something or do something with it, But you don't have this Newtonian view that you explain everything from the bottom, the causation. So the lower level don't control the higher levels.
Yeah, it does, because the properties of electrons are what we're leveraging to make a compute machine, right? So all of it hinges on that. Like, it depends on how you want to classify the structure.
Hinges is relative. So it's like you buy a new game.
In this instance, the determinant factor of it's not like that's not a property of it.
Here, maybe an easier one would be if you I put it on the side there. When I make a baby, right? Like if we're gonna have a baby, do you see that as a top-down process or a bottom-up process? Maybe everybody can relate to that one over the computer. Right.
Of course, that is a
On a cause and
top-down
effect, and
quotation, yeah.
I would say it's cause. It depends on how you would look at it. If the determining factor was made by the consciousness of the two persons having sex, making a baby, then it would begin with a thought or an intent on either end. So that would suggest maybe a top-down, in the sense that would then manifest in a sperm going up and making a baby. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
it has to
Again,
be.
it's a question of relativity, is it not?
You're right. Yeah. And all these seem relative. That's why I was wondering if the hypothetical for the computer would be a place where only a computer exists, and then maybe you could you could say one way or the other. But
The direction of flow is important too, right?
Yeah,
And not
yeah,
only
that
the
is.
direction of flow, but the initiator of it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of
Yeah.
like it's like a cybernetic loop feedback thing, but nobody ever
yeah,
goes
and I
into
see the
that in
baby as a
discussion. I love
bottom up
classic
because
cybernetic.
The example
Because
that
of
Helena
evolution.
gave, that is there we have both flows. So you make decisions from information of the bottom, and this is a both flow system, because the how many customers do you have will influence where to fly the plane and so on. So this is but the plane itself, the flying the plane to Chicago, that is it's a clear top down from the company,
well, that's a way. That's a good way to show the relativity of it, right? Like if I'm an owner of a corporation and I set out things to that corporation to handle their business a certain way, right? That would be the one side of the process. But if you come at it from a different vantage point, you see that the owner of the company is persuaded by the lower tiers of it, of how to react. So it's reactionary, not causal.
Well, it would depend on the act itself. I'm sure the act could be one of the two. Could be either or a
Yeah,
combination
no,
of both.
that's all I was showing. I'm not saying it's top down or bottom up. I'm just saying that shows that it's relative. Your vantage point matters of how you view it.
Yeah, definitely.
If it's
But
okay with you guys, just so that
it's interesting. Sorry, I just want to make a side note. It's interesting to see how that plays out in political doctrines like communism or archo-communism or capitalism or socialism, right? Like, because these are considerations. What we're describing are very much considerations in how those structures are put together. Maybe.
they are too complex. I mean, they are too a political system. They are. I mean, that is a chaos system. I mean, of course you can, but I guess you can perhaps make
Yeah,
some.
I like how you phrased it the first time. The chaos system. It's
A
awesome.
chaos system.
That's
But,
awesome.
Sounds like
I'd like to do, okay with everybody else, I would like to
apathetic.
see where Balthazar wants to go. So let's just grant that, like, most systems generally are top down, and so we can see what he wants to do with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what about
physically? So I will explain. Go the way I'm a theist, so I am a Christian. So I have a little bit different view than George Ellis. He's a kind of Platonist. Probably. He's what's interesting when it comes to randomness is that he explains. How does it do it? You have, when the universe evolves, you will have appearance of top-down systems, and they are so it reaches a state where a system goes to be top-down and develop, and that makes the system autonomous of the lower levels. And he explains
How
that
could
you
it be determinant when the lower levels are the determinant factor for the top level to make the decision, right?
But they are not anymore. They are not anymore because the how to say the neutron is totally different when it's free than when it's bound in a molecule, in an atom. It behaves totally different. So
hold on, I thought we granted that even if it's not a top down, we're granting it's a top down system. What does that imply?
Yeah, so let him finish.
What does that mean to me?
In other words, Ludic, let him finish.
Sorry.
Okay. So,
You're
I just want to finish the physicality of it. What I think was interesting that you can also then that is that you have in let's say flanked quantum fluctuation. You have a randomness, and this randomness is important is necessary to open up a room for a top-down causation. Because without this randomness, you couldn't open up this room for having this kind of top-down causations.
No, we grant all that.
So-
We're granting you the top-down system. Like no matter how it works. Like I don't necessarily need to know how it works. If everything is a top-down system, what does that actually mean to me? What does that imply that I can sink my teeth into?
He's getting there if you let him finish.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about
Shut up.
because you say what it can
Just let Balthazar finish, Helena.
mean to you.
I'll mute. Please stop.
Yeah. So it could mean that mathematics and physical laws would be in place before the beginning of the universe. It could be. It could also mean that when it comes to moral, I would say that the morals are at the beginning, already in the universe at its beginning, perhaps before the beginning of the universe, and then get manifested far later through evolution. And of course, I like to see it top down. I'm a theist, so there is something guiding this process.
How do you get to the guiding that it's intelligent?
Scientifically, it's impossible because I mean there's no proof for intelligence. I mean it will not help you any place there.
Yeah, sure. That doesn't defeat what you're saying. I'm just wondering
But
how you go with it.
it's a natural intelligence, or you can say purpose, that is intrinsic in the universe. It's not a random thing. I mean, it's not, I think that is displayed pretty obvious then in nature, in different in the universe. So.
Yeah,
But
I would say seemingly random, if anything. I have a hard time saying random too.
Yeah, and no, I cannot. I never got my head around randomness anyhow. Perhaps that's my weakness, but I cannot see randomness. But at least if George Ellis is right, we have a more top-down causation than bottom-up, and it's a very strong argument against naturalism. I mean, materialism, not in the sense of a disbelief or a non-belief in supernatural, but from the sense that you can explain everything bottom up.
I think if you could jump to intelligence, you could.
That would make you an idealist of some kind, perhaps. And
well, from a top-down perspective, it is like a teleonomic process impossible? Is a self, I guess it's a self-guided process from within itself?
Yeah, this teleonomic term is very new. I mean, because biology, they have found out they have to use this term because it's pretty obvious. So, to me, and that's why I asked Ossi, I think there is nothing intentionally anticipated that you can find in Aristotle. So the telos of Aristotle is the same as what we now use as teleonomic. And George Ellis, he also points out that Aristotle was right with his final cause. And the final
yeah.
cause
As long as you're not assuming an external intelligence guiding force, then you're right. They would be the same.
Yeah, external, yeah, but how, like I said, how do this come into existence? This I would call it also, instead of intelligence, it's also a kind of creativity built into the system.
I think it's just almost, to go back to the other term, seemingly designed, seemingly creative.
Yeah, if
just
you
from the patterns we find, like that would come from us.
yeah, I don't like the term design. That's why I don't like this ID movement. Just to use this. I like more information, functional information. I think to define life is not so much to say you have a self-replicating organism. I mean, you have a lot of kind of self-assembly in nature, even lipids. But if you with functional information, it's a different kind of information than Shannon information. It has a function, and it's not. Sorry.
I was gonna just quickly on the ID thing. I'm one of the oddballs on it, because I would hold back a judgment on ID for life on Earth, at least.
Yeah, I think the idea of
I don't rule that out, but I don't
yeah.
see that as the case. But I don't completely rule it out. But I don't stray away from the word design. I just don't
don't
have a
like
reason
the
to
word,
put an intelligence behind it.
Yeah, design. I don't. Yeah, you can. I like the word intrinsic function better. You can have. Let's say you have a scrap yard. So you throw your garbage at one place, and you have a pile. This pile has a function for you. It's where you get rid of your garbage, but it's no design in it. It has no intrinsic. You cannot read from its design or its structure, its function, but it still has a function. I don't know how to.
No, I'm
But
following.
yeah,
I'm just trying to let you talk, because it's interesting what you're saying.
yeah. But I'm not so good at articulating this. I think if you look at least at George Ellis, this video.
You've done better than me tonight.
But yeah, thank you. But try to look at that, even if it's. I mean, it can be wrong, of course. But I think it's very interesting. I only thought about this top down when it comes to obvious things like product, like computers or parts of biology. But he goes, yeah, he explains it in all phenomena, like yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that link.
There is
I'll put here.
there is one example.
I'm gonna post that link on my channel for anybody, because I have no other way to post a link, and YouTube won't let us post links below. So I'll post it. I'll post it on my Google feed for anybody that wants to watch the video he's talking about.
And he has another great one, and that is about where he's attacking the multiverse in some sense. And but you will see he's very clear. Also, he speaks a little bit fast for me, but yeah. No, and it's something that are very not so often talked about. It's like you don't hear it so often. It's mostly these things. The topics are always recirculated. You hear the same thing. I think there you will be a little bit surprised. There was something else there. No, I think when it comes to the moral discussion, I think everything was very interesting, but I still think it is a little bit ironic, but that most religions, these morals that we arrived at, not so much selfishness, not so much self-esteem, not so much extreme individualism, and so on. These are written down in the main religions, a couple of
Yeah, and
thousand years.
I want to make sure and clarify that when I was speaking to Helen earlier, actually, Ozzy's view on morality is almost identical, if not identical, to mine. My problem is establishing why flourishing is important and why morality is based on that. So mine is more trying to strengthen up the foundation of it, not what it implies itself.
But there, I think it's, I mean, in a practical sense, not in a debate sense, in a philosophical argument, but I think it's important, or I think it would be effective to point to biology, and especially the symbiosis that is going on. This is crazy. I mean, we cannot survive without all the the bacteria we have. So we are in the symbiosis and our group interaction, and we need a garbage man as much as we need a scientist. There is no difference there, So and I think it would be more very it's like we are programmed by evolution. It will, and you will be have a good mental health if you help people, And I think that is programmed in us. If you help, it surely makes you feel better. Or like I said, if you are selfish, you will end up pretty unhappy at one point,
All right. Yeah.
So,
part of our
but
nature.
I'm very. I mean, most important is that we agree on the morals,
Mm-hmm.
For me.
I don't think too many of the moral system out there actually disagree with each other. I think the more disagreement on is where does it come from. Some have a disagreement of what it is, but I don't think that's as big of a disagreement.
Yeah. No, I thought a little bit in a bigger perspective, like this crazy individualism, that or capitalism. I think that is that will ruin, will lead us to ruin, and but
that it will lead us to ruin. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it is very destructive. Yeah.
Yeah, we can be desensitized and corrupted in ways that, but it's almost that has to continue, because once one generation is out,
yeah. So I
you
think
have to almost indoctrinate another, and
yeah, I think one should begin with the mental health. How what is mental health also in a biological sense, and today also in my country. I mean, we have we have no problems at the time, but still, like 20% of the population use all kind of antidepressive and so on, drugs.
Right.
I mean, it's a good thing. It's important that people get it, but
absolutely.
Yeah, but there is still something that is not in. Yeah, the biological makeup doesn't fit, or our system don't fit somehow how we are made of from nature, I guess.
Yeah, there can be a fuzzy line on what healthy in the mental sense means.
Yeah, and I think
Is it like that? Is a psychopath healthy mentally? Well, sure, it's not
no.
normative. It's not normal. Is it not normal? It's not. But there's nothing you can look at that brain and say there's something wrong with it.
Yes, yeah, that's true. But I think
That's all I
this.
was meaning with the fuzzy line. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing in the brain you can look at, I guess. It can light up just the same. It's just going to light up in a different pattern, or it won't light up in certain areas during certain stimulus. So it just has an abnormal reaction. Well, if we were all psychopaths, then the opposite would apply.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it.
No, and I think also that is positive now with the new, Dawkins have got a lot of critics for his selfish gene and so on, and this gene-centric view. So now we are turning up to a cooperation. So you have cooperation, epigenetic, you have symbiosis and so on, and these are the main, the main discoveries. And I think that will turn. I hope it will turn. Also, give us another politic or another way of thinking. Just like capitalism. Darwinism was also rooted in capitalism. I mean, Darwin got his idea. There's a lecture from Dennis Noble about this. How he got his idea from Look. So at the time when Look developed capitalism or his idea, that is a very how to say, it seems very simple, but that time it was unthinkable. So most people would say how to make the best economy, and he said they would answer, get the best economists together at the table and let them plan it. But Luke said no, just let it be free and let them compete with each other, and then you have it. And this is also, I mean, the genius of Darwin was to incorporate this. But you have then always, since then, you have always this competitional aspect, survival of the fittest, and and it has formed how we think about politics, or how we that's what I earlier today. Sorry that I talked too much. But what Dionysus was saying, it was actually before the First World War. Many people thought a war was no necessary, because there had been 40 years with peace. That is unheard of at that time in Europe, and then we need something to clean up a little bit, our makeup. But I think this will turn, and I hope it will also change the way we think about how we organize society.
Hey Scott, when you asked Nephilim how come he's not out publishing papers or whatever?
Yeah.
He mentioned about a while ago, like everyone would suppress him and no one would listen to him. And I told him, look, man, write up the paper. I'll publish it under my own name. I'll pay for the whole thing to submit it to a journal. Because I don't care whatsoever about what anybody says. I work in private consulting, so if somebody wants to come after me, by all means. So I made an open offer to him, and it's still open anytime at all, that he wants to publish a paper, I'll do it. So.
Yeah, I wasn't going into the troll, but it was just like when I got in there at first, I'm like, oh gosh, this is boring me. So then I got out and got the beer bottles just to make a point. I'm like, I can't handle this anymore.
Xbox, do you actually believe that you can't say that psychopaths have defective brains?
Can't say that they're not normal. As in that it's a relative view.
Yeah, normal is a loaded word, right? I would just say defective.
Defective as in how? How would you say they're defective? I might agree.
Well, one of the main reasons I would say is that even looking at it from like a very basic fundamental point of view, and being very careful about what we mean by like purpose and that kind of thing.
Mhm.
But what is the purpose of the seed that's produced by a plant?
In a broad term, to grow another plant.
Right, to make another plant, right?
Right.
So, for example, seeds have a number of properties that allow them to achieve that goal. Some seeds, for example, have very fluffy parts on the outside, which makes them lowers the density to such an extent that they can actually be supported by wind, and that blows them for large distances away from the original plant, which is a good thing, because if they just drop down the ground, the nutrients get used up, and some plants don't have the ability to cope with that. Other seeds get eaten by animals because they're inside fruits. And then the excrement of the other animal and a bunch of other stuff allows them to go. So you could look at a seed and you could say a seed was defective from that point of view, not taking any kind of stance about how often it entered into population or anything at all. Just looking
Right.
at what a seed was supposed to do, you could say that seed is defective because it's
Why
not going to work.
hockey's the toughest sport in the world, dude. That
Just
guy will
mute
keep,
Ludic.
he'll keep playing.
You
What the
mute
hell?
Ludic.
Expected to, too.
Or someone muting,
We
please.
see that in any other fucking sport.
He's concentrating too much on his pillar.
There we go.
So from,
Okay, so
from
you're
the
at the
same
purpose of the seed. I gotcha.
Yeah, so from the same way, couldn't you look at a person in very, very broad strokes and say that if a person came into existence with features that very quickly brought them out of existence, couldn't you say that person was defective? Like if you had a person whose heart actually didn't beat, they had some kind of, forget about the mental part of it for a second, just look at the physical actually part of the body. Like they didn't have a clotting mechanism, for example.
No, you could, even with what you're saying with the brain, you could, but on the level of that we're talking like on a psychopath, that they actually have a high percentage rate of the population, and the whole population could still be psychopaths, and still the purpose would be served that is purpose that happens with non-psychopaths.
You think society could actually function like that?
Oh yeah, I think it would the population would lower, but the predatory nature would actually be a benefit.
I think the
What do you think
narcissists would end up eating each other. Cannibal.
What do you think the population would look like? Like what do you think like
China,
actual
maybe?
everyday life would actually look like? With
Yeah,
pure
China, maybe.
psychopaths
Yeah,
inside?
China, maybe.
You don't actually think all of China is psychopathic, do you?
No. But I do see the lack of empathetic nature from the top down corporations running the state, rather than the state running them. Right? They don't. It's not that they go out and just kill people. It's just they don't care what happens to the other people. I mean, we have tons of CEOs now that rate on the psychopathy scales, and yes, they're ruining the banking system and they're ruining us, but they're not out murder. They're not out physically. I don't think it would turn into Mad Max, I guess, would be.
So what do you think would keep them in check?
I didn't know that we do.
Well, I mean, like, for example, you got somebody like Bill Gates, right? And I don't know the guy. I've never measured him in any kind of setting. But if you just read biographies of that dude, if you read commentaries from him, it's kind of obvious that he was willing to do extremely destructive things to other people for his own benefit, and shows little to no regard that he actually did it.
Right.
Now, is he an actual psychopath? I don't know. But he shows tendencies of severe lack of empathetic response. Now, this made him do several things which crippled the computer industry for a very long period of time. But he didn't care because he was able to succeed. But society as a whole found out about what he was doing, reacted to it, and, I mean, changed a lot of the ways that we're doing to allow these other companies to start getting their software and start promoting it out there. It's a long time coming back because of the massive dominance that Windows and Windows-like software had, but it's slowly creeping back in, and we're slowly getting some kind of balance. But in a pure psychopathic society, like, I don't see where that rebound would come from.
I don't think it would get to those points unless you have. There's a couple classes of psychopaths. I forget their exact terms that they use, but you have to have a perfect mixture of narcissist and some other issues on top of just having the genes that make you lack empathy, or I know that's still a debate, nurture versus nature and all that, but let's just say it's genes at this point. Or it has to be a mixture of other problems for it to actually be a problem.
Or it is gene
Other than that,
expression.
other than that, you wouldn't distinguish them from someone that wasn't a psychopath.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of major things. Like, one of them is lack of empathy, one is very strong desire for internal goals, and another one is willingness to commit violence. Like, that's a dangerous mix if you have all three of them.
Yeah.
If you don't have all three of them, if you, like, for example, if you have a tendency towards extreme violence, but you're very strongly empathetic, you won't actually enact it. You know what I mean? Because you will hold yourself in check. If you don't have any empathy, but you don't have any goals, and you don't have a tendency towards desire, you just won't do anything. You just be a lump sitting in the corner. So the really dangerous dudes have all three of them. But, like, even from the point of view of, like, just pick either one of them, right? Well, having strong goals isn't actually a negative. It's only a negative when it hits the other two. That's one of the tricky parts of psychopaths, because that's often thrown in there. But if those other two things are, like, if you take someone who's strongly empathetic and who's very, very non-violent, but they have very strong goals and are very driven, like, no one would say that's destructive.
Right.
Like, it's hard to even argue. So that's one of the problems I have with some of the categorization of psychopaths. They're not all negative traits. They're only negative when you get bitter. But let's just take empathy, right? Let's say lack of empathy at itself. Couldn't you say lack of empathy is inherently destructive because it causes you to lose information that would otherwise allow you to make better choices? Couldn't you just make the distinction that itself has to be destructive?
I don't know that I would.
Make worse choices.
I don't know that I would say it's wholly destructive, but I grant you what you're saying, that it can have a definite destructive outcome, right? Like, because you still have to look at internal value, right? Like, let's go the case that just in this conversation, I'm a psychopath, and we're having this conversation. I'm not going to pull a Matt Bell on you, because that's destructive to the conversation that I want. Right. It doesn't get me the outcome that I want by shutting it down.
But see,
So,
even in order to do that, like, don't you have to understand? Like, even to do that, you have to understand that if you act in a certain way, it will cause me to act. Like, you will understand whether or not you want to cause it that I'm getting hurt or whatever. Whether or not you want to assign emotional responses to it, you need to have some level of empathy even to make that distinction. Like, a person who had zero empathy wouldn't do that because they wouldn't understand the reactions of someone else.
You don't need to. Just like you're saying on the emotional, you don't need to understand how. I don't actually need to understand. Early in life, I might, but as an adult, I wouldn't. If I paid close enough attention, everything could be simulated, right? I can calculate how you're going to respond, how most people are going to respond.
Oh, you're saying, like, in the same way you could look at a pencil roll down a hill. You could say, well, I know if I speak in a certain way, this thing will act in a certain way, just like a pencil will fall. Therefore, you don't even have to have any understand. The tricky part is there then, I find a hard line between, like, I'm thinking if you're able to do that on some level, like, see, there's a difference between, when I say someone is empathetic, it means essentially that you can understand how someone is feeling. It doesn't actually mean you need to care about them.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. Who was it the other night, Cliff, that you and I were talking with? I forget her name. Me and you were... Rebecca, right, yeah. She had messaged me on the side door part of that she thinks people can learn empathy, or learn to at least be empathetic. And I don't know, I've never heard that before, and I don't necessarily disagree. I was going to try to read more on that.
Yeah, I think we just, like everything else, we need to be very clear, and oftentimes we talk past each other because we're saying different things. So, like, when I'm saying empathy, all I mean is that you have the ability to understand what someone else is experiencing. It doesn't mean you care about it, but you can actually understand what they're actually experiencing. And if you can't do that, like, if you don't even understand, okay, whatever that thing is, that's similar to me. I know how I experience things, and that thing might experience things in the same way. And another level is realizing that I'm a type of thing. There are other types of things similar to me, but they don't necessarily have to have the same reactions that I do. Like, for example, I know Joe, and from what I know about Joe, I know that he will react very differently to me in certain conversations. So that's another level of empathy where you realize that the individual nature of people. So I would think that psychopath that you're saying, who was able to determine from observations and a bunch of other things, well, if I drop my stone here, it rolls down the hill, and he says, well, if I speak very loudly to someone, I'll intimidate them. I don't want to intimidate them. I want them to be friendly to me because I want to kidnap them and cook them up and eat them. He's still displaying some form of empathy. He just doesn't care about the people.
Yeah, and the way,
Would
exactly. The way
empathy
you're
be the
defining
right
empathy, I
word,
agree
though, I
completely.
guess? And the way that's defined, I would agree, yeah.
Yeah, I think the way you define it changes every bit of it for me, and that I would agree. And that type of a psychopath is what I'm saying whenever I say if the whole population turned to that it wouldn't necessarily be destructive.
Yeah, so
So
you're
I
basically
would
saying
agree
they
we talk
wouldn't
past
care
each other
about each
on
other, I think, though. That's what you're saying, right?
Is there
Right.
another word that you could use that doesn't have the connotations of taking positive action to help or whatever with empathy? Like, could you say perspective or in their shoes or
Like,
see in their
some of these
shoes?
things
or insight,
some of
maybe.
these things are hard to say, right? Like,
Insight.
some of these things are very hard to say, and they sound weird when you say them. But, like, I can empathize with like, a rapist. That doesn't mean I want to rape people. It doesn't mean that I agree with rapists, and it doesn't mean that I sympathize with running. It just means that I can understand that. Because if you understand what rape is about, if you read it as a horrible subject, but there's a non-sexual part to rape, there's an aggression, there's a power, there's all these kinds of things, right? And that's the way they're just exerting the power. So once you come to understand that, whatever horrible thing you want to talk about, then you can empathize with someone. You can understand what they're going through. But it doesn't mean at all that you, like, agree with them, or that you agree with what they're doing, or you would support it, or you like
Right.
what they're doing, or anything at all like that.
Well, these connotations that come attached to words and language is very destructive in getting discourse, like, communicative, like, that works between us all, like, it's such a hindrance.
Well, yeah, and I can completely get behind the way that you're defining empathy. Empathy is a squirrely thing, and I like the way you define it.
But now there's another interesting question too, in that, do you need to value other people? And that's the way most people tend to think, right? That empathy is about valuing other people. Because, like, there's lots of people I don't value. Like, I don't value rapists. You know what I mean? So
Right.
there's a word for that as well. Now, that's often, like, for example, there's a chilling quote from Jeffrey Dahmer, and it's stuck into my head because it's one of the craziest things I've ever heard a person say. And in the interview, I'm paraphrasing it after they caught him, and he said something like, I don't know why people got that upset. I only killed like a couple of dozen people. Have you ever noticed how many people that there are? So that's somebody who has a very different viewpoint on the value of human life than anyone else. Now, so could you say that that itself is destructive? Take that to the extreme.
Oh, yeah,
Take it to the extreme
seeing
position,
everybody as
right?
cattle kind of thing, sure.
Yeah.
Well, the psychologists say that's the way a lot of narcissists and psychopaths see people. They see them as, like, almost like objects to be manipulated and used.
Right, and I don't, or psychopaths only would put value on someone as much as their use is to them.
Yeah, their value is to them, right? Which is the way that we value a lot of things that are not people.
Right. Like my TV here. I only value my TV as long as it's working and it's useful for me and has a utility. And
Right. What happens when you get a better TV?
Right.
And does anyone get upset if you just said, okay, I got a better TV, no one's going to buy this TV because it's, 5 or 6 years old, it doesn't have whatever, so you just put it out and throw it in the garbage. Nobody gets upset, right? Because nobody values TVs in that way, except, some kind of freaky people or whatever going on about the environment. But so the other point I wanted to make is, though, I think oftentimes we generalize on things that is very hard to generalize on. Like, Ludic even said it, narcissists are. I think the more that we learn about this, the more that we'll learn there's a scale from 0 to 100 on any of these things, narcissism or whatever it is, right? And every one of us has it to certain extents. The only problem is when it becomes extreme in either
Right.
direction, like if you have somebody who sees no value in their own life, in them themselves, it comes off constantly how they speak about themselves and how they speak about what they're doing. If you have somebody on the 100 scale, right, it comes across right away as someone, wow, they're a narcissist, and the other one has a severe problem. But the people in the middle still have that, whatever you want to call that.
Right.
You wouldn't call them
OCD,
narcissists.
narcissism, all those can be at healthy levels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
Or,
exactly
or
what I'm saying.
OCD. I guess it wouldn't be OCD. It wouldn't be a
A
disorder.
healthy ego can serve a person well.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
I think narcissism can be taught. I think it can be a learned behavior.
Stop talking. It's about me right now.
Shut up, Sal.
Just playing.
You just spot
Just
it
playing.
because, like you just suggested, it's always about them. Like if it's like you're talking about that TV, like if you were to like look up the TV, well, it's the best TV, right? Or it's the best like for the money or some kind of metric, because they only make the best decisions, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. So if I'm going to tell you about my TV, it's got to be the best, and I'm going to make it outweigh anything you could do. I one up you on everything, and
One thing's for certain, I think these people are very destructive. Like,
most are
Like, I
really
think that-
self-destructive.
well, I think
as
they're
odd as it
destructive
sounds.
to the group. It depends on it depends on the structure of the group. If it's hierarchical in nature, they can do quite well, maybe, if they can find their way up the ladder, so to speak, right? But if it's something like the framework that we have here, I think they come in and they're very destructive. That's my opinion. I think they
Oh, you mean
switch shit up.
You mean in Hangouts?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's a couple on here that have been dragged away, but because of how they were on here.
Yeah, like everyone starts like screaming at each other, and no one pauses to listen, and like no one picks up on social cues, and it really.
Are you
screws
talking
shit
about
up.
Nephilim 3 now?
I'm not gonna
You're
name
talking
it.
about Nephi.
It's
But
all
every-
kinds
admit
of people.
Every time I type in the number 301.81 on the side, realize I'm referring to the DSM.
I think as much
And that's
as
Dime Store, and however unfair in Dime Store that may be, Cliff, and I don't want to be a dick, but partly why I choose my name. It's so readily apparent with some of them. Like, it's so bloody obvious.
as much as I think those attributes, whatever you want to call them, whatever particular mixture which makes those people do that, and they are destructive in social groups, but they're not meant to be productive in social groups. Like, if you look at it from an evolutionary perspective, if you accept evolution for a while, I mean, you can look at some of the very great people in our time that did amazing revolutionary things. They were, by any stretch of the imagination, not very nice people to try to be social with.
Right.
Like, if you look at Vincent
Right.
van Gogh, can you imagine him in a hangout discussing art? Like, that, it would turn into a violent, screaming mess.
Yep.
You couldn't have civil conversation with someone who was that level of committed to what he was doing and passionate. You know what I mean? You're talking about someone who chops off his own ear and sends it to someone as a sign of his dedication to her.
Don't you think
These are
that's
not-
don't you think that's like a byproduct that comes from some people who are, and man, I really hate to put it this way, but smarter or too smart for their own good.
I don't know if it's directly linked to intelligence or not.
A lot of killers are a lot of mass murders. A lot of killers are like I said I mentioned in the side chat you were talking about Dahmer. He had around 160 IQ. He was really intelligent.
Right, but I mean, the problem with correlation is you have to be very, very careful between correlation and causation.
Causation, yeah.
Really, like a lot of sociopaths, for example, are highly intelligent people.
Right, but let's take a really.
There is a
really
correlation between intelligence and whether or not someone is a sociopath. There's like a clear correlation between the two.
Right, there's a correlation there, but correlations, you have to be very careful inferring from correlations. Like, for example, let's take someone like Jeffrey Dahmer or any kind of famous crazy person that did extreme things. Now let's make them extremely, extremely dumb. They have the exact same attributes everywhere else, except their IQ is like 60. Do you think it is possible that they would be able to do what they are doing without getting caught?
Sociopath can't. Almost always.
Probably
But
not.
you'd have to discount the possibility that they wouldn't have been interested in doing whatever they were interested in had they not had like the mental capacity to be
Well,
interested in it.
that's the conclusion, right? The conclusion is that somehow the intelligence is causing it. I don't think that it is. I think the intelligence, in some cases, allows them to get away with what they're doing. Like if you look at a lot of these extreme people, like there's a lot of cases of that. I mean, the people who engage games with the police, the serial killers who send the police notes and the little cryptograms and do all that kind of stuff. I mean, they're playing some kind of game out. Their intelligence allows them to do it. But for example, does that mean?
I'll agree with that. Like people who like to kill, more intelligent people who like to kill are better at it. They're better at getting away. They're better at getting away with it. Like that's why someone who is highly intelligent manages to kill more people before they're caught.
Right. I mean, there are
but
lots of sex offenders that are really dumb. They just don't. They just don't go very far with it before they get caught.
Yeah, that's a correlation causation.
But serial killers, one cannot compare them always with psychopaths. One very strange trait about serial killers is that the reason why they can do what they do, they lack fear.
Not all serial killers are intelligent either.
Right. That's what you're saying. That's why I don't think there's a correlation.
I've heard the fear thing you're talking about.
Yeah,
you can run up behind them and go boo. The reflexes, like for like jumping back when someone says boo, is retarded.
Yeah, and the funny thing, if these have a good childhood, if they are taught love by their parents, they will end up, instead of being a serial killer, they will end up like firemen, because there you also they also lack fear.
I think it's a huge gray area that you can't say that.
Oh, this is a spectrum. Exactly what Cliff was appreciating earlier. What Cliff was appreciating earlier, that it's a spectrum and that there's degrees of it. You know.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is generalization, but it's interesting aspect. So you can turn if you have this, inborn or genetic or epigenetic lack of fear, you can, with the right right upbringing, you can be a fireman, a hero. And with the wrong, if you don't have love and you have the combination of never received love and then have no fear.
It would follow, Baltazar, that type of behavioral trait, if from a genetic factor like you're suggesting, was to be with humanity, say 10,000 years ago and back, that wouldn't be a very good trait, would it? Because it wouldn't, you get eaten by a lion or whatever, this kind of deal I'm suggesting, right?
What trait?
But what I'm
these are abnormalities. I mean,
this type of
lack of fear.
Referring to. It would serve one well, perhaps, in the modern world, depending on the degree it went to. I mean, it wouldn't manifest where you were walking across in front of traffic, but
By the way,
I
know you guys are talking about me. I heard something about narcissism, so I was like, they gotta talk about me, obviously. So.
I posted a very interesting link about psychopaths. It's a Irish guy called Thomas Sheridan. He has very individual or original views on it. I posted a link there. I don't know if it was that I watched many of them, and they are really interesting because he have really helped people, because many people are married with the psychopaths, and they have you can really get wounded pretty hard, So, but I disagree with that psychopath. I mean, it's worse if he is at the top of a company than in a Google Hangout, because he can really. I mean, and there are many in top position, because it's to manipulate and have this kind of ambition. It's a good trait if you seek your way to the top.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have that as a boss, well, you can destroy you totally.
I would say that like it depends on the circumstances. When you guys were talking about psychopaths earlier, right? it would stand to reason that in the pre-colonial North America, that the indigenous people that were there before, like the colonization, it would have been in your interest to be a psychopath. Like being a psychopath would have been to your benefit as a native,
Really? I
oh
think
yeah,
that if
oh
you
yeah,
were,
I
if you were, I think you would be readily identified socially much
Are you
easier.
kidding? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm
do you
not.
know
Within
much
small
about?
groups of people, I think it's easier for that thing to be identifiable.
Do you know much about like Native American culture, like how it was before?
No.
It got Eurocentric. Well,
Or berserkers too.
the tribe
Not
that I primarily share family with is Apache, and many Apache lived their entire lives by raiding and stealing food and women from other tribes. That's how they lived, and they did it well. And if you look at how it worked out, the Apaches were the tribe that made it. They're the tribe that you can see today. They're the tribe that survived the European invasion. So it worked out well to their benefit to be complete psychopaths when it came down to it.
Did it work out for the benefit of the psychopaths keeping going, or did it benefit the rest of the tribe?
It seems a pretty loose
weren't?
causal effect thing there, man.
They sent out the crazies to fight.
No. What I'm saying, Ludic, is dependent on the environment. It is proven to be a good thing.
Yeah, but for it to direct such higher order occurrences, I think is maybe a gross oversimplification, because like we already know what percentage of people are psychopaths, like in at least I'm sure it can be cited in the literature, right?
Yeah, it is.
Their population wouldn't be any different. It's like 1 in 100 people.
I don't know how we could actually know.
And we have some pretty good.
Legitimately quantify how many psychopaths are out there.
But if you believe that people behave in a psychopathic way due to some cultural pressure or poor moral fabric, like as we deem it, then I would agree.
But what the Apaches were doing was perfectly moral within their within their social circles. Like it was perfectly acceptable. The way that they lived was perfectly acceptable to them. It may not have been acceptable to neighboring tribes at the time, which suffered because of them, but it was perfectly acceptable to them. It's how they lived.
Yeah, but I don't think that would make it moral. Like, that would make moral relative, and I don't necessarily would buy it. But I don't disagree with it.
I'm not arguing that it's moral. Like, don't confuse me to argue that it's moral, because I'm not doing that.
So what's causing? So let's look at a cause and effect in the sense of what's causing. Let's look at this in cause and effect in terms of what's causing what we deem as abhorrent behavior. And I would be bold enough to suggest that it's a lack of resource or inequality between groups. So you might have had this Apache group, First Nations group that didn't have the resources, like you're saying, of these other native groups, and because of that they behaved a certain way to go in and take their shit. I mean, that seems like a tired old story that just manifests on so many levels throughout all of
a resource thing. It's not a matter that the resources weren't available to the Apaches. They were buffalo hunters. They had it down to a science. They actually were able to figure out ways to cultivate the land to sustain more buffalo, and they were really good at that. But they liked to, if given the choice, they would rather have some, like I can't remember who said it, but without law, there's no point in growing food because you're just growing food for the biggest guy on the block. That type of thing. So, and they like to execute that. They like to. They like to behave in that way. Like if they didn't have to, if they could,
I mean,
they could get food stores, if they could get food stores and women, which was on their list, if they could get those two things without having to work for it or work very hard for it, that they would do so.
Sounds like no different than the motivators in Europe. Just that these are nations and they're fighting each other over whatever. It's the same old tired human thing, man. And yeah, this romantic nation of natives being any different that way is, but for the most part, they didn't wage war. I guess it would depend. I mean, they're all different, man. They're totally different. They're different countries throughout the world between each other, dude. My experience.
That might be true, but what I'm saying though is that what we would consider
I don't think the Apaches aren't all psychopaths. Like, unless you can point to some kind of study where they've done some kind of analytical study to determine what percentage of Apaches are psychopathic.
No, I'm not saying.
I think categorizing their success post-European invasion based on the premise that they're psychopathic is absurd.
But what I'm not saying that they are in today's climate. What I'm saying is that during the time, what we would consider psychopathic behavior was acceptable to them.
The same metric could be applied over Europe when they used to take people and throw them in racks in the center of the village, dude, and stretch them out for everyone to walk by and throw rocks at. Like, what the fuck?
Psychopathic behavior is always acceptable to the psychopaths.
But you guys were alluding to like mankind won't, that it wouldn't succeed to some extent if
we kind of worked that. We kind of worked that out.
I told you, and I wasn't kidding. If all the narcissists ran the fucking world and psychopaths, they'd go full cannibal.
No, yeah, we narrowed it down to just a small, specifically defined type of a psychopath with.
But more like Road Warrior, though. But like done to a Road Warrior movie motif.
Mad Max kind of.
Cross with the movie Idiocracy. Remember in Idiocracy when the president was riding down the thing in his car? It'd be like a cross between that and fucking Road Warrior.
Shug.
The problem is with isolated societies is that isolated societies can flourish doing things that would be destructive if everyone did it the same way. Like, if you're the only person that steals and rapes and murders and no one else does it, your life is awesome from your point of view, because you just go around stealing and raping and murdering, and you don't have to work or you don't need to build a house. You just go and kill everybody and live in your house. So a small group of people, but just imagine if the entire society acted like that. You go under almost instantly, because no one's actually going cleaning out the toilets. No one's actually going maintaining the electrical system. So when you're talking about, like when I was talking about earlier, if society, I mean, if everyone adopted this viewpoint, what would we end up to?
Yeah, you're right. They were like the white Apaches, Balthazar.
By the way, Steve, this is an interesting anecdote. You'll probably understand why it's funny. Some other people might get it as well. Nephilim was arguing. Oh, damn it! Steve left.
He left, and I told him not to, and he said, "No, leave, go in." Sorry.
Well,
I heard narcissist, and I had to get here as soon as I could because I knew you needed me.
We put up the narcissist cry.
I have.
Hey,
I won't name any name. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just kidding.
I didn't know that you were.
Yeah, I know.
She was just playing.
That's what I like you best. I love Saul acts like I don't exist. He knows that's my kryptonite.
Oh, come on now.
Oh, come on now.
I've actually had the pleasure of knowing a full-blown sociopath.
Yeah.
Like a clinically diagnosed sociopath, and he was super intelligent, and you would never know. You would just never know that he was a sociopath because he was so good. He was so good at his game.
Yeah, most are, and most blend in, and most never cause a problem. Most never on the psychopath or the sociopath. Like most never break the law. Go day by day. They care more about themselves and their life than that.
Yeah, but they damage people, man, because they show no.
The narcissist.
No, because you can manipulate the crap out of people and never damage a single one of them. It takes a special breed. I
guess so, though, but they relish in it. Don't they relish in it?
Some do.
No, they'll relish at their
Not-
accomplishments
not
of
all.
doing it.
Not all of them. What it's really
There
more
must be
about.
some emotional reward involved in it, because what
No,
else
yeah,
would
with the
drive them to do it?
sociopath, here, Ludwig, with the sociopath, yeah, they will relish in the fact that they were able to manipulate you into doing whatever, right? And that's it. They might even tell someone. Most of the times, they'll find a way to tell someone about their accomplishment, but
Yeah,
it
or
doesn't
share
mean
their
any
porno
damage
video
ever
with
came to
other
the person that was manipulated.
Yeah.
That's really
it's not nice
that's really deep, more deep seated than it needs to be. What it really comes down to is that they want what they want, and they will do pretty much anything to get what they want. And that's the bottom line when it comes to a sociopath. That's their motive. There's things that they want, and they will, and they don't consider others. They only consider what they want.
No, but they weigh out the
up and
pros
over
and
all
cons.
else.
But they will weigh out the pros and cons on whatever their goal is of what they want. If the cons are going to outweigh that, and it's going to cause more damage to their life, or more grief in their life, then that's why I say they're going to live a normal life. They're going to avoid that.
Yeah.
I mean, Ludwig, I think you and I had, I mean, at least myself, I know, mine was very damaging, but that was my dynamic. I mean, I was an only child of a narcissist, and I was the whipping boy, the focus. So it fucked me up. And now she dies on me. Before, I mean, it's like, what? So
When my dad died, I didn't know how I feel at first. I cried I never thought I would like it the way I did, and
I wailed.
Yeah, it's a whole.
And then I found myself I was distracting.
Dissonant feelings.
Yeah, I kept hearing, and this is the worst thing in the world. I kept hearing "Ding Dong, the witch is dead" in my head, and it was really, really disturbing for me because I have another side to her that, I mean, I wailed because of the pain. I mean, this was my mother, I still loved her. I would have taken care of her to the very end, but I had to break from her because she was damaging my life, and I couldn't progress. But I knew that if she ever was so infirmed that I could suck it up for that, but I needed to live for a while. But it didn't work out that way. So.
Live and let live, sugar. Live and let live.
Sorry, babe?
Live and let live.
I can't. Your microphone's real
Live
bad.
and let live. Live and let live.
Yes,
Live and
I
let
know.
live.
I've been coming to that these last few days. That I wrote something today that I said, it was about, there was a thing, I think it was, somebody put something about Grace Slick on there, and it was 1969, and I said I was 5 years old, my mother was 22. I know she did the best she could with what she had, with what she was, which cards she played, meaning that I know they were dealt to her, but she had a choice, but some things she didn't, and she did what she could, and it's what's done is done, and I'm willing to walk from it, and I can feel it each moment, each day, lifting a little more, but my therapist said, she goes, you never get over this. She goes, you just learn to live with it.
Yeah.
That made me sad actually when I saw that, because I
did it.
Yeah, that was depressing.
I'm sorry.
Well,
what?
I know. No. I'm not talking about the ending. I'm just talking about to know that how would I put it? To know that like you had a mom that was anywhere near like Grace Slick.
She was. But
that was the depressing part.
My mom was larger than life as well, and that's why the celebration of life for her was impossible for me. Because how do you celebrate the life of somebody who didn't give a fuck about you but really cared about everybody else? Seeing her, and they loved to compliment her on what a wonderful daughter she had, which she would take all the credit for. And then the minute, the next day it was back to the old, bullshit. The stuff that she used to do to me when I was heavy. She called me veal. You know, you're like veal, you never move. You know, I worked on a paramedic ambulance. You know, she'd bring home pictures from other people in foreign countries that she'd go to visit, and she'd refer to them as, she's like my daughter. Right, you know, to my face, and it just goes on and on and on.
Weird.
So it was very difficult, but she did have a good side, which was that was the hardest part for me, was to watch other people enjoy her, and then to watch other people enjoy her and not question why her daughter, that they all compliment her on, you know, and that she acts like she just adores, why they're not there. You know, I always felt like it was on me. They must have thought there was something horribly wrong with me. And
Well, that sounds like feeling guilt for the way you feel. You have good reasons to feel the way you do, I suppose. I know I do when it came to dealing with a narcissistic father.
Yeah.
But that's the part that you have to overcome, because it's very guilty feeling that way about a parent.
I didn't go to the celebration of life on Saturday. I didn't go to the funeral home or anything, because every time, I mean, I went to make the arrangements, but to go there, every time I thought about walking in there, I had this feeling just pull up from inside me, and I just wanted to just scream at everybody, like, just don't celebrate this. I didn't want to hear one person say, I had a great time with her, or I didn't want to see all these people who got the good side of my mom. I couldn't have them in the house that they were more welcome in than me. And I couldn't do it.
That has really bothered you, I can tell.
Yeah, but you know, I think I'm not over it, but I think I'm dealing with it. I mean, I went to enough therapy. I don't go anymore. I listen to these little videos and stuff that kind of keep me tuned up, but yeah, I just don't know what to do now. What do I do with all of her? See, I wanted to move into the house because I wanted to finish living her life for her, because I was the one that wrecked it, right? Being born, my mere existence. This is how sick it gets sometimes.
Is that how you felt? Is that how she made you feel?
Mm.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Father hates you. Your father hates you. He doesn't want to see you. He's going to slam the door in your face when you finally find him.
Do you understand like how irrational that is now?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
because
right on.
he did not slam the door in my face. I'm very much like him, and we enjoy a great relationship from the time I was 18 to now 51. She was wrong about that.
So you didn't know your dad growing up?
Not for us. The man who died 10 years ago was my stepdad, who, when he died, she told me he never loved me. So that was that.
Yeah. I guess the reason I ask if you find it irrational, I mean, like, there's with like the agoraphobia I have, like, I get anxiety and crap going outside, but that's irrational as hell. I can't turn it off, but I realize it is.
Yeah, and you know, I had the 6 months of that myself, and I still wrestle with being too reclusive. And it's the same thing. I know, my best friend came over the other day. She's all, you've been in the house too much. You've been in the house, She's like, we're going out again. And she was the one that dragged my ass out. She made me drive, and I'm white knuckling it. And I've never been afraid of anything in my life. Nothing.
I think that I've read before that agoraphobia is like a natural thing. Like it's not irrational. That it's like a system of defense.
Oh yes, because I was having horrible anxiety at the time, and yeah, maybe.
No, I mean more of
there's a disorder. There is like we were talking earlier. There's healthy levels of this stuff, and then there's this disorder levels of it. Like, and mine's not always this unhealthy level, but there's times where I have to have, a wall behind my back and the floor beneath my side, and have this stuff touching me, so that I know, like, it's the only way to kind of calm down.
Like going into a restaurant, you can't have your back to the door.
Yep, I always have it to the wall or a tall booth. I can't have someone behind me like that.
No, I know. I have the same issue, and it only was compounded by the ambulance job, because we were kind of on guard as well, because we also worked in an area that was, really had a lot of crime, and so you just didn't, you didn't make yourself vulnerable ever.
Yeah.
But, you know, and I went into that industry with complex CPTSD is what they're, I guess, calling it now. Yeah, I am an only child. I'm my mother's only child, but I have a stepsister that came on the weekends, and then I have 2 half-sisters that I did not meet until I was 18 years old. But so I was raised an only child. And my sister even said to me the other day, she said, because she moved back home to go to college, and you know, my parents were quite wealthy, and I could have gone to college. I could have had all the money I wanted, whatever I wanted, as long as I towed the line and was willing to take the abuse from my mom, and I chose not to. And she went home and went to college, and she goes, I don't know how you did that. She goes, I couldn't stand it for the 4 years. So, you know, it's like even, I mean, I know she recognized it. Other people recognized it as well, but I didn't feel like it meant anything. I didn't want anybody to ask me about anything. I didn't want to, you know, and somebody made their first phone call today wanting money. And I'm like, oh, here it goes. Like, all right, see how we're going to play this. I'm going to buy me an RV. I'm going to start driving across the country, and I'm going to live like a nomad. That's what I'm going to do.
Sounds like a good experience. Good way to
sounds
experience.
It sounds like running.
Well, make sure you have the satellite hooked up.
I will. I'll be doing hangouts from there. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I've set those up for people, actually.
Well, then you know what? My first stop is Canada.
You know, like the meds, yes, they help me compose myself, not hurt myself, not hurt anyone else. But the therapy is what actually has helped me learn to behave different and things like that, which are, and have a calming effect, you know, put me in a better mood kind of thing. Way more than I ever thought they could.
Yeah, I don't take any medication anymore, but I would agree with you that the therapy that really helped me, and watching these tapes really helps quite a bit. Or the videos.
Yeah,
Cliff,
there's no cure-all kind of thing.
Cliff, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I'm gonna take this push-up bra off right now, okay? I'm really sorry. If I triggered you in anything at all, no, really, I really need to do this because I can see that you're really upset, and
I missed something. I was on
really
a different
bad. I feel
tab.
really bad for you. So
You're
right
right.
here,
What I missed?
it's right here, okay? So it's
good
gone.
part.
The bad thing is gone.
That was awesome.
Sorry.
My phobia is tank tops.
Okay, that was funny.
My phobia is dry tank tops.
Oh. I love you guys. I really do. You know, it's funny. I tried a technique the other day. That day that a certain person came into this hangout to bitch me out. And I tried a technique that I learned about dealing with another narcissist. And it's if you want to take them on, you assume the thought process, you know, of them, and just kind of act like them. And I did, and it worked really well. And then I did it again the other day for a troll that would not stop mooing at me again and again and again.
Nice.
Yeah, and you know what? I shut her down.
Yeah, I heard Beasley was back. Have you ran back into him?
Let's not talk about Beasley. Like he needs help.
I think he got a.
Well, I don't know how you can talk about crazy people and narcissists and not bring up Beasley. I'm sorry.
I don't know this infamous. He's almost mythical. Oh, sorry. He's almost mythical, like the way Ozzy was. And then I came across him, and I think I engaged him in a few discussions. And then all of a sudden, I started getting these like the little bottom hangout external messages popping up. He's like looking for me for some kind of joint engagement with an argument or something. He's like, Ludic, and these messages are like, whoa, this dude seems kind of weird, man.
You're all trolls. You're all trolls. I'm gonna sue you.
Chris?
So I just sort of decided not to respond.
Chris, you got to do something about your mic. It makes me want to drive like a number 2 pencil right into my eardrum.
Gosh, I have the same feeling about you. That's amazing.
Oh, thanks.
No, I'm teasing. You know I don't feel that way.
He plays games a lot while he's on here. I don't know if that might have an effect on it. Because if I have a YouTube window or something open before I open a Hangout, the YouTube will steal the sound from my Hangout, and I'll end up having to refresh to get my sound back.
I think it's interesting how people react to phobias, and they're like, it's like if someone comes down with a physical disease, most people will be sympathetic to them. But if somebody develops a phobia, they just go like, well, you're crazy. Stop being crazy.
Yeah.
And it's such a wild thing. Like, I don't know why. I can't remember what triggered it. But when I got in my late teens, all of a sudden I became petrified of being around other people. And like I couldn't be around crowds at all. But even other people started. I don't know where it came from.
I went through a period of that. I definitely went through a period of that.
Fucking walk it off. Walk it off.
Yeah, that's all right. So
Take a
I was
knee,
like,
walk.
holy shit, I got to go to university in a short period of time, and I'm going to be in a class of like 300 people. I'm not going to be able to do this. So I start doing a bunch of reading about aversion therapy and all that, and building up, and just basically being comfortable with one person, two people, and all of a sudden I bent up. So I got rid of it that way, and I'm perfectly fine. But there was a short period of time where like I couldn't just decide, okay, screw it, I'm not going to feel this way. Like that was the way that I felt. I got really freaked out. And it's funny, like, and if I had to tell that to a bunch of people, they'd be like, well, don't do that, that's stupid. I'm like, yeah, okay, wow, you just told me that's the reason. I didn't think it was stupid.
Choking was a big issue for me. So much so when the kids were young, I would just sit and stare at them while they ate, and they'd be like, "Mom, stop it, stop it." And I mean, it still is there to this day. And you know, when my mom died, they said, I as I was crying, I came out and I said, how did it happen? I was afraid for some reason that she did it herself because she was missing my dad. And I said, how'd she do it? And he says, they think she choked to death. Second wave, right? I mean, I literally collapsed to the ground. It was like the worst thing, and I was mad at her. For that split second, I was mad at her. Like, how could you do this to me? Not only are you going to die before we can have any sort of even an old lady relationship, and now you're going to choke on me. Okay. And she didn't go. And crisis of faith as well.
So
or
Mr. Cliff.
non-faith. Go ahead.
Oh, well, Cliff had was saying something. I was listening from the outside to let you in, Sugar. Of course, you take priority over me because you're Sugar.
Damn straight.
Damn straight, girl. What were you saying about Neff there, Cliff?
Oh yeah, so this is kind of funny from an engineering point of view. It's not right, but it was funny to me anyway. So Nephilim was going on that rocks couldn't actually bend because rocks are brittle and you can't bend a rock. So I tried to explain that when something is under great pressure, you can actually bend it. So I basically said to him, I was like, look, take a piece of wood, balsa, I said, because you can bend balsa, it's really, really weak. Take it in your hands and just take each end of it and bend it and watch where it cracks. And just look at what happens when it cracks. Now I said, take the same piece of balsa, put it between, say, two pieces of steel, and start bending it. What you'll actually find is you can bend a balsa much higher when the steel is around it than when you can't. And then I tried to explain to him the reason that happens is when you bend something and there's no pressure around it, it pulls itself apart from the internal tension. When there's pressure around it, that pressure actually stops the internal tension from tearing it apart. It's quite a simple phenomenon. I said, you can demonstrate it yourself. So I go through all this stuff, and he's like, no, that can't happen.
So he's never heard of a modulus, like Young's modulus or anything like that?
No, I thought it was like
factors.
If that can't happen, then we would never have like an acoustic guitar, because that's exactly how acoustic guitars are made. So they use a press.
Yeah.
And they
bend the neck.
No, the sides.
What,
the rounded.
The side. Oh.
Okay. It defines
the hollow part where it's rounded. Right. There are presses that do exactly what Cliff described to bend the sides of like the hollow part.
Well, we all know in Neff's world physics doesn't apply.
Like that's such a simple thing, right?
He had a hangout tonight. I couldn't even bother listening. But hey, Cliff, I just got a hold of that guy again. He wants to do a one-on-one debate, which obviously I don't like to do debates, so I'll moderate for somebody.
Oh, Joe loves that, man. Joe loves that stuff.
Yeah, Joe would be perfect.
He lives for it.
the geological side, but
You mean the guy that flaked last night?
the guy that was refused to come in here.
So is he an ID guy or just an anti-evolution guy?
Anti-evolution guy.
Well, Steve would know because he was the one who exchanged with him.
So I was going to set it up on my channel. I was going to have Isaiah do it, but I couldn't get a hold of him. Like I said,
Yeah,
I refuse to
debate
debate
now.
evolution. It's nonsensical to me. I will talk about it, I'll moderate, but he wants to have like a more structured. I'm like, what the hell's the point? But if someone wants to do it, I'll do it on my channel.
It's like debating gravity, right? Like that's the way that I see it.
Oh, I dropped this and it falls to the ground. Oh, but that's not gravity, is it? What the fuck is it?
I had a thought about
this guy's a real
evolution
peach,
today,
though. Let me tell
and
you.
I really wanted to ask you guys, and now I can't remember.
What was that, Sugar?
I said I had a question about evolution today. Of course, I came up with something in my own head that I thought, I'm sure nobody's thought of that. I'm sure you have. But I wanted to ask you guys about it. I bet it's going to take me a minute to recall it. Think.
We only have all night, man, so take time.
Go ahead. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, yesterday when I was talking about I need to get like my schedule more straight, like my sleeping schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't make any effort towards that today. I like slept off and on all day, like 2 hours here, 2 hours there. I feel like shit right now because of it.
Go to bed.
I haven't been this compelled to stay up late since I played real-time strategy games online against friends, like Age of Empires type things.
Oh yeah.
That'll eat up hours and hours of your time, and you'll just all of a sudden realize it's 4:30 in the morning.
Because one game could take like an hour and a half.
Yeah. Sometimes
I guess because
I don't want to miss the world.
Yeah.
Say what?
I don't want to miss life.
Sorry. I think it's because it's intellectually stimulating. That's all I wanted to say. It's because it's like intellectually stimulating. We're all like into it,
Yeah. It's funny how we all seem to have that same parallel, even to the point where you and I will talk, or others we would talk at the same time. It's that like a weird rhythm or lack of rhythm on some of us in conversation. I'm horrible at interrupting. I'm double.
When I first came here, I was awful. When I first came here, I don't even want to rewind the earlier recordings, and I was just awful. But the two people I still do it with, even though I try and detect breaks and when to do it right, it's yourself, Sugar, and Nadia. And sometimes it's like I come to the same thoughts at almost the same moment and say it, and then it's just totally weird. It's like a vibe connection or something, I think. I think that stuff, I've experienced stuff in my life that's made me believe some of that might be real, but it's all,
I did it to Joe the other day, and I think it made him mad, like a couple of days ago. Like I unintentionally interrupted him. Like I talked and he started talking at the same time, and I think he took it personal.
I think the biggest thing is our lag and our lack of being able to see the lips move.
Yeah, that plays a big part. You mean Joe from LA, who's the anthropologist?
I mean Joe, who's usually in here.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I was really bad. He pointed out a lot to me and helped me that way. He gave me a book too that I.
Why did Michael leave? Oh, hope he's feeling okay.
He drops a lot of times. The thing that gets me about people freaking out about interruptions, like, don't they have friends in real life? Don't they have conversations? People interrupt people all the time. Like, if somebody says something and it excites you, and they're in the middle of something, often you'll say something over them. But actually sensible people will actually then calm down after they've said something and want to hear what the other person has to say. Like, it only becomes an issue when someone just goes on these big, long, 5-minute diatribes and doesn't let the other person speak.
And that's what consumes the majority of the time, right?
Yeah. I don't remember who it was, but somebody jumped your ass the other day, Ludic, and I almost said something, but I didn't.
I deserved it.
No, you didn't deserve it. You didn't deserve it in that instance because they'd been talking for like 15 minutes, and then tried to call you on interrupting him, and I almost chimed in, but I decided not to. I'm sorry, I should have, but I should have said, hey man, how else can someone get a word in?
I don't think
the
I'm very.
Evolution guy does that all the time.
There are a lot of people who will do that. Not just
I don't
here,
think
but
I have a
everywhere.
very authoritative sounding voice, and I'm kind of a little nerdy dude, and people think I'm young, like they hear me on here and they think I'm like a kid. I guess it's the way I talk, maybe.
We're all little.
I can
nerdy
turn it
kids.
on and off though. I can speak in different ways depending on the social group I'm around, because I've been around a lot of different types of people in my life, and I can sound different ways and be different in terms of how I communicate. But when I get nervous, and what can I do? It's like in here, when it's live and stuff, and when I'm around a bunch of people that I consider peers, you kind of get a little bit fearful of what you're saying, mindful perhaps. Oh, Mike needs to be, you got a voice, Mike.
Yay.
I want to see some of Mike's art. Can you show us some finished pieces?
Yeah.
I was crying earlier because you guys were all describing me as psychopaths.
Oh, you okay?
Just
Suck
be careful.
it up,
He has a
big
lot of
boy.
nerves and stuff, right?
Suck it up.
I was so flattered. I was like, I'm gonna pay myself some money.
Walk it off, just like Xbox said. Walk it off. Okay.
Don't you have a man to seduce? Saul, don't you have an icon to explain?
I am braless today because of Cliff. I have got.
You have some balsa wood to wrap around her boobs and make it look like one of Saul's guitars.
Telling you.
We can do some Young's modulus calculations.
Oh, can we? I don't even know what it is.
I might enjoy it.
If I remember correctly, was it Young's for linear deformation though? I really don't remember.
Linear deformation, if I recall. Linear deform. Okay, the lines. Okay.
The compression, compression.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was for Young's
learned.
modulus, for stress coefficients, but
Like
yeah, for
remember
linear
this shit after
elasticity.
25 years, man. Cliff is like, he remembers all this crap. That's what we keep him around for.
Yeah, I was just speaking to Joe, man. He wants to debate that guy if you can set it up.
I'm trying to get a hold of Joe. I'm actually thinking about just putting a blast out, because he's on the hook right now, and he's just, chomping at the bit, saying, "Yeah, give me an evolutionist to do one debate." But I'm like, see what I can do. I mean, I have Facebook. Yeah, why?
Yeah, Joe's on Facebook. That's how you go with him all the time. Like he's on Facebook a lot.
So,
all right, I'll pop over there and get a hold. Well, he should be on at least. I could usually just message him, but.
You're doing an evolution debate? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, with this dipshit last night was saying that he could refute evolution in 60 seconds. Mike J was in here and he was telling me about him, and he's like, Steve, hey, go talk to this guy real quick. So I'm on one of his videos trying to get him to come in here, and he's like, what's Google Plus? Is it like Skype? I'm like, no, it's Google Plus. No, seriously, I'm like, no, it's Google Plus, and then it uploads to your channel.
like
And he's like,
he's like MySpace.
He didn't know what the fuck it was.
I was getting ready to say, no wonder he doesn't believe in evolution.
We're not dealing with the cream of the crop here, and so I told him, I said, well, I'd like you to come in here and at least see what level you're at, basically, because I watched his videos and they were just wretched, they were horrid. It was so bad, and he just refused to do it. And
Are
so
they
I
on
kinda hold him.
YouTube or are they on Pal Talk? His videos.
He's on YouTube. He has videos on YouTube. I'll post his name in the side chat here.
Okay.
We'll
Is that
look
the
him
gentleman who came from Pal Talk who originally was connected with Art? Art? He's the guy with the gray-haired photograph of some...
actually, our Art?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our Russian Art.
No, I don't know. This guy has some videos out there, and he talks a lot about atheism, and he doesn't even know what the hell the word means. He basically says he wants to have proof, and I use the word proof loosely, of evidence of transitional fossils from one animal to another. And I'm asking, what the fuck does that even mean? I can't get a straight answer to this guy.
I'm thinking of the dude who was a dentist who came from Pal Talk. He would never make any claims. He was called Evolution something or other.
I remember a guy named Science is
Evolution
Good
Wrong,
for
I
You.
think.
Remember him? He claimed to be the foremost leading expert on evolution, and he ends up being a spa salesman.
Nice.
But I'm still talking to this guy, and I'm trying to find a person to actually do more one-on-one with him, and I'll like moderate, because like I said, I will not engage in a debate on some of this intellectual dishonesty level. Plus he started deleting my posts, Cliff. He actually deleted some of my posts, and I'm like, wait, once I'm dealing with someone who deletes my post, I'm realizing that this is not something I really want to engage with too much personally, but.
Okay, and that's his YouTube name? When you posted there?
What was that, hon?
Yeah, that's his YouTube channel. I told him, I said, this room gets a lot of views. Come on in, throw it out there, see what you got. But he wants to have a one-on-one structure. I'm like, not really worth my time.
This is awesome. This is what he wants proof for. I need you to prove that any fossil is proven to have transitioned to or from another animal. Where does he think fossils come from if they don't come from other animals?
That's awesome claim. It's like when Homer says, when you find a fossil, you don't know if it had kids. I'm like, who the fuck cares if it had kids? What does that matter?
Can you show it came from another animal? Well, yes.
No, they magically appeared because evolution believe in special creation where things just pop into existence.
Is that a chicken or the egg question? Is that some kind of like paradox? Really, like, maybe he's not a total retard. Maybe he's trying to cite some unknown paradox we have yet to learn.
I told you, I read the same thing. And I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? We kind of think that people, species, they have parents, they have something that brought them into existence. I don't know, man.
Don't these guys all want like the cemetery? Like, hey, since we bury our parents together, wouldn't it make sense that old humans would bury their? And then prior to that, the chimp would bury everyone together, and then it's. I think it's peculiar that they would go and say, well.
I don't know, he was kind of bashing this room. He was like, you want me to go to a room with transsexuals and homosexuals and people just talking about nails and music? And I'm like, okay, you're a moron. Because I told him, I said, we were in last night, we were talking about music with Saul and shit. And I'm like, but we have all kinds of engaged conversations. And, he was not on any kind of level to actually come on in. And I think that kind of scared him. So that's why he wants, like, one-on-one kind of thing. But.
There's homosexuals in that room.
I know. There's
gay people in that room. Oh my god!
I know, they're really scary.
That's retarded.
He was
well, that's why I was like, oh, I want to moderate a one-on-one with him and somebody on my channel, but obviously have to find somebody because, like I said, I won't waste my time engaging with him for that long.
Has that guy been back who came in and started screaming at us all that we're social justice warriors and stuff?
Adam.
He came back the next day to engage with Sugar again, I guess.
Yeah, well, no, it was Ocean, and Ocean lost his mind.
Oh, yeah.
Again? Like another time?
That type of person upsets him big time.
Oh.
Or maybe, it was just ridiculous.
Ocean's so adorable when he goes
I don't mean
ballistic.
it like that. I don't know. Is that fair? Is that fair? I don't want to say that about Adam. He was interesting. But
interesting?
To say he's like an archetype or like I'm trying to I'm appealing to like a stereotypical political position,
I think he was a young man who was troubled. I think he kept mentioning that his brother was half African American and was successful, and that statement was said like 4 times.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well,
he suffers from white man syndrome or something like that, and he thinks he's been persecuted and put down, and hasn't had all the advantages that maybe his brother and other people has had, and that he thinks he basically blames it all on the feminist movement and.
What does that have to do with?
All women are evil.
What is that?
Which they are. We know.
Well, yeah, I know. Like I'll get his back on that, but.
Take the obvious.
But what does that have to do with the? I do think that it's odd that. The way that it works with college tuitions right now. Like dependent on your color, it'll either be paid for or not. I think that I don't know. I think that I'd like us to be past that at this point.
Yeah, but that's because we keep it a thing. That's why, you know, I'm convinced that if we change our vocabulary, we change our vernacular, and that we don't say things like, I tried to stop saying a Muslim terrorist, right? I mean, just like, there's just terrorist. It's a terrorist. That's it. And I really believe that we have to change that first, because otherwise we keep it in our brain. I don't know.
Come on, let's blame the Muzzies. Let's get in a fight.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, I'll pass. I'll take a big pass on that. I'd rather not fight.
We all know.
Go ahead.
Nothing. Did you say it was all feminist problem? Because I'm an anti-feminist. Just so you know.
I'm not an anti-feminist. I just don't take it seriously anymore.
Yeah.
That's my position on it. Like, and it had a place. There was a time and place where it was in desperate, you know, where there was a desperate need for some kind of change. Like, I'm not going to deny that. Like, I don't think that women
still is.
I don't think that
There
women
still
should. Okay, where? In what area?
Very few.
Oh, lots of places in the world.
Well, name one. I mean, oh yeah, lots of places.
It's not too difficult to do.
No, you're right. You're right, Ludic. Lots of places in the world, but we just don't happen to live in those places.
Yeah, and these third wave feminists that are here, when you start mentioning things like that to them, people of other countries, that's when they start changing subjects and getting triggered and getting upset. It's like these women are living in a first world area. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't ever happen. But, you know, I don't think it does to the extent, and especially if you look at the definition of, or what they're defining anti-feminist of, all it is just a position of disagreement and the feeling that feminism has been over-exaggerated and it is negatively impacting men now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, nobody even knows what it means anymore. Like, there is not even a clear definition of what it really means anymore.
Yeah,
like of what the feminist movement is, or what it really wants. That change. It's like a moving target. It changes all the time.
I really feel like that women are really missing out on the balance, the beauty of being part of the nurturing, sweet spirit. You know, that doesn't mean. I absolutely believe you can be strong and you can be traditional and you can be soft and you can be tough all at the same time without being a contradiction. If somebody says, well, you can't be that way, you're a hypocrite, you just tell them to go fuck themselves. I be what I want, you know, and can I get you a beer, honey? I mean, are those two things, you're not supposed to be able to say those things together? It just doesn't seem right.
I can't hear you, Chris. If you're talking right now, I can't hear you.
I think that we forget, you know, that there are certain traits. I mean, I've got a womb for a reason. I need to have a baby. I've got breasts so I can feed a baby. You know, I don't have to be the one to stay home because I prefer egalitarian type stuff, and a man's just as capable if that's his desire. You know, but I think people, I don't know.
Oh.
Stop being
I always thought it was just about equality and parity amongst people, amongst the sexes, but in a social sense. But it seems to me that that's in a bunch of ways, not depending upon the scenarios that they would play out, a realistic expectation, because men and women are different, and we have different traits. I mean, you can look at it just in terms of physical strength.
Yeah.
You know, there's a reason why a lot of the fireman guys you worked with were big dudes, not little computer nerdy guys like me.
Well, there were.
Oh yeah, but they might serve a different role. In like, I'd be like the technician guy hooking up the hoses and stuff. Like it's the stratification and rankings then break down that way appropriately, right? Like if I was fighting in Vietnam, they'd give me 2 Colt 45s and shoot me down a tunnel, right?
Well,
like, you know, the underground tunnels they built, right? Stuff like that. So
I don't like this whole alpha and beta male thing or female thing. I know it's a thing, but it really bothers me. Because what I consider alpha, I think, is often considered beta, but yet I find it very alpha to me. I mean, I'm very attracted to it. So it's like, is it subjective or is it? Am I?
I think it's a mentality, really. Like whether or not, like if you're gonna say whether someone's like an alpha male or a beta male, I think that has nothing to do with physiology, and it's all upstairs.
Okay.
And I will say that there is virtue, and not in my world at least, there is really very little room for a man who has like an alpha male mentality anymore. Like that is obsolete in our world today.
But I don't think all men feel that way.
Really? I think it's celebrated in our world
No
today.
way, man. No way.
Is my mic working now?
Yeah, it is working.
Now it is.
Okay.
No way. It's ostracized in my world.
My last husband was that way. Dick.
You don't have to be a dick to have an alpha male mentality.
No, but this one was. Well, he was just another example of another heavy or another type of narcissist. Nobody could do anything. He wouldn't go to the doctors because they didn't know anything. I mean, it was just he knew everything. And everybody thought the way he thought. So it was a narcissistic type of.
That describes what my mentality a few years ago.
Was that you?
Yeah, to an extent. Even though I'm a kind person, was susceptible to that sort of narcissism where I thought that I was my own god.
Yeah.
Well, like what? Like when you were 6?
No, when I was like 17 or 18.
You know what? You look so young. I couldn't even tell how old you are, Chris. That's not a slam. I'm just saying that I have a hard time.
It's just growing up, man. When you're young and idealistic and you explore philosophy and stuff, I could see coming to you. So you came to reductio ad absurdum. I think we've all done that many a times, Chris.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I didn't until my mid-30s.
Yeah. That picture up there, you look quite young.
As a late bloomer too.
I hate to ask this question, but I need to. Has anybody seen Seamus?
I haven't seen that guy in a long time.
He bounced in and out the other day, but I think he's having connectivity issues. Something going on with his internet.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been having connectivity issues too. Like before, I was able to broadcast like on the 2.4 channel on on the Comcast box, but now it's having like a tougher time connecting my computer to.
Is it close enough that you can run a cable and just get Wi-Fi out of the picture?
No, I'm upstairs and the box is downstairs.
Oh, shitty.
Christopher, do you always have Chinese balls going on in your ass when you're on the chat room?
Chinese what?
No.
Animal balls.
The mirror behind you.
No, that's just a mirror.
Oh, I always thought that was somebody behind you, like your brother or something, dude. All this time.
No, my brother is behind me sometimes. He comes in here sometimes and just annoys the hell out of me.
Okay, so not too confused.
Yeah, and yeah, he smokes his vapor and then blows it in my face.
Oh, that's nice.
It smells nice, vanilla.
Oh, that's nice.
Smells like my brother's breath.
Mine's it's Fruit Loops. Mine's Fruit Loops right now.
What are those papers up on the wall all about? If you don't mind me asking.
That's just some decoration of things that I would like to do to keep myself active and not be stagnant and lazy.
Yeah, I hear you. I like putting those things down too. It's always a good thing to write stuff down, or to put like bucket lists or to-do lists or even little poems and stuff and sayings I find that inspire me. I'll post on walls like that.
It's funny. I wonder if we all have that in common because I write down everything still, even though I've got notepads and the computers. I still buy paper to write.
Yeah.
You ever think that maybe
I got books and books and books of these little. I could flip through them, but
maybe we're
these little
insane. We just don't know it.
notepads that I put little things down.
You are so adorable. I love seeing your picture. I love seeing your face. You are adorable.
Thanks.
Look at how cute he is. Oh, so cute.
Little mousy for my taste.
Hex addresses.
Oh, come on now. I'm going to compliment you too when you show your eye or nose or whatever you're going to shove up against the thing today. Let's make it from the neck up, please. I mean, not get silly.
I have a free the nipple issue tonight.
I will if you will.
Yeah, of course, you're using a pacifier, and what else is guilt against me? Hey, I'm waiting for Cliff to share his hairy nipple.
No, we waxed Cliff's nipple the other day, so it's good.
This whole alpha male thing, I think if someone's a narcissist and they're an alpha male, you can they'll prove it by throwing up and then licking it up like a dog. If they won't do that, they're an alpha male.
That's the test, right?
Yes.
But that's how the proof's all wrong, because there's plenty of cases of that happening. And so at least there's some alpha males out there with the Neanderthal gene. Definitely.
I love dealing with the females. I taught my daughter how to kind of circumvent females if you walk in a room and they'll take a stance with you, like, they'll size you up, and it's like you can tell they're about to jockey for position. And I just go, oh my God, I love your shoes. Those are fantastic. Where'd you get them? I just pay them a big old compliment, and they go, oh, and they walk away. They're that easy.
The psych out the competition routine.
No, it's I don't have time for female bullshit. I just, women who want to, like size each other up like they're trying to fight for the bull over there in the corner. I'm like, go ahead, have him. I don't do that stuff. That's why this was hard for me here with all the bitch drama. I was like, what? That's very weird. Women.
Yeah, I'm having a hell of a time myself. I thought I would hold out until February to try to hook up with this lady.
Yeah.
And
you're giving in.
Well, I'm allowing myself, as I knew, like in the interim, if anything else shows up, I'm gonna.
So you're gonna get laid, and I'm still not gonna get laid.
No, I would try to get laid.
Oh yeah.
But it doesn't change the fact that
you're gonna bust a move, try and slap the gob.
Well, sure.
What do you say?
Slap the gob.
I don't understand.
Just kiss her.
Slap the gob. That's so cute. I haven't kissed anybody in so long. It's been a long time.
Once you get that out of the way, though, it's so much better. Until you get that out of the way, it's always such a worry. The worry of rejection.
Ludic, have you been wanting to make out with me? I mean, it's okay, man.
No.
I knew it.
Like the way Ludic.
I mean, I don't want Ludic to feel uncomfortable because I'm here, Cause...
Well, I kept trying to hook up with Steve, and Steve kept saying, "No, my heart belongs to another." And
Tina.
I wish I could intellectually fuck all of you. How about that?
Oh,
that'd be orgasmic. We're all sapiosexual, so we're like all like get off.
Tantric, all tantric like.
We'll just edge each other.
I just dominated you.
2 hours of edging.
Ludic.
I mean, you fuck me, I guess, tantrically. How about that? I think I phrased that the wrong way.
Well, that's Steve's tactic is like he's a police officer tactic, right? He's got the mustache and everything. Like, look, I might be losing it upstairs. I'm gonna grow a mustache. Fuck you, I'm a policeman. I'm gonna take the rails. I'm gonna drive you guys out. I'm asking the questions here. Go ahead.
Nothing to see. Move along. Nothing to see. Up against the wall. Puke.
Right.
We can have some hair pull. I'm sorry.
Steve and I are good cop, bad cop. You're the Catwoman. Oh, well, of course, everyone's utilizing you as Catwoman. And sympathy.
Wait, am I the good cop or bad cop? I have got to be the good cop, so that means
you're the good cop.
Bad cop.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to have that full dichotomy there.
Where Saul, he's like either the justice in the justice court, or he's the fucking protester outside with a sign.
He's more the sheriff. Like he's like that. He's like that Sam. What's his name with the big mustache?
Yosemite Sam?
Yeah, that's the one.
Been a long time since we watched cartoons, right?
Sam Shepard? No, is it Sam Shepard? No, Sam Houston, Sam Shepard.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, he was in was it
Roadhouse Blues.
Roadhouse.
Yeah. That's what I see him as. Sitting back there and like not taking any shit. Hell no.
Okay, how many?
My Saul impression.
I just wanted to know how many people in here have seen more than 3 episodes of Hill Street Blues.
What Street Blues?
Be safe out
Street
there.
Blue? Jeez, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Yeah, I remember watching that series and years ago.
Be
It
safe
was
out
great.
there.
Good cop series. Really good cop series. If you like that, a good one's called. It's about Baltimore, policing and law in Baltimore. It's kind of like a Law and Order thing, but stretched over a series. The something or other. What the hell is it called?
Don't watch Da Vinci's Demons, whatever you do.
Hush, girl.
I watched some of that. I watched.
Why not?
It was good, right, Michael? Come on, it was damn good, wasn't it?
I'm just giving Steve a bad time.
If you like Hill Street Blues, you should watch The Wire.
Oh, I love Hill Street Blues.
I still got to make it through the freaking second season of Twin Peaks. I thought, because the first season was 8 shows, and I thought the second season was 8 shows. And I'm on the 8th episode going, how the fuck are they going to resolve all this shit? Then I realized it was 22 episodes long in the second season. I'm like, holy crap, I'm never going to make it through this thing.
Twin Peaks.
It's too much art show for me, that. Hard
Too
to
much what?
take. Like an art house piece. Like too artsy for me.
What, like Dallas is, kind of? I mean, why is it art?
No, Twin Peaks is way out there. I mean, it's so kind of surreal.
Too abstract, you mean?
Well, it just gets really into like this supernatural aspect in the second season.
I'm going to do a Sideshow Bob type of hair.
You got a fro going.
Yes.
Look like one of those troll dolls. You go like this.
I am a troll. I'm queen of the trolls. I'd like to be. That is my goal. If I can't learn suppositions and bullshit like that, then I'm going to just be a troll.
Okay, I'm having a hell of a time somebody engaging with this fucking guy, Eric. Usually people jump at the chance, but I guess it's Monday. Maybe people aren't around.
Sugar, if you brought your computer into your bathroom and you put some water in the tub and you colored that water and then dipped your hair in it, just kind of painted against the wall like a troll baby or something like that, I just thought.
You're like a Jackson Pollock?
Yeah.
Purple. You like that? Purple right there. That purple hair dye.
Well, I don't know about the dye. I just mean the paints.
I could use some dye. That wouldn't be my color, though.
I was going to
What
try
do you
it.
think about Jackson Pollock, Mike?
He's a mess.
Oh, what do you think about his art?
I think it's great. I think it's kick-ass. I think it's he like cut through. He like many artists. He came out with a method, an approach, and an end result on his methodology, and somehow he caught a wave with that methodology, and it sprung him, and he maintained it, and he died with it. And I thought, and I've seen some Pollocks in person, and I've even tried to mimic some Pollocks, and realized I couldn't quite get what I saw in his patterning, in my patterning, but But whatever. All I know is I think it's cool. His colors are interesting. It's pre the Japanese palette that kind of came across with the internet. But it's kind of, I don't know. Yeah, I like it. So
I actually like what he was doing before that a lot more, like his earlier stuff.
You mean his Etch-a-Sketch days?
Oh, I don't know. Like before I, respectfully, before like the whole splatter art and the.
Did you ever see that documentary called "Who the Fuck is Jackson Pollock"?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you should check it out. It's this lady who's a truck driver finds what she believes to be a Jackson Pollock piece, and her dealings with the art critic or appraisal community, because it becomes sort of apparent in the film that it really is a Jackson Pollock, right?
Mm.
But none of these, like a bunch of these expert guys ruled that it wasn't. But they're pretty disgusting, egotistical people from what I could see in the film.
Art critics.
But I think might have been determined that it really is one.
Yeah, but I bet there's some fuckers in that world.
They were trying to say that, like, oh, the drips don't go a certain way and all this and that. And they found like a chunk of a cigarette butt stuck in the corner with like a match head or some shit like that, and a bunch of evidence that it seems as though it is one of his paintings, right? They just wouldn't accept it because the experts initially poo-pooed it, because there was a lot of like fakes being made in recent years, so these guys were pretty skeptical. Anyway,
You got to admit though, that's a hard job to do.
yeah, like how do you fake a Jackson Pollock?
And how do you
know what
tell
I'm
the
saying?
fake from the real thing?
Well,
Well, you could gleesy print one, but there's no way you could ever like actually paint one that's a duplicate. I don't
I
think.
don't know.
it's
I'd be more
possible.
like I'd be more with Cliff on that. Like I think it would be really hard to tell with one of his paintings.
Well, no, you got people that.
Oh no, I say that it would be impossible to make a fake, guys. If you understand how he paints, maybe Michael can back me up.
Well, I was thinking more CSI shit. Like, okay, did the canvas that Pollock used come from this area, and is the factory still open that's producing it, and does that match the linen that we're seeing? And is it stretched the same way we'd stretch it? Is it
Oh
like,
yeah, there was a group of people that invested to do all that and to put science behind it and determine if it was for real, like a group of investors.
Yeah, but I get weary with that shit too, because I think, if somebody's generating, or people are like, okay, we need, fucking Sotheby's is selling this shit at $200,000 a piece, and they make a forgery. They might even pay the people off that know how to make the forgery, so that if somebody else was an art authenticator, they have someone on their side to pull them, and then they all get together and they butt fuck a fake and sell it for a shitload, and then split it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why they showed the incredulity towards the claims made about it.
I'll admit I have very little talent for art, but I just find that kind of stuff very skeptical. And this doesn't prove anything, but it was entertaining. And one of the episodes of the Howard Stern, so the missus that he has with him all the time, I don't remember her name, but she claimed she was a big Jackson Pollock fan. And Stern got a bunch of Pollock's prints, and then he just did a bunch of random shit, and he made a print of that and mixed it in with it. And he asked her, what do you think about these prints? Which ones are your favorites? And she had no idea that he had one of his own interjected in it. I'd be really curious to see if people could really pick out Jackson Pollock's work from somebody just who had looked at it, saw a bit of flair.
Have monkeys doing it or something?
Yeah, I'd just be really like, I can't see anything in it. That doesn't mean there's nothing there, but I'm just saying I can't see anything in it except a mass of stuff thrown around.
Well, he probably had a methodology that he generally followed, or you could see some sort of, I don't know, a transitional painting, like a fossil in there that might indicate a normative shift. in whether, he's like, okay, I'm going to lay the globs down initially, like fatter, fatter, more, I guess less volatile paint at first, and then as it gets closer to the top, it's going to be more of his specific designing. I don't know how you'd layer it or how you'd say it, or like, oh, he likes this particular arm movement, like this, he likes this dance, essentially. And since he's doing this with one or two hands, I think, and brushes and other shit, it's like, but I think he could be fake. I think, I'm not saying that. But when I did see a Van Gogh...
You're familiar with this case, Mike? And you've seen that film? Who the Bleep is Jackson Pollock?
I think so.
It was 2006. It was like 7 years ago. I just Googled it. They're still fighting and arguing over it, the art community.
Yeah. No, I think he could be fake. I think it'd be hard. But I was just going to say Van Gogh, when I saw Van Gogh originals, they were so thick, the paint itself was so thick, that I, when I was looking at it, I actually would imagine how he must have danced in front of this canvas, and I literally thought of it like a dance. But that's because I sometimes feel like I'm getting in a dance with the canvas with the brush. But so it was weird. And so when I did see some Pollocks, I was trying to imagine what his arm movements would have looked like to lay down what he was laying down. And I thought I kind of had an idea of what that would be, but whatever. I also try to figure out how my dad parked the car in the garage by checking out the fucking oil leaks on the parking lot.
Well, I think there's the only thing I'd like to see is someone who actually understood it. Sit down. I'd like to have a conversation and ask them, like, what are you seeing in this that I'm not? I'd like to try to learn and understand it. But all I'm saying is, like, when I look at Michael's painting, I can see creativity. I can see expression. I can see, I can see themes. I can see ideas. I mightn't understand what the hell they are, but I can see there's something there. And I can see skill. Like, I can see craft there. I can appreciate the talent and the creativity and the imagination. I can see any of that in Pollock's work. I just see, like, nothing. So I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying I can't see it.
I kind of agree, Cliff. It looks really random to me. Like, it's just random.
I'm not a big abstract person. I quite like art. Both my parents were quite artsy. My father was a professional artist, so I love art. But the Pollock stuff.
You're really breaking up, Sugar.
I'll refresh.
Tiger Woods threw $250,000 at that painting.
Sweet. There's an interesting question in the side chat. I don't quite understand it 100%. What would you guys think about pursuit of science as a purpose of life until we had enough information to determine empirically if life has purpose or meaning? I don't understand 100% what you mean by pursuit of science as purpose of life. Do you mean like that's your only purpose in life?
Yeah, basically what I was kind of proposing was that if society adopted the moral perspective, that science became the epitome of what it is we do. Sorry, I didn't realize I was yelling. If we did the perspective of science as the kind of epitome of purpose of society in general, my thought was that this could be the basis for a system of morality or a system of trying to define purpose until such time as we could objectively determine whether or not life had purpose and meaning beyond what we define.
Where's Balthazar when you need him?
And what would that look like?
Top down or bottom up?
Yeah, and
Big bang.
And what would that look like to you, the guy with the Smurf ears?
Oh, sorry. Basically, what it would look like is a central, basically the ultimate central library where every single person was contributing their ideas, their observations about life, etc., in while trying to pursue the scientific method in whatever way they saw it. Everyone acting as everyone else's peer reviewer and an independent replicator for ideas. Basically, science becoming widespread throughout all of society, not just like everyone being able to get a doctorate level in education of science and being able to pursue that at a having it much more commonplace in our society.
Right. So if I wanted to access your masturbation records, I could pull those up same as everyone else and go into that study, right?
By the way, this is Michael. By the way, ignore him.
Well, to a certain extent. Well, if you're working on that as towards an ever-evolving theory of everything, I suppose all information should be publicly available. But again, this is just part of a subset of something it's kind of an idea that I've just been toying around with for a while, and I thought I'd propose it to a few fellow agnostics and atheists and see what their thoughts were on it.
Well, I mean, are you suggesting that science can be used as a form of objective morality?
That was
something like the lines of like Neil Harris's position.
That was kind of the idea. Yeah, it was kind of the idea. Again, I'm just kind of more curious what people think on it. That's all.
Yeah, you get this idea of purpose, though, to find out objectively whether life has, or I guess you might add that, whether it has purpose or how it has purpose.
Yeah.
But it's weird that you think that somehow science would be able to really home in on that.
Well, the reason I suggest that is because does something exist, i.e., does objective purpose exist? Shouldn't that be treated as an empirical question, the same like, does blank exist? That would technically be a sort of wouldn't that fall into the purview of science anyway?
Well, but people already have that, kind of like do carp spawn while swimming upstream? It's like, do humans do the same thing? Is that our purpose? Yeah, why not?
All right, well, at least it gives me some more food for thought on this.
I mean, do you subscribe to like the more the Platonic style that there's archetypes out there and some third realm we don't know about, and then we were just looking at it from our perspective? I mean, you're saying that you're trying to find some kind of objectivity for a logos of something for a reason, which I, as a person who loves science, I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea that everything has to have a purpose or function. I believe that certain things just exist for the sake of they exist. It's self-evident that they exist.
Yeah, I don't think he's saying that science is that. What he's saying is, what would it be like if we just assumed that it was until we actually knew what it was?
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I'm trying to pursue. And I'm not saying that there is a logos or a third Platonic form out there. I'm just wondering, should we adopt science as a possible basis for that until we can empirically test whether there is a third realm of the Platonic forms?
That's an intentionality in science. It's which, I mean, why not? But why? Why just be a science of intent there almost?
Because we follow methodological naturalism, Michael.
The concern that
for actual explanation.
Right. The concern that I would have, though, that eliminates people like Michael. It eliminates that there's value in that. What Michael is doing isn't strictly scientific by even very loose definition of the word science. What he's doing in his art is, on a base level, nothing more than an expression of his passion. He's not really trying to learn or understand the universe in some kind of broad sense. He might be trying to learn or understand his own desires and express them. But I mean, I think it would be a hard argument to sell that if instead we made the purpose for people, all people, to explore science, and we threw away all that and all passions.
Respectfully, that sounds an awful lot like religion to me.
Oh, all right. Well, I hadn't considered that as an option. That's why, again, I wanted to run it by you guys.
I
think it's every framework you're working in, Saul.
I think science is. I look at science as a tool, and it caters to whatever we want to make our purpose.
All right.
You're still going to live your life out. You're still going to do generally what you want to do within the capacity that you have to do it. And science just will or will not assist you. It's like to think of it as a tool. I don't think that I could ever derive the meaning of life from a fork being a tool or any other tool, no matter how sophisticated that tool might be. It's still not going to provide me with some kind of meaning of life.
Well, yeah, it's like speaking of tools, Steve. It's like getting to the answer that 42 is the purpose of life. I mean, don't you think, Guthrie? You're kind of like you want in lieu of knowing. You're even how you premise this is that outside of how we would consider purposes of life currently. You want to make a science around purposes like for methodological naturalism, but I'm wondering of what your ideology is that you would bend your intent towards in starting this science project? It seems odd.
Well, the reason why I've been trying to bend my idea towards this is because of the concept that if we are to define our own meaning, then if we are to define our own meaning, and if the purpose of atheism and agnosticism is supposed to be a rational standpoint of there is not sufficient evidence for the existence of God, so therefore we define our own morality and we define our own meaning. I'm wondering whether or not the concepts of both meaning and morality are two in and of themselves empirical questions and should fall under the same purview of should we empirically test for them. That's what my curiosity is.
Well, I think like Wittgenstein's uncertainty, kind of the doubt and knowledge. I mean, to make methodological a science about doubting one's presence in terms of reality. You know, what is reality? Like I'm not certain how you can get to that. There's reality other than just saying this is reality. So I'm not certain how. Maybe there's a quantum method. I'm not certain. Like I said, it's curious your intent, but I'm not certain what it means. It just seems like a bunch of tangential pointing. But that might be a naivety on my part. But I'm not certain. It sounds like a big social science. Sounds like a social science, not a real science. It's data collection, ultimate data collection, ultimate investigation of data collection.
There's two concerns that I would have, and number one, as an actual scientist, there's many times in my life where I've turned to inspiration for things that were definitely not scientific anyway at all in nature. And if those things hadn't existed and people hadn't devoted their life to creating those things, whether it be works of art or music or theater, then it would have negatively impacted my ability to actually do science in a significant way. So that's the first loss that I would see. I think, yes, science is valuable, but I don't think I would take the position that it's the only thing valuable and that it's exclusively valuable. The other thing is, on a very practical level, we still need people to clean toilets. We need people to do very mundane things. Not everybody can work in a lab. Somebody has to build the labs. Somebody has to do this. I mean, there's many interesting books about utopian societies and what way they work. And a lot of them end up with similar themes, is that you have to have people of all different positions just to make science, just to make society function. And some people do have to do those low-end ideas, right? Like, you're not going to have a scientist unless somebody's there to change the garbage cans.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of where's M anyway?
Hey, Guthrie, what's your data set? I mean, what you say you're doing empirical, evidence for purpose or meaning or a theological aspect of life from a scientific perspective, but what are you collecting as far as your data set? I mean, what are you applying to say you can quantify this?
Well, my idea was something more akin to a central library where all of human experience, or all of sentient life's experience, was collected, basically, and recorded on the grounds that all data and any data might be relevant to determining what purpose is, since purpose is ill-defined at the present time. Again, it's like
the Acacia Records thing.
Yeah,
collective consciousness.
Yes, but I was proposing that perhaps as the only sentient species that we know of that has science to our level, that perhaps it would behoove us to start building such a system so that future generations may be able to determine this is the answer to this empirical question. Again, it's a thought experiment. I just wanted to run it by you guys. But
yeah, I kind of think it's a bit of hot air at the moment, and it does seem like I'm not certain how you could actually get down to purpose, even if you were collecting. It'd be like looking at like a liquid kaleidoscope or something like that. Multicolored candy canes flipping in taffy. I'm not saying you couldn't analyze and reproduce something like that mathematically, but the idea of variation itself, even possible variation. You would take a data set, I guess, of everything that humans did do instead of what they didn't do, and compare it to what they imagined they could do but didn't do, and come up with some teleologic view formula for how that purpose of life, what it is. But I would be curious if the trajectory and the measurement process itself wouldn't inflict the nonsense of the approach.
All right. Well, I hadn't considered that, guys. Thanks a bunch for the ideas, and that'll at least give me some food for thought before I attempt to go back and pursue this idea any further.
If you do actually write this up, I'd like to actually read it.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
that'd be very interesting.
yeah. Well, either way, it was, like I said, just some food for thought at the present time. And thanks again, guys, for giving me a little bit of feedback on this.
Sure.
All right. See you around.
Yeah. Like I cut that guy's legs off or something. I thought, man, if this guy really means to do this with his life, let me give him some shit. But I'll be damned if I'm going to stop him.
Only Michael, man.
I did.
Michael, a person can take a legit, interesting question and turn it into something so arcane and abstract.
Well, it was when I was reading Uncertainty, and he's like, how do you doubt that is your hand? What does it mean to doubt? And when he's saying the purpose of reality, I think he actually said a science of reality.
Right.
And, how could he be pointing to purpose without also being pointing to intent? And then purpose would be where we end up, or somehow a tangential description of how we end up. No, go ahead. Yeah.
I just don't know if it could be empirically evaluated. I mean, you're basically, like he said, trying to find the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And obviously, we provisionally call it 42. But I don't know, even if we knew everything there was to know about the entire universe and had all knowledge about the universe, we could ever be definitively sure of what the purpose would be. I mean, it's just a question that I don't know can be evaluated in a scientific methodology or empirical way.
Yeah. Well, under naturalism, there wouldn't be one, right?
Yeah,
It's
well,
like
I mean, you really couldn't.
rock.
I mean, that's why we just have to assume that the universe is real. No matter how much knowledge we have, it's still always going to be an assumption.
Yeah.
Hey, Mikey's here! Yay!
But I mean, under naturalism, under determinism, like until you assume some kind of supernatural thing that allows you some kind of weird outside causation type effect, we're just machines. We're complicated machines. But I mean, asking what's the purpose of a person is like asking what's the purpose of a snowflake. In some kind of metaphysical sense, right?
Right. I mean, that's what we were talking about with Valsa the other night. But I mean, I usually maintain that I just don't necessarily think that everything has to have a purpose or function per se. I mean, like, what's the purpose of, I don't know, a neutron star? I mean, it exists, but I mean, does it have a function? Does it have a purpose?
You could propose some kind of substance dualism trip to, create another framework that maybe the persons exist outside of that. I don't know. Isn't that what religious people are trying to do all the time?
That's why I said it sounds a lot like a religion to me.
No, but I was weirded because of the phrase ontological naturalism. I sat there and I thought, okay, I personally claim to have seen visually in company and then in not some things that I call supernatural, right? And so for me, since I saw them and corroborated one of them, I tend to say, well, okay, so on the ontological aspect is the what is. And so for me, those are, right? And it's natural, meaning, they appeared supernatural to me, but still, in the phrase of, ontological naturalism, it's what was present in my life, and so I add that to that description, and I don't know.
I mean, I'm not an ontological naturalist, but I do, again, maintain that we cannot go to ontological naturalism in the framework of science. We do have to adhere to naturalism, only because the whole purpose of science, when you talk about the purpose of science, the reason that we have science is to explain things. And if we allow for supernatural causations, then what's the point? I mean, what is it going to give us as far as modeling or predictive ability? So I maintain that we always have to look for a natural explanation, even if we don't find one. We can't just default to something else.
This Guthrie guy it seems like, chasing a hypothetical, blowing, like, let's fill some foam up my, I'm going to create a ghost and I want to fill some foam in it and call it science, and it's like, okay, go ahead and chase that one, but it seems like a Don Quixote sort of approach. As far as I'm concerned, but then again, I mean, you do need traction in science. You need traction in life, and so I understand that. It's weird, It's the whole, the whole spirit thing, you are, in the earth but not of the earth, that kind of like spiritual approach, as opposed to saying I'm indigenous to this planet. In terms of like talking about, I don't know, essenceless shit, or things like a wind as liquid gravity. Okay.
Sometimes you can be a bit of an initiation for this room, Michael.
Well, that was just a broad sweeping dovetail at the end because I didn't know what the fuck I was going with it. But, I just really wanted to say, wind is liquid gravity, and get to the idea that that's demonstrable. I think I can demonstrate that. And if you guys don't have any fucking fancy devices, I think I could convince some people of it also. I think it'd be a nice compliment to the flat Earth thing going around.
If it's not if it's not too much of a personal question, Michael, are you mainly self-taught, or are you trained classically, like, or professionally, whatever, in your painting and your art?
But I went to school, so I'm trained. But I'm also, pretty. I don't know. This a lot of stuff is. There's a lot of autodidact. What do we call that? Heresy. Yeah, something. Yeah.
I'm already falling behind the topic, but that liquid gravity thing I found rather amusing. I was just kind of wondering, what would happen if you spilt a jar of it?
Curtains would blow open. You'd get a real blowjob.
You'd be sucked in like a vortex.
Yeah, my grandfather had this horror story. He used to work for a small chemical company called DuPont. And there was this guy, Cliff left, damn it. Oh well, there was this guy carrying a 100-pound jar of bromine, and he dropped it, and he disappeared in the cloud. Like, there was virtually no trace of him left.
Wait, he dropped what in the bromine?
He dropped a 100-pound jar of bromine.
And he was eviscerated.
He was basically completely and totally dissolved. Bromine's nasty stuff. You should look it up.
Yeah, that sounds like an interesting way to die.
I don't think it happened instantly, so I imagine it was probably pretty freaking horrible. I mean...
Yeah, you mean like if you, filled up a tub with bromine and then just kind of jumped in real quick, that'd probably kill you, you think, or whatnot?
Oh, yeah. Once the bromine basically evaporated away and the hazmat crew finished evacuating the area and they moved in and went to see what was up, there would probably be not many traces of you. Bromine is exceedingly reactive, more so than chlorine, I think.
I just don't know if it, you're kind of giving me the idea of like liquefaction, like it'll liquefy bone and meat and flesh and hair, and you'll get a good goo, out of some animal.
Yeah, maybe you would leave a puddle. I don't know.
I don't know. It sounds like if you could, somehow mix the suicide process with lighting yourself on fire. I just don't know how flammable bromine is, but it sounds like, it'd be an interesting magic trick, like, oh, that guy's on fire. Look, he melted. He's like a candle.
Yeah. I think in this day and age, with OSHA regulations being what they are, such an industrial accident is far less likely to happen. I mean, this was like back in, I don't know, 60s maybe.
Well,
People worried about silly things like workplace safety.
I was just thinking of kind of a Jonestown massacre type of thing, you know, get a bunch of people together to all kill themselves that way and film it and make a YouTube video out of it.
I highly doubt they could obtain bromine. It's probably a lot easier to just go with the cyanide Kool-Aid. Because that's, potassium cyanide, that's easy to get. Bromine, I think, is pretty restricted.
Did you guys think it was mean for me to say that his idea was a bunch of hot air?
It wasn't thoughtful.
I missed that bit.
Yeah, it wasn't thoughtful, but was it spot on? Was there a utilitarian process to it? Was it strictly just narcissist offensiveness, psychotic defensiveness?
Right. Who did you say was full of hot air and when? So I haven't been here like too long.
No, that Guthrie's finding the purpose to reality or finding the nature of reality idea was somehow
proxy transversal failed.
Yeah, trying to find a purpose for reality, that strikes me as a futile task. Comes with all sorts of teleological baggage and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And what you quote unquote decide to do with your life, that would be a different thing entirely. Because we feel like we have some degree of free will, and we have to act like we have free will anyway. At least for a legal system to work, it would have to be that way. I don't know. And yeah, physics is basically just about finding out how things work. You start introducing supernatural into the mix, well, you're kind of screwed because supernatural doesn't operate under any rules by definition.
I don't buy that. I wouldn't say that. I think the things that I claim to you, I'll say I claim the things that I saw, right? They looked as if they were objects, like they were bounded by the fact of being structural or in a form, right? In a particular shape. But what they did in the fact of their presence alone was what was unexplainable to me. I couldn't consider how I was able to come across these intersections with these said entities in the locations that I did. So what I'm saying is they could be rule bound by some physics, but I just assume our physics could not describe what was going on, meaning not in my mind. Well, I shouldn't say that. Our physics may have been able to describe it, but it couldn't be able to control it in order to study it to describe it. So I don't know. But to me, it's supernatural just means, in my mind, something that you could imagine that you would think would only be existing in the realm of imagination shows up in your material universe. That to me is what supernatural means.
Okay, yeah, I use the word kind of literally, above the natural, or something like that. And as to what you just, I guess you reviewed something that you were talking about before I came here, so that description was just far too vague for me to know what you were talking about.
Well, that's fine. I'm just talking forward. You know, I'm just babbling. You know, it's the not very thoughtful comment Ludic threw out. You know, I was thinking that not attempting to empathize with other people's possible emotions is maybe thoughtless, but it's not entirely thoughtless, and yet at the same time, it might not be the most kind, pleasant approach. And I've been trying to analyze, my own toxicity and compare that with Nadia's acetoacidosis pH levels, the acid content of her blood, and so I justify being an acidic asshole by because I'm trying to use Nadia's environment to help her medical condition.
Okay.
Well, back to you, Steve.
This room is losing people. Are there any mods left?
Sorry. Oh, you know what? Let me pass them out because I'm just starting a hangout on my own for 11:30. So let me pass these things out because Nadia's sleeping. So make sure so many people have mods in here.
I don't even know your YouTube channel, but yeah, if you're
Oh shit! I gotta add you. Fuck! How do I not have you, Michael? What the fuck?
Where are we though?
Why does it not show up for you? You don't exist to me, man. You're dead to me. Yeah, 11:30. Michael Fall.
You must live in some weird time zone.
Oh, there you are. I found you. Yay. Okay. Yeah, I guess I've worked something out with Eric, where if he wants to take people one-on-one, they'll just come on in, and then I'll kind of moderate. I don't have anybody specific at the moment, but I sent it out to like 50 people, so we'll see who responds, and then I'll start in about 15 minutes or so. I just, like I said, I just don't want to debate because I find it to be boring. I don't debate. He doesn't want to discuss. He wants to do more of a structured debate. I find those to be just.
Yeah, however you do it. Yeah, you know, captain of the ship.
I like moderating more. I actually prefer moderating to kind of get things on track, give each person equal time. I try to be objective, even though I obviously I'm going to agree with one side more than the other. I mean, let's be realistic, but I try to be impartial as far as the amount of time they get. They don't get talked over. They don't get interrupted.
Yeah. Who's this Eric guy?
This is a guy that Mike actually told me about last night. He has some kind of challenge on his videos, and I'm like, well, we're not going to come to your, videos to talk about this. I'm like, if you want to come to Nadia's room, you're more than welcome to bring your refutation of evolutionary theory, because he says he basically can destroy evolution in 1 minute. I'm like, well, shit, that'd be great. Give it a try. I would love to hear it. And he basically just would refuse to come in here after like 4 hours we were in here trying to get him in here. And I'm like, dude, you can promote your channel, you get, people listening to you. But he absolutely refused to, and he's just like, well, no, I want you guys to demonstrate evolution. I'm like, no, you have the burden of proof. You're the one that says you can destroy evolution in less than 60 seconds. I have nothing that I need to demonstrate to you because, evolutionary theory obviously has met its burden of proof. That's why it's taught everywhere. Yeah. So, but I will critique your argument, and hopefully it will be something I have not heard before. highly doubtful because I've watched his videos and they were not even amateur level. They were just pathetically wrong. Cliff read some of the things on his page and he was just like, what the hell does this even mean? I'm like, I have no idea. So, yeah, what Mike said on the side there. He thought it was just a bunch of gay people in this room talking about painting nails. And like, no, we kind of have some much more interesting conversations in here.
Yeah, that living dinosaur guy probably has already refuted whatever Eric would come up with.
I don't think he even talks about like the soft tissue or Mary Schweitzer's work, or from what I've seen just on his videos, he's basically looking for like a linear morphology change of transitional fossils, in which case I don't think he's quite grasping what evolutionary theory entails. And I'm asked him before, can you just define it for me? Give me what you want to refute, because I really don't want to have people go in and try to discuss some kind of straw man version of evolutionary theory, because that's just a waste of time for everybody.
Right. Yeah, you probably want something along the lines of, well, show me these fossils lined up so that when we photograph them and then we play it back, we see them morph into whatever, that kind of silliness, which I think went out with punctuated equilibrium.
What's wrong with punctuated equilibrium? That's still
nothing.
Okay.
I'm just saying punctuated equilibrium makes a hell of a lot of sense in a chaotic system, where you have long periods of stasis and then the environment changes and then, boom, some rapid evolution.
Yeah, well, yeah. When you look at, the gene pools and stuff like that, punctuated equilibrium just makes more, a great amount of sense. But when people start talking about Darwinism or Darwin or Gould, and they're saying about transitional fossils, they're not recognizing they were only talking about gradualism at the time there, which obviously we found out isn't really the case in most cases. It is, like you said, it's punctuated equilibrium. So they're like, well, we have a lack of transitional fossils. Yeah, for gradualism we have a lack of transitional fossils. But now we recognize, because of punctuated equilibrium, that every fossil we have is a transitional fossil, because every single one of them, you can do comparative homologies on them. You can look at two different ones, two phylogenetic lines, and say, oh, look, these motherfuckers are related. Holy shit. So that is what a transitional fossil means. I mean, I don't know how else they define it. Going back like 150 years or something, I think they have this huge misunderstanding from remember that old cartoon strip of the March of Progress, where you have like the ape and you have Homo erectus and Homo neanderthals and Homo sapien, and I think they literally think that it is just species just morphing into new species rather than like some kind of combinatoric hierarchy and branching process. They don't get it. I mean, they don't even understand what a nested process is or a nested hierarchy. They really don't get it. It's like, well, evolution says that dogs can come from non-dogs. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It never has.
Right.
And so I want to make sure that he at least knows what the topic is, because he wants to argue it on the evidence of evolution. I'm like, well, okay, I don't know how you're going to do that, but we'll find out in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, if he knows what a binary tree is, or a directed acyclical graph, or
I was going to say funny. It was Balthazar put a cladiogram in here last night.
Yeah, the cladograms are essentially like that. I mean, once it branches, the branches don't go back again.
Right. Yeah. It's if you enumerate it, I mean, from the tree, but Jungle Jargon kept saying that the cladogram was a phylogenetic tree, and he's like, it doesn't show the common ancestor. I'm like, well, it does. That's a little thing down here where it meets. That means there's a common ancestor. And
all those little nodes.
Yeah, although each node is a common ancestor, and each node is progressive. And we were trying to explain to him, but he wasn't grasping that what the cladogram showed was that it had a relationship to each partition, I guess you can say, each clade. And he wanted to know what like each individual species was that morphed into another species. I'm like, well, that's just not how it works.
Yeah, and it's even possible that maybe some of those species are still extant, but even so, if you don't understand what the cladogram represents, then you're pretty much lost, because I think, what are there, 3 different independent lines of evidence that produce the same cladogram?
Yeah, because you have your morphology, homology, DNA. I mean, there's many different things you could do for a cladogram. But his thing was, what was it? What was he saying? Oh God, trying to remember what his biggest argument was. Oh, I totally lost my train of thought. Fuck, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I lost it.
Well, yeah, I'm no evolutionary expert myself, or biological expert, or molecular biological expert, or any of that stuff, but I like the DNA evidence myself, but that's basically because it's so easily quantifiable numerically.
Yeah, I think that's probably. I mean, even if we never found a fossil, I think the DNA evidence alone would be more than overwhelming. I mean, I brought up like the human chromosome 2 fusion site last night, and it was like, well, that's how you interpret the evidence. I'm like, well, yeah, but there's no other way to interpret the evidence that I'm aware of. How else would you do it unless there is a common ancestry? It's like saying you and your cousin are related, but you're not related to your grandparent of some sort. I mean, how are you not? It's you have to have that vertical gene transmission. So I don't know where they come up with any alternative explanation for it other than special creation, which obviously we have to discount.
Well, why can't that be a part of the lateral gene process? Or you have the technical term for lateral gene process.
Horizontal gene transfer, because we're organisms that don't really have that. We mostly found in bacteria where you have the little plasmids of DNA, little strands of like RNA and stuff like that that can be transmitted from one bacterium to another, and then sometimes it gets integrated actually into their DNA.
Well, phages do that, right?
A bacteriophage can do it. A T1 bacteriophage, or T4.
Well, I'm just saying.
I can't even talk tonight. Holy shit! What's wrong with me?
Is it possible that this horizontal gene transfer might have thrown in, had an actual process of replacing a marker or coming in and looking like a marker?
Well, that's how we get ERVs, right? Would an ERV be through horizontal gene transfer, if I remember correctly?
I think they are. In fact, I think HIV is an ERV.
Would make sense. I mean, I can see that. But I mean, unless you know a virologist that can answer, but.
Yeah, you'd have to ask someone with actual real knowledge on this topic. I mean,
I'm just a layperson, man. But I mean, I love the subject. I find it to be amazingly fascinating.
Oh yeah, it is interesting. I also love how how they try to throw the odds at us. Like, what's the odd of this 6 billion letter long thing, just materializing? And then they discount the fact that, that sequence occurs in every related species of great ape. All the way back to this particular area, and then all of a sudden it's a new thing, and that's right. Okay, that's our common ancestor. That's where this huge, lengthy sequence of stuff came from. It's like they're trying to use odds against us when the odds are actually the evidence in favor. From a genetic point of view.
Well, is there a possibility of a species becoming a species because of horizontal gene transfer, or let's say like a secondary abiogenesis or some out of Earth non-terrestrial interaction with the genetic code, not like alien intelligence, just more like outside factors or horizontal gene transfer. I mean, isn't it a fact that if a woman gives birth to a baby underwater and then spins around with the umbilical cord 5 times, and that baby becomes a crocodile, right? That's a fact.
The Antichrist, I think. But no, I don't think we can go through any abiogenesis or anything like that again. I don't think conditions are right. But you do make a point that there, with like MRSA and other types of bacteria that have horizontal gene transfer going on, they can speciate very quickly. I mean, in a matter of a month, MRSA can speciate 30, 35 times, and even actually, go to different strains and then actually speciate. There's a slight distinction between a strain and a speciation event, but we have known that MRSA will speciate. And it's just because of horizontal gene transfer, and then they get resistance to the antibiotics. Any kind of staph infection becomes very virulent, because every time we throw something at it, it already has in its DNA code a way to not have it affect it anymore. I mean, it's basically got so much genetic diversity that if the ones that weren't resistant die off, the ones that are resistant will promulgate their genes more, and it's basically we have to find another antibiotic to affect it, or antiviral. So yeah, I mean, horizontal gene transfer plays a huge portion of that.
That's right. Staph scares the hell out of me. I mean, flesh-eating bacteria, for Christ's sake.
Oh, Necrotitis fasciitis, evil shit, man.
Yeah.
Wow, guys, like that shit scares the shit. Every time I even get a little scrape anymore, I'm like, Neosporin, Neosporin.
Exactly. I'm the same way. It's easy to become a germaphobe when you hear about what staph can do to you, and there's also
for real, right? I'm gonna go ahead and drop out. I've already sent invites out. I don't want everybody to like take off from Nadia's room, so I don't want to like invite everybody. But I'm gonna go try to see what this guy Eric has to offer. But I know for a fact Mike will listen in, so I will. If not, I'll be back in a little while. Okay, guys.
Well, I think it's a bummer that you're not dropping the link. That's what I think's a bummer. Oh yeah, be that way.
Oh my God. Well, I don't want to like I don't want to like advertise something in her room. But I'll tell you what. Let me see if I can start this real quick.
At least drop your YouTube channel. Maybe it's Google Plus linked. All right. Maybe I should go to Google. I'll look for you.
Let me post it here. Oops, shit! I'm pushing all kinds of buttons. I hate all codes. Okay, but now if you go to my page, you have my page, Michael, don't you? You'll find me. I invited you. Okay.
Well, it looks like the big exodus is going on.
Yeah, we're running out of people faster than people are coming in. I was actually surprised to get in, but then I noticed, oh wait, maybe this is Monday, Tuesday. I don't know. I don't know where the slow period shows up.
It fluctuates.
Yeah. I mean, it's weekends are generally impossible to get in. It's a matter of sheer luck. And of course, ironically, you need a critical mass of people talking about stuff for the room to fill up. If no one's talking, people just leave. It's weird. It's dynamically unstable.
Who is that, Fudd?
Yeah, that's me talking, yeah. Yeah, I changed my avatar.
I still remember you from years past, and I don't remember where from.
Well, let's see. It's not Voxley, then it might have been, let's see, what else? Where else have I been? Tiny Chat. There for a while.
I don't think I was on either of those.
No, your voice does have a vague, similar, semblance to a memory or something, but quite honestly, I can't really place you either.
Well, now we're really out. I don't even think Baltasar is there. Are you there, Baltasar? Yeah, I don't think M is around either. I haven't heard either one of them talk for a long time.
Uh, no, I think all the people who've been talking have left. Where are these animated icons coming from? Little video loops.
That's just a GIF. Mr. Rogers being taught how to breakdance.
Yeah, I recognize Fred Rogers. Oh, we got Vickel here.
Let's see if I...
Does anyone have mods to turn him on, or?
Yeah. There he goes. Hey, Beckel.
Gotta get people talking.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, hey.
Loud and clear.
What's going on?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, we're at a slow point right now.
What it is, where you get into a scenario like this is where somebody has carried a conversation for so long that everybody gets complacent with just listening, and then once that stops...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just popping in just to see what's going on. So.
Not much.
I got to do some rabble rousing. I think France should nuke Damascus. What do you think? And say, this is for Paris.
Probably not. I don't think anybody should nuke anybody. I think we all lose in that scenario.
Scared Beckel away. I'm not really an FBI provocateur. That's just my job description. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even really know whether or not France will, in whichever way they're going to retaliate, will even do the right thing or retaliate against the appropriate people. Like, I'm not even sure of that.
Oh, who knows? There's definitely some rumblings going on over there, though.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're definitely pissed.
And I don't even really think that they have too much ability to really make a huge impact on, not on their own.
Yeah, they actually do.
They're, I don't know. I've been watching some of that shit off and on, and it seems the understanding is that like their military is already spread super thin as it is.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah.
Which will affect the the effectiveness of what they'd even be able to do about it.
Yeah.
Let alone you'd have to be right. You'd have to know that it was exactly who's you'd have to know your enemy first to even go after the proper the people responsible for it.
Well, they did capture some of them, and I suspect that they have cast aside any particular rules regarding how to interrogate them to find out who their associates are.
Maybe. I don't know.
No way to tell. I mean, France doesn't operate by the same rules that the United States does. And, okay, their military may be spread thin, but, I mean, Well, let's face it, they make their own fighter jets, they make their own tanks, ships, submarines, nuclear missiles. I mean, they're...
I would prefer not to see anybody use nuclear weapons ever again. Like, I don't think that that's an answer.
It would be bad, for sure.
For anyone. Like I said before, everybody loses. The world loses whenever anybody uses a nuclear weapon against somebody else. It's not good for anybody.
Yeah. 2 was enough. And then, of course...
2 is too much, honestly. I don't think I can't even, if you go back, I don't think that we should have even, like, that wasn't even, I don't know how to put it.
You don't think it was necessary?
I understand why, I understand it, but I still think that there could have been a better way than that. That was pretty friggin' catastrophic. That was pretty rough.
Yeah, but we did have the Marshall Plan afterwards, so we kind of rebuilt Japan.
Well, I understand that, but that didn't help out the dead, innocent Japanese that really didn't have anything to do with it, or were under control themselves, that that didn't have a say in the matter one way or another.
Well, that would be pretty much all of them except for the top generals. But, I mean, if you consider what happened in Okinawa and Saipan, and a few other places, where women with their children were like jumping off of cliffs and shit like that. I mean, the concept of a land invasion of Japan would just be utterly horrific compared to a quick jab of shock and awe. And the Tokyo firestorms killed more people than the Hiroshima bomb did anyway. I think there's just the psychological impact of when it's just a single bomb instead of fleets of planes flying overhead dropping incendiaries.
I don't know. To me, it's a hard call. I think that pretty much in whether the war is justified or not, everybody's still a loser in the end of it.
Well, that's the problem with wars, is they're zero-sum games. There is no net gain for anybody, or rather for the world as a whole.
Well, in modern war, you would be right about that. In any war beyond a certain point in time, because it's much harder to, like, if your purpose is conquest of one form or another, it's really almost impossible to secure your gains anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
In the modern world, at least, amongst first world countries. I'm sure that like African warlords have something to gain, but we don't.
Yeah,
but really, it's just all loss. Once you've reached a certain level, your culture, society, or your nation, country, however way you'd like to put it, then it's just all a negative, really, like just the involvement at all.
Well, simply maintaining the military that we have, like in the United States, is just a huge drain on resources that would be better applied elsewhere.
I agree. It's killing us. Honestly, it's like the same overextension of Rome's military all over again. That's the way it looks like to me. Like that's ultimately, I think, what really killed the Roman Empire.
Yeah, and the Soviet Union collapsed the same way. They tried to keep up with us spending wise, but they just, they couldn't do it. Well,
Russia had all kinds of problems that contributed as well.
yeah, but we have problems as well. I mean, it's.
I mean, Russia wasn't, it didn't like fall necessarily. It was like overthrown in multiple ways on top of going down. So it was a little bit of a different situation than like the Roman Empire, which basically ran out of money to pay its military.
Yeah, I know that, let's see, the 30 Years' War, this is after Rome, of course, between the Catholics and the Protestants in Europe during the Reformation. The way the soldiers were paid was by whatever they could loot and pillage for themselves. That was their method of payment.
So they were basically like privateers on land.
Effectively, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but we just don't conscionably do that anymore. Like we would never do that again. I don't think so, at least.
I hope not.
Yeah, right. Like have some kind of mercenary arrangement like that. I don't. It's way too unpredictable in today's world for our militaries to become comfortable with anything close to that.
Well, we hire a lot of contractors already in the Middle East, so.
I was going to say that we'll give resources to people who we think are better than other people. Like we'll do that. But there's way too much attention paid to get away with like having like modern day privateers during times of war. Like that would be like I don't know if you're from the U.S., Fudd, but I am. Like I think that our people would like eat their leaders over something like that. Like that, there would be huge outrage over that kind of behavior. There's huge outrage as it is, but it would just be off the charts, though, if we engaged in act like openly. I'm not saying that we don't that it's not possible that we haven't done that privately, because I don't know, I wouldn't know, but to openly do things like that, I think people would flip out over that.
Yeah,
might get away with it quietly, but not openly.
I think we have too many distractions going on, though. I mean, we're worrying about police brutality. We're worrying about racial polarization, wealth polarization. There's all sorts of just so many things. And then on top of that, there's reality TV, and then and some stuff that just seems surrealistically stupid.
You know what kills me about that, because I'll say once again, in one form or another, discussions of race come up every day here, and I don't think people realize how much less racially polarized we are right now than ever before. You see what you see on the media, or in the media, and it gives you the impression that we're racially polarized. But if you go out and see for yourself, in our day-to-day lives, we're really not so much racially polarized. It's just you turn on the TV and it gets painted that way, and that's really not the case when it comes down. I don't know. Maybe you live somewhere where I don't, where it is the case for you, but where I live in the United States, it's just not the case. I would say that we've come a long way, and further than a lot of other places in the world could ever even dream to have come when it comes to not being polarized racially.
Well, I personally have not experienced it. I live near Philadelphia, in PA, and I've not personally experienced anything like that. But I see it on TV. I see it on social media. So somebody is making a lot of noise, whether it's justified or not.
Right, because there's money to be made to do that. Because you will watch that. Because that is like a sure sell basically in media today. Like if you can find something of that nature, then everybody wants to see it.
Well, I kind of find it to be a bit of a turnoff. I saw an interview.
It's not about whether you like it. You still are compelled to watch it, whether you like it or not. It's like a Holocaust movie, right? It's not like a joyous event to watch, but you people will still be compelled to watch it.
I don't know. I turned away from an interview that was taking place in France. A reporter was talking to this guy who had half his family killed in the attacks. I said, so this must have been one of the more horrifying things in your life. And have you ever seen dead people before? Asking me questions like that. It's like, it probably was the most horrible thing that ever happened to him, and maybe not. I mean, geez, it's like the reporter asking these boneheaded questions.
That actually irritates me a lot of times, like where they will. To me, that's disrespectful when someone is clearly has a reason to be grieving or is grieving, and reporters just don't even acknowledge that and will rush in, and really what they're doing when they do that is that they're capitalizing on someone else's grief to make money. Like that is exactly what's going on. That's what's happening when things like that happen. And that happens. They do that. The media does that a lot. The news media does. They'll rush right in on someone who's suffering, and they will sell us basically their suffering.
Yeah,
it kills me.
Vampiric, isn't it?
It is. It really it's always bothered me too since a long time ago, when I came to the realization of of it, and it didn't always used to be. I mean, it's probably always been that way since we've been around, but it didn't always. If you look at older media, it wasn't always that way. Like if somebody was a victim of some catastrophic thing, news media or reporters would respect that space. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't rush in. They wouldn't ask nonsensical questions or try to get a rise out of somebody who's already in pain, like someone whose loved one has been killed or something really tragic happened in their life.
Yeah, it used to be a time when what they do is just flash up phone numbers for lending aid or what have you, and not be
like up in their grill in their moment of grief.
Yeah, leading people. I mean, like you see someone's shredded house or something in a tornado, and you go, "Oh, I see your house is shredded. You must feel awful. What's it like?"
I don't know when it changed, but I think that I've not too long ago I've seen dead bodies in the news where they would show dead bodies now on the news, like somebody who's been shot. They'll show their, you know what I'm saying? They'll show their dead body on the ground in the news. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's.
like there's been a couple of instances that I can think of, like I can't remember what his name was, but the kid that got one of the kids that got shot by cops in the street. That was a big deal. They showed his body in the news, like in the middle of the street. Like, really? To me, I think that should be off limits. I don't think that you should, you know, you could construe that as censorship, and that's fine. I'll go ahead and I'll own that. I think that there should be censorship when it comes to showing someone's fresh slain body in the middle of the street on like the evening news. I don't want to see that shit. It's disrespectful to the family, to the living family. It's disrespectful to the victim.
Yeah, there should be some dignity.
Yeah, right. You don't have to. You can get your point across without all that. Like you can report it as such without having to show it. And it's just part of that, like I said, it's part of like selling that train or that car accident. That people, even though you may not like it, you'll still be compelled to watch it because it's moving in some way.
No, I don't know. That kind of stuff actually turns me off, and I don't know. I've seen real life catastrophes. I don't need to see it repeated on TV.
Well, I get that, but it's you can't escape it in media or entertainment today. Any form of entertainment today, it's like entertainment has gotten desperate. Like I don't know what it is. Is like we've either run out of ideas or we're in a dry period for talent when it comes to entertainment. So the answer to that, and the answer to what has been the answer to that for like the last, I would say, I don't know how long, at least 10 years, probably closer to 20 years. But the answer to that has been is to be over the top instead, to be as out there instead, or to deliberately to cause someone to wince or cringe, basically, instead. Like comedy would be a good example of that. How like a lot of what's considered comedy today is to see just how by whatever standard we have today, just to see how inappropriate you can be, basically, instead of actually having some kind of witticism. And I'm not saying that they don't mix in the one with the other, but what I'm saying is to hold the attention of the audience. It seems to have gotten desperate lately, where, like in comedy, comedians or in all forms of comedy, seems to make it to where what's holding the audience is how over the top it is, or how, I don't know how to put it. You get what I'm saying, though? Like,
yeah, extreme TV.
Right, like to be really extreme in a way that would make anybody cringe, basically, over it. Would make like your most like the most heartless person in the world would still cringe over some of the things that are said or portrayed in comedy. Music is another one where how outrageous can it be? Like that's gotten desperate. It seems like a lot of forms of entertainment have gotten desperate in the last, I would say, like 20 years. And I don't know what's causing that. Whether or not it's, like I said, like we're just starting to hit a dry spell, and people who are actually coming up with this shit, or whether or not we're really just running out of ideas. And when I say running out of ideas, I know that sounds weird, but there really is only a certain parameter of when it comes to things that entertain a human being. There's a parameter for that. Like music, for example, you could throw any combination of notes in any order at any timing together and call that music, but it's not necessarily something that somebody wants to listen to. There's still a parameter, and I don't know, they've gotten that down to like a little bit of a science, like song length matters. Like you're only going to hold somebody for so long on how long like a song is. That's why like people who
Yep, 3 minutes 20 seconds.
is that what it is really?
I don't know.
It is,
in
but
that neighborhood.
but there is like a length though in which most people will find acceptable or not, like of a song, for example, there's more to it than just that. There's like certain note variations within melodies that they've done studies on this, where once it falls out of a certain parameter, people really aren't interested in listening to it anymore.
The four chords. There was a comedy musician sketch. I wish I could just straight up and link it to you. Maybe I can. I'll have to see if YouTube has it. It was absolutely hilarious. Because basically, the guy's complaining, it's like, well, we haven't had any hits yet. We've been in the business for 30 years. We haven't had any hits yet. And then the guy on the keyboard says, well, that's because we haven't come up with a four-chord song. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, oh, all the great hits have the same four chords.
People would probably be mad at me for saying so, but I would use Metallica as a good example of the music thing that I was talking about earlier. They were relative. I mean, they were big, but they weren't really big until they simplified their music. In other words, they made. It was when they dumbed down their music that they made the most money. It's when the most people liked what they were doing.
All right, I might have found it. I gotta mute myself though to check because I can't send copyrighted over the air. Give me a moment.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I found the video. Links in the side chat.
All right, let me check this. I'm gonna mute my mic. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, crazy, wasn't it?
That was something else that came up in things that I was reading about when it comes to music, is that we heavily repeat things as well in music.
Well, Bach's fugues were very mathematical repetitions. In fact, there are computer programs that can just spew them out. And if you apply a human filter, you can filter out the crappy ones and keep the good ones. Because so far we don't have a computer algorithm for taste, but there are algorithms, though, that are applied to pop music, so which is why it all sounds so similar.
I never really liked Bach that much. I mean, there's some things that there's some scores, I guess I should say that.
Well, I do like Toccata and Fugue in D minor. I mean, I got to admit, I'm one of those many people who like that one.
But compared to other people, he was. I want to say he was really early, so he gets credit where it's due. But
yeah,
some of the guys afterwards really broke the at the time boundaries.
Oh yeah, Beethoven has some good ones.
Bach is good, but
Mozart stuff.
Beethoven made it fun. Made it actually fun to listen to, in a way that nobody had ever really experienced, or I don't think so. Not in that form of music. There were other things going on in other cultures of music that were really amazing at the time in comparison.
Yeah, but
I would say
for Europe, Beethoven was rock and roll.
Oh yeah, right, and rightfully so, because it was really changed it up. Like I said, it went from music at the time went from having this very, like you said before, this very calculated and very sterile sound to actually having hooks and unpredictability in ways that made it fun to listen to in comparison, or at least to me. When I listen to older stuff versus the later stuff in classical music.
Was it Tchaikovsky, the 1812 Overture?
That guy was just super prolific.
He got panned for that, and he wasn't real, and it was not one of his favorite pieces either. It was like, yeah, the critics are right. That one's kind of sucked. But guess which one they play at fireworks shows on the 4th of July?
Yeah.
I would love to hear it with live cannons. I mean, the cannons of the time, the big guns, the Spanish 16-inch long, or not, sorry, what is it? What are their big guns? They're like 16 feet long, the big freaking brass cannons. I think they were we're not talking 6-pounders here, we're talking big guns. Having those things putting ammunition in them instead of just flash powder so that they make the appropriate boom. And of course you have to have the appropriate bells, so the venue has to be just so. Yeah, you got to make sure the shells are going to land in the river. Don't want to knock down a city block just for a song. Recordings, though, just can't, they just don't have the compact disc, 16-bit digital audio does not have the dynamic range to capture canon. 24-bit audio does, but you'd have to have the right microphone equipment, which would. It's the problem with microphones. They're to technically record it would be very, very challenging. And then just try and find a stereo system or any kind of music system that is even capable of playing it back, because none exists.
Never really thought about it. And even though this guy's a later guy, this guy's not even that really old. I'm like a big fan of Chopin. I think that he changed it up yet again. Like he actually, to me, he actually brought some of the calculation back, but in a way where it wasn't rigid. So it still was fun to listen to, but was more calculated.
I don't have any of his stuff.
Chopin?
Yeah.
Well,
I really should do a search. I mean, I
would, if you like classical music at all, or piano music.
I am very eclectic. Anything I like, regardless of the style. That's really the only way I can say it, because, I mean, all those, I have yet to hear a rap song that I've liked or hip-hop that I've liked.
No, I have. I like and it's very select, but there are still
I'm sure there's some good ones out there, I just haven't heard them. I mean, it's kind of, I mean, my taste varies. I'm unfortunately not a proper music file. That is, I couldn't go telling you all the genres, artists, etc., and running through all that stuff. It's something I cannot do.
I think that's impossible for anybody to keep up with in the long run.
Well, I knew one guy who was actually very good, at least when it came to any classic rock and generally 60s through early 80s era. He knew he knew it all. Like, you know, not just Electric Light Orchestra, not just Beatles, not just Meatloaf, not just
right.
It was like he knew them all and their histories and which guys played in which bands at which times and all that stuff when they switched them up. And Jethro Tull, I forget the singer, the actual lead guy, but his quote, "The flute is a heavy metal instrument."
I want to say it's Ian Anderson. Is that?
You know what? I would not be able to confirm or deny without doing a Google search.
Yeah, I just did a Google search to confirm it. It is. It's Ian Anderson.
Yeah, but I mean, I had plenty of stuff I like out there. But that four chords thing, that one really spooked me. That group, Axiom of Awesome, they blended those songs together so smoothly. It freaked me out the first time I heard it.
And that is how much of habitual repeaters we are when it comes to music. And people don't really even
I have no idea.
or realize it. Yeah, like we reinvent the same music over and over and over again. That was also in my findings when I read things about it before,
And there was like a bunch of stuff like, yeah, that's a favorite song. Yeah, that's another favorite of mine. And that's it. Wait, well, holy shit, that's in there?
Right, because like I said, there's like a parameter of what humans like to listen to. Like there's and it varies, but you can get away with varying it to an extent. But once you get out of that realm, then it's not that everybody won't like it once you get too far off of base with what most people like. It's just that a lot less people will like it.
But when I first heard it, I had the song "With or Without You" going through my head because the band Two Cellos did an amazing cover of it. You familiar with Two Cellos?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you got to look them up.
I am.
They are brilliant. They do rock and roll on the cellos. And, of course, they can do the classics.
You know what? I think I have seen these guys before.
Yeah, they're, is it Croatian or Romanian? No matter, but they're totally brilliant, but, they've done covers of a lot of the 80s stuff, like, Where the Streets Have No Name, Smooth Criminal.
I'm watching Thunderstruck.
Thunderstruck, of course. Everyone's done Thunderstruck. But, yeah, it's... But anyway, I mean, yeah, I'm not just into hard rock. I like ballads, too. And With or Without You would fall, kind of into the ballad melodic thing. So that thing was going through my head. And then I listened to, the four chords thing, and they had a snip of that in there, which was just sort of a bit of an electric jolt through the spine. It's like, what? And I think they also had a bit of, did they also have since you just listened to it, did they also have a bit of Hotel California in there or not?
Oh, I'm not sure. No, I don't think they put that in there. If they did, it got past me.
Yeah, because they threw in so many that one could easily escape. But actually, Hotel California, I don't think actually does have a four-chord rep. But then again, with Hotel California is, I mean, it's like everyone. I'm sure it's anyone who hears it. So yeah, that's a damn good song. Classic. It's an interesting thing. I tried listening to other stuff from the Eagles, and most of it sucks. And yet Hotel California is like utterly brilliant. It's weird how that happens.
I just counted out the melody in Hotel California. It's actually 7.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 7 pattern. So it goes through a pattern of 7 different either chords or chord progressions.
Ah. Have you studied music theory or any of that?
Not much, like very loosely. I like to try to make music, and I have this maybe I'm wrong, but I think that with a lot of music that I've observed, other people's music, the more that you know about like music theory, and I am guilty. I have actually read a lot about music theory here and there, but the more that you know about it, the more that you constrain yourself to it at the same time. The more it dictates to you how you're going to come up with what you're going to come up with personally. People that are the most trained musicians usually have I usually don't like their music that much, just straight up for guitar. Like I play guitar and I can recognize that Yngwie Malmsteen is a great guitarist, but he's a really, in my opinion, you know, respectfully, he's a really lousy songwriter because he stays really safely within the boundaries of what he's learned. Like he's repeating what he's learned basically at that point. And at the other hand, some of the most exciting people in music to me are either self-taught or have a very loose understanding of music theory.
Of course, there's got to be more than one theory out there, because Indian music, for example, sounds totally different from Western music. I mean, their instruments are based on.
Well, it could still apply. I mean, you could still apply to the other. You know, a lot of people don't. What I've found with a lot of people who grew up in like European culture, they find Eastern music to like it sounds out of tune to them. Like the note, the way that you would tune like an Eastern instrument is.
Yeah, it's based on it's based on different chords and vibrations and such.
Well,
A440 or whatever.
Well, like I have like this is drop D, but like this would be like your standard European tune, like that would be like what you would tune a guitar to by like Eurocentric standards. But I have another guitar that I've actually have it tuned to like an Eastern standard, which would be this. And that's if you can hear it, it's got two.
They're very distinctly different, but it still sounded melodic.
But a lot of people think that the Eastern tunings or the Eastern the notes that are chosen are if you were raised with European or Eurocentric music, then it sounds off tune to a lot of people, or it sounds out of tune.
Yeah. You know, Peter, I don't know if this would be more like Middle Eastern than full Eastern, but Peter Gabriel did an awesome soundtrack for the movie Passion.
Peter Gabriel.
It's an awesome soundtrack. I've never seen the movie, but it's an awesome soundtrack.
Peter Gabriel. I mean, I like some of what he does, but I don't really like a lot of what he does. But I will recognize that he is kind of a musical genius when it comes to certain things. He likes to use timings that a lot of people would be uncomfortable with using. Like he gets it with a lot of things. Like he's not my first choice of people to listen to. Like of music to listen to.
Well, I don't like everything.
He's a really good songwriter, huh?
I don't like everything he does. Like when he was with Genesis, and there was that 2-disc opera thing that they did. I hated it. In fact, the really early Genesis stuff, I don't think I like any of it. So I think when Peter Gabriel left Genesis, I think that's the times when he did stuff that I liked. So, go figure, right? Not all of it, mind you, but still.
Well, I liked some of the timings that he would use, where he'll.
Yeah, but the Passions CD has an interesting sound to it, and it's totally different from anything else he's done.
Excuse me.
And I do like the Melting Wax Face album. I've got it in both English and German. And apparently for the German, I mean, he went to some difficulty because he actually sings the lyrics in German, and of course getting them to fit with the music.
Like like the song. What is it?
Like Games Without Frontiers or whatever.
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. That's
By,
not ringing a bell.
by Peter Gabriel. Like that's a. I think that's like a 7/4 or 7/4 timing.
Oh, that's an interesting timing.
It's an odd timing signature, like that a lot of. And I like that time signature a lot. It's got like a repeating quality to it, like where it sounds like a loop almost, whether it's actually a loop or not.
Let's
Or
see,
like
seven's a time.
7/8 timing as well. That makes it sound like something that's like building or repeating. And not a lot of people use, especially like in pop music. Not a lot of people use that time.
Yeah, it'll have a longer cycle than 3/4 or 4/4 for sure.
Right, which makes it sound like a loop almost being repeated over and over. Salisbury Hill, I'm sure you've heard that song.
I probably have, and I'm just not recalling it to mind right now.
It was probably one of his more popular,
I can look it up.
Here, I got the link already.
I'm on the Apple Music thing, so I can.
Oh, okay.
If it's on there, I can listen to it.
But you'll hear what I'm talking about, where the timing of it it gives it like a repeating quality rather than like a constant. I gotta step away for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Did you hear what I was talking about? Did you listen to Salisbury Hill?
Oh, I didn't. I should have done that. I was just sitting here like an idiot waiting for you to come back. I'll get around to it. I hope.
No. When you hear the song, you'll be like, yeah, I know that song, because it was pretty popular.
Yeah, if it was popular, then I probably have heard it, and I'm just not recalling. But if you still have the link to it on YouTube, pop it up. I'll give it a quick few bars.
It's all you need to hear what I'm talking about.
All right, just mute myself. Okay, you're right. I have heard it before.
But you hear what I'm talking about? How like it's got like where it almost sounds like it cuts one step early.
Yeah.
So it gives it like it makes it sound like a loop more than something that's just like a constant melody or beat.
No. Melodies and beats are loops too, aren't they?
They are, but it has more of like I don't know how to put it, like more of it like puts a hook in it that makes it sound more repeating than something that would just be like on a standard even measure.
Okay.
Like
yeah, it's the thing with like MIDI music that's been where they hit the, they've taken a performer's keystrokes and then they go and they lock them into the times, and then all of a sudden it sounds computer generated instead of natural. Because humans don't keep absolute perfect time. They're just like hitting around the beats. Not quite ragtime style, but I think you know what I mean.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I read something out of like it's actually a drummers. It's like a publication for drummers that was covering something like that, like how as precise as you think that it is, it's when it comes to humans playing music that it's never exactly on. It's never like precise all the time. And some drummers will play. They'll rush the beat a little bit, even though you can't like audibly hear it. Like the human ear, you don't realize it. Some drummers will rush the beat, and other drummers will lag the beat. They'll actually like lag, like again, like just tiny milliseconds that you could never distinguish, like, that no human being could ever really distinguish. But they will be behind the actual precise timing.
Yeah, they sort of go around. Yeah, there's a definite drift. You'll notice it, though, if you're trying to synchronize separate audio to the video. That gets painful. It gets painful real fast, SMPTE encoding or no.
But like with those odd timing signatures, like I'm sure you've heard this one, like "Kiss from a Rose." I think that's what it's called, by Seal. That was like another really popular pop song that used like either a used basically an odd timing signature, like either 5/4 or what else could it be? 15/8 or 3/8 timings.
I wonder if well, 3/4 is very, very common, but I wonder if the ones where there's like dealing with relative primes, if that generates some kind of a distinction.
Say that again.
Like if you're using, like, for example, you were talking like say 5/8. Actually, 5/8. That's weird because 5 and 8 are Fibonacci numbers. But I don't know. 5 beats in every 8. Jeez. 5 notes in every 8 beats. That's how it goes, right? I don't know. I'm wondering if those weird timings, there's unusual timings, I should say, just create some kind of a distinctiveness to them, because they're going to have a longer periodicity before they repeat, I think. Maybe.
Well,
just intuiting this.
Like 5/8 would be like something that you would hear commonly in like Spanish music. Would use that a lot. Like Spanish guitar would use 5/8, like a 5/8 time signature.
I wonder if Madonna's La Isla Bonita used 5/8, because that was played on a Spanish guitar.
I don't know.
The tune is not quite coming to my head. Just a few opening notes. And
What was the name of the song again?
La Isla Bonita, or the Beautiful Island in English. It's from I believe it's from the True Blue album.
Sounds like a 4/4.
Oh well. standard pop. It was nice sounding guitar though. Thing is, a lot of, I don't know if that was the case back then, but a lot of the synths are getting good enough that you need to have an actual musician's ear to tell them from the real instrument.
I think that some synths are so good that it would be hard for anybody to really tell the difference.
I know the piano is a huge challenge because its quality changed in more ways than one just by hitting the key harder. But I believe Kurzweil got that down.
But there are synths out there that will vary those parameters now, so it does sound natural.
Yeah, they've gotten pretty good at it.
Yeah, I play around with a lot of synths, and there's options where you can basically hide the fact that it's not real, I guess, so to speak.
Yeah, I have an audio Axum 49 keyboard, and when I'm playing it through GarageBand and have the guitars selected, the keyboard has aftertouch, and sometimes, and I cannot do it reproducibly, but I get fret noises, like your finger moving over a fret.
Right.
And the first time I heard that, I was like, whoa, how's it doing that?
I have to read what my keyboard is. I can't remember. It's a Korg, but I can't remember what the model is. It's a TR something. It's a TR.
Yeah, I got the 49 because of lack of space, but I was hoping it would have enough octaves. I should have gotten the 69, except, well, actually, the lack of space problem would have killed it. But the problem is if I wanted to go through some of the basic books that I have, I would have to do octave shifting with one hand while playing up the other. And, I don't know, I totally suck at keyboard.
It's an 80. Mine's an 88 key. It's a full size.
Full, all the keys.
Yeah. It's a TR.
Although there is a type of piano, I forget the kind. They're royally expensive, but it's got 101 keys, I think it is. These with a B. Let me think of a B. It's bigger than the grand piano. It's got like another octave and a half added to the standard piano.
Wow.
And I think that's 101 notes, or is it 96? No, 96 would only be half an octave. No, it's 1.5 octaves more, I'm pretty sure.
That might actually be hard for smaller people to play.
Oh, if you want to hit the lowest note and the largest note, yeah, you better have long arms.
Right.
Because it is big, but, I mean, the actual musical instruments themselves, the physical instruments, cost as much as a small house or a high-end sports car. I mean, they're not common. So you get the double whammy of them being, well, exotic pianos, essentially, and so they're not mass-produced. I mean, we're not talking Yamaha here.
No, it would have to probably, everyone that goes out is probably custom, whoever would make something like that.
Yeah, because you'd need a special machine to forge the harp, the right tuners, cutting out all that, yeah, carving the wood specially and all that. I'm sure they're handmade for the
Yeah, I
price.
was getting ready to say I doubt there's much machine and something like that would be, a lot of it would be handmade, other than things that are already standard in the other pianos.
And hell, what kind of wood would you need for a solid sounding board? I mean, you're not going to throw plywood into that. That would be suicidal.
Anyway, I got a Korg because Korgs are like I don't know, they're kind of like the industry standard. Like for a lot of people, at least. They're
Oh,
tough.
Korg, K-O-R-G, yes.
Yeah, the TRA.
Yeah, I've seen that brand all over the place. Yeah, they've got little tiny things that you fit in the palm of your hand, all the way up to full-blown stage keyboards and big synths. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a nice keyboard. It's got weighted keys.
Are they fully weighted or semi-weighted?
I think they're fully weighted.
Oh wow. Yeah, because one of the reasons I got the keyboard I got was it was affordably priced. It was only a little over. It was under $300. In fact, I think it was only a little over $200. But it's semi-weighted with aftertouch. They're full-size keys.
Yeah, the Korg is like I don't know, it's around $1,000 or more.
And it's strictly MIDI. Although it has the standard DIN connectors, but it's also got a USB connector, so you can plug it into a computer and it'll get all its power through the USB.
Oh, that's nice. Like mine.
And you can program.
I use a USB, but I don't. It would never power it. Like I still need a separate power supply for it.
Well, it's not a synth. It's strictly a keyboard. It requires a synth to produce sound.
Right. You know what, though? That's pretty much the only way that I use mine, though. I don't use the onboard synth with the keyboard that I have. I use synths out of my computer, like VSTs. You probably do the same if you're using GarageBand.
Yeah, GarageBand, you can design your own sound fonts. At least you used to be able to. I don't know. Sometimes Apple takes features away. But there's Logic, of course. I'm sure that lets you.
I use VSTs with FL Studio.
Yeah. M Audio is owned by Ableton. So the same people that produce Live. So it's all the same company. German outfit.
I've actually been interested in checking that out. I don't know, for like a year or two now. I just haven't yet. Ableton.
Yeah, Ableton. It came with Ableton Live Lite, which for a humongous amount of money you could get upgrade to their professional version that is used by a large portion of the bands that are out there. And I looked at that and I thought, well, user interface is absolutely horrific. How do they deal with it? But then I can understand somebody who's a programmer for those things pulling down some really big bucks just because it's it looks so ridiculously difficult to learn.
What, Ableton?
Yeah.
I don't know. It might be. I don't know how much different it would be than FL Studio or.
Well, I can only compare it to GarageBand. GarageBand is just way simpler, and for me to spend money on a professional level software would be just stupid. And actually, I've heard you can do pretty well with GarageBand. If you already are a talented musician, you can actually put together decent tracks with GarageBand. Especially if you have Audacity as well, because you can, export your WAV files to Audacity or just do it in AIFF. Just use Audacity to do some extra stuff.
What I don't understand is like the movement towards like the push button boxes that they're, no pun intended, pushing right now. Seems more like a toy than some meaningful instrument to me. Like a keypad that has 50 keys on it that are just programmable keys that you could hit triggers with effectively. Essentially, I don't get it. Like, I don't understand what the what the gain is by doing that, other than it might just look cool to some people, but
maybe it's a Pink Floyd effect.
It doesn't actually, like I said, it's just you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the keypads that.
Well, yeah, I've got 8 touchpads that can be used for like percussion. They're pressure sensitive, so that the harder you hit them, they, But weirdly enough, they're also
rather just program that out in like a drum machine and then adjust the whatever it is that I've programmed out to my liking afterwards. It's really no different. Like that's.
Well, that's the thing. They overlap some of the actual, the white and black keys. So, I mean, that is, yeah, it's a little weird. I haven't fully mastered all the different things. I mean, there's the pitch shift, but you can also do octave shifts, semitone shifts. There's rotary thingies on there. I have no clue what the rotaries do. And some sliders. I have no idea what they do either. But
I find myself like sometimes, like, I hate to say it, but I find myself like lazy when it comes to certain things, like in FL Studio, for example. Like to do some things that you would want to do with it, it takes a long, it's like a long drawn out process, or it's, I don't know if I should put it that way. It's just not fun either way. Like it's actual work and not play, as opposed to just picking up an instrument and playing it. To program out like automations for like note bins and
honestly,
envelope filters.
Honestly, I think the only way I would be able to actually make music is programming it out and basically using the keyboard as the input device and fixing it, because as a musician, I'm just, well, I mean, I've tried on and off. I get discouraged easily, and so I haven't put in the necessary time and effort to actually be good at playing piano, for example.
Oh, I'm horrible at it. But see, that's the nice thing about like programs like Ableton or FL Studio. You don't have to have like the no, how would I put it? You don't have to have like the talent when it comes to something like hand-eye coordination to, like, that's not going to limit your imagination, like what you can come up with in your head and then get it down.
Yeah, and using a keyboard of that type is better than trying to program it. There's I forget the name of the program, but there's a program where you type in text and it'll generate sheet music and also MIDI scores.
Right. That's generally what I do when I come up with music. Is I will key it out first, like whatever it is that I like, and then I'll program it into like a sequencer in FL Studio. That it's basically like a digital version of a player piano, only you can uh, change it on the fly. You know, you can do what you want with it as you go.
Well, this is like using a programming language to this slightly higher level than the general MIDI codes. It is. I forget. I wish I could remember the name of the damn program that does it. But basically, you type out the music with, and when I say keyboard in this case, I'm talking about a QWERTY keyboard, your computer keyboard, as a text file, and it processes that.
Are you talking about like ABC files?
I don't know what the extension is, but it produces both MIDI sequences with the .mid extension, and also can create high-quality PostScript sheet music from what you've typed in. So, damn it. I don't remember that.
I would be willing to bet that you can already do that, like in either Ableton or FL Studio. That's
Well, it's a free piece of software, so I don't see why anybody wouldn't be able to pick up its capabilities. Although I don't know if it's GPL or BSD licensed or what. But certainly the idea behind it is simple enough. I mean, if you are familiar with the general MIDI standard, then you could either just literally write it out in in a hex editor. That would be kind of tedious. Or you could write a programming language that's higher level that will then be processed into the general MIDI codes, and you could, because there's also other program software that'll take a MIDI file, that's the general MIDI code, and can generate sheet music from that as well. So, I mean, we're not talking about anything that's new or esoteric or anything. This goes way back to the 90s or earlier.
right. Like that second link that I just put up is something that I used a sequencer for. That I played around with the keyboard first, and then I ran it through a sequencer after I figured out what I wanted.
That's pretty cool. 5 minutes of it, though.
Yeah, I know.
But okay, yeah. Although the only immediate critique I would have is all the notes are the same length.
Yeah, I wanted it to have like I wanted to have like a spacey quality, which is why it's not if you go into like, let me see where it goes. If you go around like the 2-minute mark on it, there's a change up.
I killed the tab. Well, I can bring the tab up again.
Well, anyway, I bring it to like halftime.
Okay, around the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, around the 2-minute mark.
All right, hold on a sec.
I cut it to like halftime, and then you'll hear.
Okay, I caught the change.
Wait, that's just clowning, like clowning around.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was a kid, I got a, well, my parents, my parents got a Gateway PC with an Ensoniq sound card. And this was before Ensoniq, I don't know, did whatever the hell they did, but it was a wavetable sound card. And you could actually send it raw MIDI codes and it would play them. So I just wrote a program that generated every note played at every hardness. Because, you know, you have 127 notes with 127 velocity values. I had to look up the MIDI standard. I don't know if I still have that book around or not. Although I'm sure it's possible to get the current general MIDI standard. But anyway, it was just a simple little stupid C program that just generated all the notes and all the. So it was like it played them all through. Very boring. Oh, it was not just all the notes.
I almost remember in Sonic. Like
yeah. It was going through all the notes, and then it would switch instruments and go through all the notes again, switch instruments, go through all the notes again. And I didn't take it. It had 16-note polyphony, but I didn't take advantage of that.
I think they also made things. I think in Sonic also made things like drum machines.
Yeah. Well, for its day, that was actually a high-end sound card. But now everything it does can be done natively, and that is, you don't need special hardware for it anymore. Because computers are just so much better now. I mean, it was running on a 33 megahertz processor.
Oh yeah. Golden years.
Oh yeah. An ancient computer with a 200 megabyte hard drive, 8 megabytes of RAM.
Yeah, if you wanted decent sound, you'd have to like the sound card would be as big as like a video card is today.
Yeah, it was. It was a huge thing. Had lots of chips on it.
Yeah.
And there was only one sound card that I've heard of that was, at the time, that was supposed to be better, and that was something made by Turtle Beach. And it took up 2 slots. Some of the things that the Turtle Beach thing had, the Ensoniq, even though it was a wavetable card, you couldn't swap out the banks or anything. It had a fixed wavetable. The Turtle Beach card, you could change the music banks. That is, you could program. That is, you could replace the synthesizers in there with different ones, so to speak.
Oh, you've got me at Ableton's website now. Just thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, blame me. By the way, I subbed your channel.
Cool. You'd be like my sixth sub, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I know. I'm on fire.
Wow, you've increased your subscription base by 20%
I know.
in one day.
And every single person. No, actually, not every single person. There's like 2 people that I don't even know why they subbed to me. And then now the other 4 people, it's just been by either association or people that I know. I don't know. I have an aversion to it though. I would never want a bunch of subs because I want to be able to do basically what I want with it. Like if I wanted to upload something that was like off the chain, like I wouldn't want to piss somebody off. That's like why I keep what I do like on YouTube or here separate from what I do on Facebook, because Facebook includes people that I grew up with, people that I know personally.
Oh, yeah, I do that too.
Right.
In fact, I've got 2 different Facebook accounts.
And a lot of people don't do that, but I do, you know.
Yeah,
I've said before, I don't want to put my poor mother through some of the shit that I talk about or do.
Yeah, especially in the Great Debate community. It can get nasty. And I've recently been interested in this flat earther phenomenon because it's kind of new to me. But I've been looking at these videos, and most of them are, from this year. Back in February for the most part. But there are some as recent as September, and a lot of material seems to get rehashed. That is, people use the same video clips and stuff in their videos. But I'm trying to figure out if it's like one big Poe job or if that people actually believe that crap. Because it's just, it takes an astonishing level of ignorance of math, basic math and physics, to be able to come up with the arguments that they do. You have to be deliberately bad at it. I think, for example, Nephilim Free really believes what he believes and is not lying about it. These people...
He's not a flat earther, though.
No, he's not.
I don't think so, at least. Not the last I knew.
No, he's not. But he has waffled about being a geocentrist. But, being a geocentrist would be like, okay, fine, but, you kind of got to deny the space program still. And call, But to say that the Earth is fixed and not spinning and everything else moves in relation to it. Okay, mathematically you can do that on a kinematic basis, but when you start taking the laws of physics into account, it all falls apart.
Right, like we're not going like 2,600. I think it's around 2,600 miles, isn't it?
Well,
it's like how fast we're orbiting.
Let's see. Well, the Earth is going around the sun at roughly 67,000 miles per hour, depending on where it is in the
way
orbit.
off. I thought it was 2,600.
Yeah. And if you're standing on the equator, your linear velocity relative to the core of the Earth is, you're going around at about 1,000 miles an hour. A little over 1,000 miles an hour. But,
what is how fast it spins?
Yeah, but you got to realize, it's the atmosphere is moving with you, and unless it's a windy day. And
wind is actually just like what causes wind. My understanding is that it's just differences in pressures in the atmosphere.
Yeah, differences in pressure due to differences in heating by the sun.
Right, like due to temperature causes different pressures, which causes
Yeah, warm air rises, cold air descends, creates wind.
The full shebang is how much is it?
If you want to get, I mean, if you want to get down to the details of the actual atoms or molecules of air and all the aerosols and stuff, it'll get very, 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 very complicated. But
it's $750 for the full thing.
Oh, what, for Ableton Live?
Yeah, for the latest version, for the suite.
Yeah, I told you it was a ridiculously expensive package.
You can get the intro package for $100.
Yeah, it's still too much.
There's three different packages, and then there's a standard, and then there's the suite.
Yeah, thing is, I've got GarageBand for free. Came with the computer. It gets upgraded on a regular update. It gets the updates. I mean, it's the latest version.
I think FL Studio cost me like I want to say $400 or $500 when I bought it. That was a while ago, and it's outdated at this point.
Well, if it works with your equipment, then.
And I didn't rip it off. A lot of people just rip that shit. A lot of people that I've talked to that I'm like, nah.
Well, yeah. In fact, I'm not certain, but I believe Adobe's Photoshop is the most pirated application. But hey, you want to charge $700 for a drawing program? I mean, come on. Okay, yeah, Photoshop does a lot of really cool stuff now, and people make their entire careers around using Photoshop all day long, every fucking day. But
you can do some really nice things with Photoshop, though. I've seen people do full paintings in Photoshop where you wouldn't know that it wasn't like oil on canvas.
Well, a photograph of oil on canvas.
Right. Yeah, that right. You wouldn't know that it wasn't a picture of something like that. It looks really good.
Yeah, I've been trying to write a program where it actually just naturally does that with the brushes, but damn it, it's difficult.
Like if Corel Painter was cheaper, I'd probably get that. Play around with that. There's a lot of programs that if they weren't so expensive, I would buy them. And that makes me wonder whether or not they actually lose money in the long run when, like, certain software companies that like Adobe or Corel, where they make the product so expensive that they actually lose money because it'll make people hesitate to buy it.
You know, I honestly don't know, but I suspect in the case of Photoshop, because it's ripped off so often, it's basically become the image editing software du jour for photographs at a professional level. I mean, and professional companies are going to purchase actual licenses.
I was going to say, but by the time you're making money on it, then you're going to no doubt pay for it. Then you're going to buy the program.
Well, your boss will have bought it for you, and you'll be using it at work doing your thing. And you know, if you're any good at it, that is. And I mean, it is a sophisticated enough program that, and does require talent to take advantage of it in such a way that you can, utilize its full abilities. I mean, it is a program that you can build a whole career around.
Well, like I think that who is it? Like Unreal, like the guys that make the Unreal Engine.
Yeah, a lot of games are built around that.
Right, but the newest one or two versions of it, I think they've recognized that that they've lost money in the past by making it like expensive enough for like even people who could afford it would hesitate to buy it because they don't know whether or not, you get what I'm saying, like it's like they don't know whether or not they would stick with it or really do something with it, so why waste the money? Like that would be the reasoning. And I think they've kind of changed the way that they sell the Unreal Engine now.
Yeah, I think it might be subscription. Well,
yeah.
Adobe is going to a subscription-based service for their Creative Suite.
And I bet you that is because of what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's their way around piracy. It's like, well, what we do is we make it so that it's not painful for people to get it. They'll be able to have support and regular updates and so on and so forth.
Well,
and it would be, and make it more convenient than hitting the torrents.
The principle behind it is that they would charge you only have to pay like a fraction of what you'd have to pay for the whole thing outright to try it. Like so it's not painful to try it.
Yeah.
In other words, so it's like not, so you're not like slapping down like $1,600, I don't know, $1,200, $1,600 like with the Unreal Engine. I think can't remember what it is if you wanted to buy like Unreal 4 outright. It's expensive to buy it outright. It's like $1,600 maybe. I'd have to look it up.
Well, you got to consider that you got other companies like ID Software that released their early versions of their Quake engine. Just they're flat out free.
I'm looking it up right now to see exactly how much they want for it nowadays.
Well, the game industry is beginning to make more money than the movie industry. I think
no, they did go through a time where they did make more money than the movie industry, but those days are long gone. Like that was the case, but that hasn't been the case for a while now.
Oh, it flipped the other way? Okay,
yeah, the video game market is essentially stagnated. I don't want to like say crashed, but it's gone down pretty hard in comparison to what it used to be. Movies are back on top over video games now.
Well, back in the box days, before you
right, like in the 90s,
you're paying $60 for the damn thing.
Wow, they've changed their business model yet again. I'm looking at at how it works for Unreal now. Now it's fucking free. Now you can just get it for free, and if you happen to make an application or a game with it that you make money off of, they want 5%.
Okay, so it's a royalty-only model.
That's what it looks like to me. Use for free. We'll give you everything so that you can build, and 5% royalty starts after the first $3,000 in revenue that you bring in.
Wow, you could not get fairer than that.
No.
Because a shitload, I mean, the developers who work on the physics engines and shit, I mean, that's right, that is major mathematics.
Yeah, you're right. And that is like what has, because I've ever since I've been a kid, I've been interested in making video games. But once I really got into by the old school standards, like once I got, into what it really all entailed, for as fun as video games are to play, they are like an equal amount unfun to make, if that makes any sense.
It's a shitload of work.
Oh yeah, and it's just,
I mean, it's thousands of man hours.
Right, and it's a daunting task too. Like mentally is a daunting task for me. and that has been the one thing that has kept me away from it. But now, though, and they're not totally there yet. There are still aspects, even when you're using the Unreal Engine, because I've followed it. There are aspects that are still going to be daunting tasks, like making games, even with the.
Yeah, once you get past the basic clip art, you have to start making your own models.
Well, just animation alone is like there's not like there's not gonna like I don't know, like I've learned a little bit on I've learned a little bit on how to animate out of Blender because of of course because Blender is free.
Yeah, I have Blender, but I still haven't learned how to use it yet.
I've learned how to model with it to some extent, and when I got into the animation of it, it's just it's just like a daunting task in comparison. Modeling is not quite as bad. It gets, I guess you could make it more complicated, but it's pretty simple, like to use the modeling feature out of it, like to create 3D models. But animating them is a different thing, and there are people that are starting to try to come up with programs that will simplify that, like animation programs, but they're not there yet. It's still, like
Well, yeah,
video games.
there are a lot of people working on AI engines to drive the models, and is give the models actual AI brains, so to speak.
Oh, okay, like AI, like an AI in games, but
well, I mean, so that they can actually know how to animate themselves. Like, so when you have a script, you have like, all right, dragon, do a running leap and start flying, and it knows how to do all of the subtle animations and shit for that.
I haven't seen it to that extent, but what I have seen is like things that would like automatically like animate hair, things like hair or different like clothing effects.
Yeah, they're using basic physics models.
Right, like grass, right, like that kind of thing. Like
that's another thing that's difficult is deformable objects. Chews up a lot of computing power.
Wow, that's going to be tempting to download and play with this. I think I might have to. That I know that it's like basically free now. I've watched probably hundreds of hours on how to use the Unreal Engine, like instructional videos.
Have you heard of a program called Goat Simulator?
Yeah.
That was done by 5 people on Unreal.
See, and that's the thing. Like those guys are probably filthy rich now.
They could well be. And we're just college kids. It's like, it's like, oh, so what do we do? I don't know, Goat Simulator? That's so silly.
I would say that they're probably filthy rich now. Like they probably made I mean, that was a popular thing on Steam.
Yeah.
They sold a lot of copies of that.
Yeah, and it was just something. I mean, virtually everything in there is, the stock stuff. So they only had to spend, I don't know, maybe a year putting it together.
The thing about the Unreal 4 engine right now is that even though it's really close to where it's almost like an instrument for someone to make a game with rather than having to hard code it out, is that you still, in order to make it yours, you still kind of have to mod it out a little bit. It still requires some of the longhand shit to be done.
Well, presumably there's a scripting language in there somewhere to do that for you.
Yeah, well, but you have to do it, though. You have to know it and do it.
if you want to go into the C++ code that's buried in there, well, you got to really know your shit then, because you're crossing the boundary from a game designer developer to an engine builder, and those are just two different worlds.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you have to, like, in order, like, most games, like big ticket games that are made like on the Unreal Engine, they're still modifying the engine. Like, they're not leaving it as is. They're not using it as is. They're not just picking it up and using it. They actually have to make changes to do what they want.
So they have to have a source license.
Yeah, they have to have. It's like I said. It still doesn't get you out of having to have that knowledge or to do some of the longhand things that basically fucking sucks about, is the part that sucks about making games. Like, I think that I can do 3D modeling fairly well. Like I said, the animation was, like, I gave up on that because it's just hours of, it takes hours to do, basically. Like, to do simple animation to make it look good.
Well, think about the amount of work that went into just making the program Blender itself.
Oh, I know. I get that. Like, that is like on a whole other level.
Yeah, that's probably over.
That even if you knew it like the back of your hand and dreamed it, right, you'd still go cross-eyed. That's what I'm talking about. That's my point. Like, in the middle of, like, doing it for so many hours at a time.
Yeah, it could easily be 1 million man-hours of work there.
And and that's what I'm saying. Like, I could never want to be like basically a standard code monkey.
No, that's not code monkey work. That is code. What's the word I'm looking for now?
It's like
somebody who plays a piano super well.
Code master.
It's an art. I mean, you're not just. I mean, web monkey is.
Right, but that guy is still going to have a bunch of code because you can't do it, unless you have, like, there are programs that will actually code for you, but there is a certain, I want to say that there's like a certain amount of error that will also come along with that. But like you said, some piece of code that runs, or some program could, like, to build the program like Blender could take, like you said, like 1 million man-hours.
I don't know if that's the actual number of man-hours.
I know. It's just an example, right? But it's more man-hours than generally one person could do. So you'd have to have some,
Well, no, you won't even live that many hours, because let's say you were doing it full time. 2,000. That would be 2,000 hours a year. So 50 people doing 2,000 hours a year, that would get you only to 100,000
right
man hours per year. And now do 10 years, that's your 1 million man hours.
And you don't have that kind of time when it comes to
no.
When it comes to that, because say it's a video game, for example, you don't have that much time to come out with a video game because the technology by then will have shifted, and whatever it is that you're making will have become dated by then. So you have to do it even faster. You have to put it together faster than that.
That's why companies like Electronic Arts are known for their high turnover rates and burnout. They're basically electronic sweatshops for
Yeah.
the people doing the animations and all that other stuff to make a game.
Yeah, I hate EA with like every fiber of my soul. Yeah, I grew up with a controller in my hand. Like I was part of the video game generation, I guess you could put it. And the way I see it is EA is single-handedly like ruined a big portion of the video game industry for me.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, well, it's a cutthroat business.
But see, that's the thing, though. Like that's what makes it so, their name even so ironic. Electronic arts. It's not really art.
No, they're just
when you're when you're under like a deadline. Is it art at that point, or is it just? I don't know how to put it, but it's.
Well, you've got people at all levels working very, very hard to get product shifted out the door.
Right, but in recent years, though, it's just gotten really bad. Where you can tell, like you said, like it's kind of like they operate almost like a sweatshop, right? That shows in the quality of the work. Where people who are working on games, where you can tell that whoever made it just didn't give a shit about it because they were squeezed, because they're no, I don't know if any other way, like their soul for it, like right, like their passion for it has been stomped on and destroyed through being squeezed for anything that they that they're worth. People, and I've said before, it's people are, when it comes to something like video games, and I consider video games to be like an art. It is an art. It's entertainment. It combines all kinds of arts, forms of art to be like a collective art form in itself. And when you put money above that, it's the same concept with music, right? Like music that's made to make money. Like that was the objective to whoever was writing the music.
Well, for the record companies, that's still the objective.
Well, no, that's actually not even true. Like that is a more recent development. Like record companies back in the, I guess you'd call it the golden era of record companies, were they were gamblers really in comparison to record companies now that will only really invest a lot of money in things that they know for sure that they're gonna get a return on it, as opposed to record companies of yesteryear would actually they'd gamble. They'd put a gamble on it and lose money and make money. So,
yeah. The thing is, if you're willing, like, let's say you and 3 friends want to be the next Beatles, and you each front $10,000 to get the recording equipment and stuff, and build a studio in one of your houses or in the basement, whatever. You have got you can get with the $40,000 you've got. You can produce, assuming you're artistic. Let's assume you've got the artistic part down. The technical stuff you can do as well as any studio can do now. I mean, because you're doing it all in software.
Most of it, yeah.
And basically, for the acoustic stuff where you're using real instruments and whatnot, that's probably where a lot of your money is going to go, actually. That and the appropriate recording the microphones.
Right, recording that.
And the appropriate acoustic installation for the rooms, so forth and whatnot. That's where most of your money will do. But I mean, one PC will allow you to do all the multi-track editing and shit.
I used to actually do things on I used to actually do things before it moved over to PC. I would actually record things on like 4-track recorders, if you remember those.
4-track.
Yeah. You remember 4-track recorders?
Is that like reel-to-reel or what?
Or 8-track recorders? No.
I've heard of 8-track recorders. I've never had an 8-track player. I've heard of 8-track players.
Right.
I mean, I'm familiar with the idea of tape recording.
It was like tapes, but they were different types of like it would be like a cassette tape, but it wasn't like it'd be in that format, but it wasn't like a standard cassette tape. It would have like either 4 or 8 tracks on the actual tape, like separate tracks that would get recorded on the tape. I think that's how it worked.
Yeah, I know in the old days.
You could bounce tracks and overlay tracks with them.
And cut up the tape and reassemble it in different ways. Stretch it, play it slower, play it faster. I don't know. Do weird shit. Stuff that we can all do digitally now. And then
right. It was like an analog. It was like an analog version of it, and it wasn't that good. It wasn't like where you could actually like do what you were saying, like cut it and then move like a piece over to like another area of the tape. You couldn't do shit like that. But what you could do is you could bounce tracks and overlay tracks with it. You could start with like 2 tracks and then overlay those tracks on top of each other and re-record it, and then overlay other tracks. Like that's like how a 4-track would work. Like you could start with 4 tracks, 4 separate tracks on the tape, and then you could get down what you wanted to get down, and then from there you would overlay like tracks 1, 2, and 3 on one track, and then free up those tracks to record yet more overlays on the track. Like that's how 4-track recorders work.
Are you familiar with the TV series Doctor Who?
I know what it is. Yeah, I've watched maybe a couple of episodes of it.
Yeah. It came out in 1963, and this guy named Rob Gaynor put together the original soundtrack opening theme for it, and essentially that's what he literally was: chopping up tape, gluing it, putting it back together, playing it and re-recording it, and doing all sorts of stuff to get all the swooshy effects and stuff, and made what was at the time absolutely groundbreaking, spooky sci-fi music.
Yeah, because
and he was using crap equipment too, because the BBC had shit for funding for that show.
Yeah, because nobody would have probably thought much about doing that. Like you had tape. What year was it?
1963.
Yeah, like delay would have been like tape delay back then.
Yeah, he was doing that, looping the tapes. He was doing all sorts of things that were just that the equipment just simply was not designed to do. And using I don't know if Moog synthesizers existed back then or not.
Yeah, I think so.
But I mean, that was the kind of it was all 100% pure synthetic music. There in the original score, there were no actual physical instruments.
What year was it again?
1963.
That might have been like slightly before like Moog got big. But before they got big, I think that they actually existed I don't know, like
well, they would have been
around
playing
the
with
50s.
the idea. I mean, they had oscillators and shit back then.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, it would all be vacuum tubes, of course, but still, yeah, the original soundtrack, it was just like when it was first played to the folks at BBC, to the head folks at BBC who were in charge of the programming. It was literally like something. It was literally something they'd never heard before. And like, are you sure we should be paying this for children? This is spooky as shit. Because it was a children's show.
Doctor Who?
Yeah, Doctor Who was a children's show. It still is technically. I mean, they consider it family programming. That's why it doesn't get too terribly intense.
I would put Doctor Who like at around something that would be like around at least for like teenage kids or young teens.
Well, young kids watch it, but I guess I don't know. It's the mores change over time, and of course production budgets change because since the reboot, Doctor Who has had a lot of money in the production. So the opening music that they do now is done by, Wales Harmonic Orchestra or whatever the hell they're called.
Like a full symphony, right?
A full symphony.
Right.
And with the latest Doctor, Peter Capaldi, he was in a band. He's got a guitar overlay. It's subtle, but it's in there in his second season, and he's been whacking out the guitar in the shows. Breaking out. I don't know what the hell guitar he plays, but he is definitely heavy on the distortion pedal. Hardcore. But the thing is, Peter Capaldi, the actor, really is a musician. He can really play the guitar. So it's him doing it. He's not just faking it.
Who would that be? Like the main character?
Yeah, he's the guy playing the Doctor now.
Yeah, I've seen him. I know what he looks like, I think.
But like when he bangs on the guitar, it really is him doing it, as opposed to him doing air guitar with a turned off guitar and then them overlaying sound effects later.
If it's who I think it is, who you're talking about, he, appearance-wise, he has like wider set eyes than some people do.
Yeah, he's got angry eyes. If you're familiar with the Craig Ferguson show, Craig Ferguson was in the band with him. Craig Ferguson, they're personal friends. Craig Ferguson has some late night show, but there's plenty of clips on YouTube.
Oh yeah, no, I've watched Craig Ferguson, like the late night show as it's happened before. I've seen a few of those. It's like a typical late night show.
Yeah, except he has no money for a band, so it's like, I was kind of surprised about it. I was like, okay, so should we do the harmonica or the awkward silence?
He's
what?
I kind of like him though. He's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, he is. But yeah, he and the Doctor, Peter Capaldi, they're best buds from way back when they drank far too much and did other unsavory things. And now Craig Ferguson has a respectable show, even though it's relatively low budget, and Peter Capaldi is performing for children. It's kind of a hilarious disjunction.
Well, one does what one can,
Oh, yeah. And Peter Capaldi, it helps he was always a fan of Doctor Who. I mean, when he was a kid, he watched it from the William Hartnell days. So it's always nice to have a fan of the show playing the lead character. And apparently it's a big freaking deal because that show is a global success.
What, Doctor Who?
Oh, yeah. It was around before it was a major global success before Star Trek entered Gene Roddenberry's imagination.
Oh, I've got a confession to make. Don't judge me, but I usually only turn the BBC, like the BBC America channel on, to watch Gordon Ramsay. Like, he's pretty much the only guy that I watch.
Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah,
Don't know
that's
him.
right.
Oh wait, you're not talking the Norton show, are you?
No, I'm talking Gordon Ramsay. Like
Gordon Ramsay. Okay. Well, not familiar. I
oh,
don't even...
the Angry Chef.
Oh, Angry
You
Chef.
gotta know who I'm talking about. Yeah.
Is he the guy that goes bam?
No, he's the. Oh, he's the guy that, like, the. I don't know how to put it. Like, the insulting chef, like that would. If you saw Gordon Ramsay, you'd know who he was.
Okay, I unfortunately.
Blonde guy. British.
Yeah, I don't live in England anymore, so I'm not keeping up with the TV.
No,
I haven't lived in England since I was 9 years old.
Gordon Ramsay is huge, though. Like, he's done a bunch of, like, he's done. What is it? He's the guy from, if you've ever heard of the show Kitchen Nightmares. It's that guy. He goes around to, like, failing restaurants and calls them out on why they're failing, and then tries to get them back into, tries to get them to not fail.
That's a cool concept.
He's been doing that for years, but he's an asshole though, and that's why I like him.
Is he more of an asshole than Simon Cowell?
Yes, but at the same time, he's more likable than Simon Cowell to me.
Oh, well, shit, that latter part's not hard. I'm surprised no one's murdered Simon Cowell yet.
He's way more aggressive than Simon Cowell. He's like up in your face, finger right in your face.
The only thing I liked seeing from Simon Cowell was they were showing back when they were doing American Idol or whatever. They were showing the early cuts that they do before they actually start bringing people out to perform in front of big audiences. And there was this one guy who came on and said, "So, you want to be an idol, eh?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "What do you mean, eh?" It's like, "Well, I thought I'd just sort of join. I mean, it was free and blah, blah, blah." The guy was clearly out of it. And Simon Cowell was like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Get out. Just get out. I don't even want to hear you. Just go." I mean, it's like, you're better off paying, you're better off buying a ticket to win the lottery. Because he went, I mean, Simon was pissed.
Well,
it's like,
respectfully, fuck Simon. What he's really expecting is
expecting somebody who really wants to.
Yeah, he's
expecting talent and can get a record contract.
Yeah, but what he was also expecting is to be groveled to, and he didn't get that, and that pissed him off.
Yeah, he just got nothing from the guy, so he's like, "Just get out of here."
Wow.
It's like, you have no idea what you are. It's like, you just wasted everyone's time.
I don't even know what he's famous for other than American Idol. I don't even know what he did before American Idol. Like, I couldn't even tell you. Was he a singer? Did he sing ever?
No, I don't know what he's famous for either, but before American Idol, the BBC had British Idol or some such. American Idol is taken from England. That's why Simon Cowell is from England. It's his show. He was doing it in England. England got too small for him, so he brought it over to America.
Right, it was something like
Same thing with
England's Got
America's
Talent
Got
or
Talent.
something like that. Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's just shit that it's like brings it to a larger audience to make more money.
The funny thing is that with the exception of the very first winner of American Idol, the people who have tried out for American Idol, out of those people, the losers have gone. More of the losers have gone on to have more successful music careers than the winners.
She bang.
Yeah.
Okay, one record. That's better than
No,
nothing.
there's more people who have tried out and not made it than that have gone on to sell more records than the people who have actually won the record deal. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Oh yeah, I can believe that.
oh yeah, there's tons of more people who, and I don't, I never followed American Idol. I think that the girlfriend that I had at the time when it first came out, like, got me to watch some of the first season of it, and I didn't humor her after like the first season. I was like, all right, you're on your own with that shit. I can't stand to watch it anymore.
Yeah, I can understand. Yeah, I generally don't watch the show, but sometimes YouTube has interesting clips. Because people will put YouTube clips from. We'll put clips on YouTube, and I'll see some stuff. I mean, it runs across. It'll eventually. Some of the cream rises to your Facebook. Occasionally, the cream is curdled, but whatever.
I would say that the draw, the most entertaining part about American Idol is the people who go up and are really bad. That's I think that's what people come to watch mostly. I would be willing to bet, maybe not, maybe I don't know, maybe not.
I want to see someone who is so ridiculously god awful bad in front of millions.
I might be
believing he is honestly the next platinum deal.
Right, like I would be, and I could be wrong about this, but I'd be willing to bet that that their ratings actually drop once all the selections are made, and that it goes to just a competition between people. That the tryouts probably get more ratings than the actual competition itself. I might be wrong about that, though. I know that if I ever entertained the idea of watching it again, that it would just be the tryouts.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea.
Like people who that think that they're like legitimately good. And sometimes it's just like, oh my god, how can you not know that you're tone deaf?
Yeah, the show lost its appeal to me when Paula Abdul stopped sleeping with the contestants.
Oh, I never knew that she did. That's how in touch I am with it.
Apparently she got busted for one. I don't know.
So what? Who would what? Like one of the contestants that had made the cut and all that, or just one of the tryouts?
I honestly don't know how far he got.
Well.
But it's things like that end up, on trending on Twitter or trending on Facebook or what have you. I mean,
that shit kills me. Like, I don't give a fuck about who Paula Abdul fucks. Like, that isn't. You know what? That's something else. She might have had like some hits in her day.
In 1985, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. But I'd never like take her as some like great singer, though. Like she was like a pop princess of her day. But
yeah, and I think she only got in because she was personal friends with Janet Jackson, and of course Janet Jackson only got in because of her brothers.
That might be true. I don't know.
Although there are some good songs on the Control album.
That whole family was like a showbiz family. So
Yeah,
Whether Michael made it or not, they probably still would have pushed her.
it's a possibility. I mean,
I don't know. But yeah, it didn't hurt her case at all to be like Michael Jackson's, what was it, little sister.
yeah, basically.
I think she's younger than him.
Yeah.
I don't know, like you look at Janet Jackson today, and I can't, it doesn't even look like her. Like it's like some, if you look at old pictures of her and look at her now, it's like two different people. Same thing with what's the girl's name? This is more recent. Little Kim.
I don't know who Little Kim is.
Little Kim is like a female rapper, but if you look at old pictures of Little Kim and new pictures of Little Kim, she had her face rearranged. Like you would not, if you knew her from then and then saw her today, you wouldn't even know it was her. Like that's how much plastic surgery she's had.
There really should be some medical ethics against doing that.
You think?
Yeah, I think.
Well, what would you base that on, though? Like, on what basis?
Well,
and where would you draw the line?
Yeah, it would. I don't know. It's
a hard question. It's a hard, and that's probably why there isn't much regulation or when it comes to how much plastic surgery you can do.
Right. I don't know where I would draw the line. I mean, certainly I would allow reconstructive surgery in the event of, somebody being terribly disfigured in an accident, for example. I mean, obviously that's trying to get them back to where they were or something at least.
Right. I get that, but you'd outlaw like tit jobs, though? Would you outlaw tit jobs? For women to have their tits done?
I don't know. Breast augmentation is fairly minor, I guess.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm actually not into the huge tit thing anyway, so.
No, but that's neither here or there, though. Like whatever your personal preference is doesn't.
Right, I know.
It doesn't motivate that woman to have her tits done, basically. So.
Yeah, I know. I don't have a rational basis. I gotta admit that here. I'm just thinking there are certain cases where they go to a point where it's unrecoverable. I mean,
sometimes it just gets botched too. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Like I'd quote Bill Burr on that. Like, it's obvious that they haven't got all the kinks worked out on that shit. People that are getting like facial plastic surgery. It's generally older women that are getting facelift after facelift, having shit done to their face to try to look younger. And I think he put it well. He said you can either look like a 30-year-old lizard, or you can look your age. You can look like 50, 60, and he said that doesn't look bad. Or you can look like a 30-year-old lizard, because they haven't quite gotten all the kinks worked out of it yet. Like, they don't. It gets botched all the time. Now there are some women that have had a lot of plastic surgery that you'd never know, that you'd never be able to tell, or you'd never know. That is where it's worked out, where they've had a good job. There's some women that would deny plastic surgery, even though there's no way that they look younger today than they did 25 years ago or some shit like that. There are, in Hollywood. But it's a tough call for me. I get what you're saying. There are some people where you can just tell if they have some kind of, where you could almost put a clinical diagnosis on it, where they have some kind of mental disorder that it would never be enough.
Yeah.
or you'd never get it right.
Yeah, like anorexia or bulimia.
Right, like on that level.
Keep having the surgeries until they reach their imaginary state of perfection, which they can never get to.
I think people generally find, if you look at like what people choose, like avatars, for example, like a social media avatar, or even cartoons, or video games, that you get a reflection of what people would like to look like, and what people would like to look like is somewhere in between what we look like right now and like the classic big-eyed alien, if given the option or given the choice. People always will exaggerate the eye size, and like generally like the head size a little bit when it's up to them.
Oh, go anime?
Yeah, kinda. That would be, but not all the way. Like, but kind of lean towards that a little bit. I hate anime, by the way. I'm not a fan at all.
I've seen some, but I don't know. I don't know. Some weird shit out there. Ghost in the Shell was interesting.
What was?
Ghost in the Shell?
I don't even know what that is. Some kind of anime, I take it.
Yeah. And there was another one called Lane that I found interesting. But,
anime is like you'll have like a still picture where only the mouths move for like 3 minutes at a time.
Now you're talking Space Ghost.
Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of anime that would fall under that category. Ever since Voltron, for example, which would have been the first, I guess, anime that I would have been exposed to as a kid.
Or Speed Racer.
Yeah. We're like this. It's just a still picture.
Go, Speed Racer, go.
But like the cheapest possible animation that you could possibly come up with. That's why the name is so ironic.
Somehow out-shaping Hanna-Barbera.
By leaps and bounds.
I mean, Hanna-Barbera went with 15 frame per second animation and doubled it up to 30. And did other tricks and things. But
look how much money anime is probably collectively made.
Oh, I'm sure it's $1 billion industry.
Oh, it's insane. People get really into it too. Like on a whole different level than any other cartoons.
I miss the old Road Runners and Bugs Bunnies, Tom and Jerry. Stuff with violence, stuff with punch.
Well, that stuff.
The Saturday morning cartoons of my youth. I miss them.
Well, you can still have them. The thing is, though, is that there doesn't seem to be any new version of it, or not much, at least. I mean, I don't know. Here's another example. Like, if you look at Pixar movies, like what I was talking about, like as far as like there's what people look like, and then there's what like people like. There's this like ideal vision of what people should look like in Pixar. You'll see it in some of their movies.
I don't know why.
And it always follows the same formula, whether it's anime or not. It always the eyes are always super exaggerated, like always really a lot bigger than what humans' eyes are.
I do not understand why Pixar insists on having a particular cartoon style, because Pixar Well, first of all, they were the first computer animation studio to exist. And second of all, they've got the most sophisticated rendering software and modeling software on the planet. They could make stuff look live action if they wanted to. They quite literally have that capability.
I don't know. They do have like a specific style when it comes to most things. They've had a different style in a couple of things. Like there's a couple of of their films that have steered away from their what they would normally want to make. Like I think Up,
their signature style.
Right. Like I think Up broke away from that. I don't think that was like it still maybe had a little bit of the style, but I think they made a conscious effort to stylize it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
But outside of that,
yeah, with Babylon 5, they're done by someone else, of course. You know, they were originally done on Video Toaster, for the pilot, and then when they got the series and were starting to do it on Sun workstations, or were they using SGI? I forget. But they were using high-end graphics workstations. They deliberately maintained the primitive look strictly for stylistic reasons, even though their rendering capabilities were every bit as good as what you would have seen in Star Trek Voyager or Star Trek Next Generation, because basically they had all the same hardware and software available, more or less. The difference is, of course, apparently, this was something that J. Michael Straczynski was surprised to hear, and I was like, when Voyager did their pilot episode, the budget Paramount put into the pilot episode of Voyager was 1 season's worth of Babylon 5.
But what you were asking initially though is I think is why haven't they made cartoon movies, for example, look more realistic, right?
Yeah.
Right. I'll tell you why. Because there's this thing called the Uncanny Valley, if you've ever heard of it. Have you ever heard of the Uncanny Valley?
No.
Okay, this pertains to both like cartoons and video games, and that is the guy that first proposed on the Uncanny Valley was actually he made robots. He was a robot maker, and what he saw was that if he gave like his robots like a few human features, that it made the robots like endearing to people. People liked the robots, but so then he took it further and he made robots like even more realistic or more as human-like as he could, right? And when he did that, it freaked people out. People didn't like it, and that applies in things like cartoons and video games. If you make it too realistic, then you actually get like an effect where it looks creepy.
Oh.
And you could get past the Uncanny Valley, but we haven't yet. Like in order to get past the Uncanny Valley, where it has to look where you couldn't tell the difference between that and reality. Like it has to be totally realistic, and we're not quite there yet. But if you make it too realistic, but it yet can still tell that it's not real, like when it comes to like characters and things and cartoons, then it just freaks people out. It's creepy to people. Like what would be an example of it? It'd be like the Final Fantasy movie, if you've ever seen the Final Fantasy movie, like the Final Fantasy Ghosts or something like that movie.
Spirits Within. Yeah.
Right. Like that's like they're sitting in the uncanny valley with that. It's kind of like it freaks some people out. It's kind of creepy to some people, and that's not even that far in to the uncanny valley. Like that's not that realistic, but it's realistic enough, yet you can still tell it's a cartoon where
Well, yeah.
where it turns some people off, where some people don't like it.
Although the eagle at the end was very nicely done.
Well, yeah, animals are super easy to do compared to other like human beings because we look at animals differently to begin with, so it's not as big of a deal if it's
I guess
not perfect.
I guess the way to overcome this valley, to jump the valley,
Right.
would be in a case where you've got a movie that is mostly live action, but requires CGI characters in certain areas where practical effects are not really doable.
Well, like another example of it would be like the last of the three Hobbit movies that they made. Have you watched the Hobbit movies?
I have not watched the Hobbit movies yet.
Okay. Well, I won't give it away totally, but there's
I've read the book. But I've heard Peter Jackson managed to expand it out into 3 full-length movies, taking stuff from the Silmarillion and other ancillary Lord of the Rings background material.
The story is totally bastardized, if that's what you're saying. Like it's.
Yeah. So right, I'm not expecting it to be like the book The Hobbit, which is a nice children's book.
The thing is, they worked. The thing, and I don't fault them for doing it, but they worked women into both Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and that just wasn't the case in the stories. But in the last of the 3 movies, one of the characters, so let me put this: they've gotten criticism for some of their CGI in some of the movies, like with their characters.
Yeah, people were so incredibly impressed by Smeagol/Gollum.
It wasn't him. It was the dwarves that, like in the Hobbit movies, like some of the dwarves, like.
What, like Balin and whatnot? They CGI'd them?
No, Dane. It was like he was CGI'd, or it looks like he was at least. And who is it? Peter Jackson or whoever it is. People have criticized it basically. People didn't like Dane. If you look up if you could look it up on YouTube, Dane, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, George Lucas had the same problem with Yoda in Attack of the Clones. In the Phantom Menace, they used a rubber puppet, and people were like, "That just looks too Jim Henson."
Yeah, it was. I thought the rubber puppet was horrible. You know what scares me is that they're going with the new Star Wars movies. They're going back to that. They're going back to like rubber puppets rather than CGI.
J.J. Abrams is a big fan of practical effects. So I think what we're going to see is a reasonable. From what I've seen from the trailers, there's going to be a blending of green screen and CGI. There's both models and CGI, but a lot of the models.
Well, as long as it doesn't look like the CGI that was like added to the original Star Wars movies, which looks horrible.
Fortunately, it'll be in there from the beginning. So.
Right, you know what I'm saying though, like.
Yeah, the special editions are like, what the fuck? That's not how I remembered them.
Not only that, is it like literally looks somewhat like a cartoon. Like some of the creatures and stuff that they added in to some of the scenes.
They ruined the singing bit on Jabba's yacht. They totally replaced the puppets with CGI characters and ruined it.
But if you look up like Dane or Lord Dane, like from The Hobbit, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like he looks kind of creepy because it's CGI and it's made to look as realistic as possible, and it just misses the mark. Another example of CGI falling into the uncanny valley would be Twilight. Actually, if you've ever seen any of the Twilight movies,
Afraid not.
the baby in Twilight was CGI, and the baby was creepy in Twilight. Did not look right. So we're not quite there yet. I think that we will get there though, to where you'll literally not be able to tell the difference whether or not it was an actual human being or not.
Yeah.
We just started yet.
Yeah, the polygon counts are going to go up, and the shading models are going to get a lot better. And they're going to be able to, get the subdermal effects in there, and all the anatomical stuff that makes the difference. They'll be able to model it more faithfully because of the raw computing power will be there. They'll be able to spare the cycles to do that rather than taking a lot of shortcuts. Because you'd be amazed at how much stuff... Well, you've played with Blender, you must realize there's a lot of shortcuts that go on in the graphics. Because, to realistically do photon mapping, for example, is supercomputer territory. You require the Department of Energy's budget, and nobody's going to use that for a movie when that computer is going to be obsolete next year.
I don't know. They spend a lot of money on Tangled. Do you remember that movie?
No, but I remember the Kraken, how big a deal it was when it came out. At #1 in the top 500 of supercomputers, and right now China has #1, or at least it was a few last year. I don't know. Every time somebody builds the world's fastest supercomputer, someone comes along and builds a faster one. It's just for the sake. Well, it's not just for the sake of doing it. I mean, the Department of Energy does some serious things with their computers, but in spite of the serious things they're doing, they've got so many compute cycles that they're actually renting them out.
I had to look it up because I had remembered that they spent. I think it's like for a cartoon movie. I think it's the most expensive movie that has ever been made for cartoon movies was Tangled. That might have changed since I've read it last, but they spent $260 million.
Holy shit!
On Tangled.
Holy fucking shit!
Right.
Phantom Menace was $50 million.
Right. They spent
all out of George Lucas's pocket.
They spent $260 million on Tangled, and with nothing more than like voiceovers for it, like no live action, none of that. It was all computer animated, and 260 mil.
Holy motherfucker.
Dude,
even Sylvester Stallone wouldn't be asking for that much money.
But if you've never seen Tangled, it's Rapunzel basically. Like that's the theme of the movie. But if you watch it though, the animation in it is amazing. It's like it's even to date, it's probably some of the best animation that I've ever seen in anything animated, basically, like computer animated.
You calling it Tangled or Untangled?
No, Tangled is the name of the movie. It's a Disney movie.
Disney, Tangled. I'll have to remember that.
But the animation in it is super good, and they spent, like I said, a fuck ton of money on it. So they will spend that kind of money, or at least it have.
Well, to put things in perspective, Kraken supercomputer burns $9 million per year in electricity alone. Or at least the early, before, they've probably added more modules since then, but it runs off of NVIDIA general purpose graphics processors. It's like a massively, massively parallel system. And its compute facilities, I mean, it's, how many petaflops was it? Shit. A shitload of petaflops.
It's like stacked computers then.
Oh, racks and racks and racks.
Right. Yeah.
And the modules are like 6 by 6 by 1 inches, and there's I don't remember how many modules go into a rack, but the rack is 72 modules tall. It is one, you know, they use the 1U form factor.
Look, I was tabbed out and I didn't even realize that Jocus
Oh, yeah.
bounced in and out.
Speaking of bouncing out, I'm going to have to bounce out before I pass out.
Same here.
But it's been great talking.
Yeah. Sorry, Nadia. We're your ship has been abandoned. The last two guys that are in here haven't been in here for like hours. M and Baltasar are not present, and Fudd and me are probably about to bounce. I have to get some sleep. Try to get my hours correct.
Yeah, I'll go over it. I need to sleep anyway.
All right. Well, have a good night.
Missed your live.
All right. See you guys.
Yep, see ya. I might as well take my shots off. I'm awake for the moment. Not entirely sure what to comment on here. Yeah, 44 degrees look more realistic. No, welcome back, Juice. Come on. Yeah, I went to sleep most of this hangout. Something like 5 hours. Not very surprising. Maybe. I haven't slept well for a couple weeks.
Okay, Pamela. I was just taking my shot. Got the important one anyway.
Hey.
Yeah, part of the reason it's tough for me to sleep too is I'm used to sleeping on my stomach, but well, things are, I guess, even if not growing, at least sensitive. Yeah, I'm trying to sleep on my side. At least not like completely smash the I don't know if they're developing memories or what. Yeah. I don't think they're really developing. I think they're just sensitive. Yeah, to be honest, like, well, yeah, it's like the booby prize or something. Like, he's the last bodily aspect I was concerned with.
I was going to say something, but I don't think I should say that.
You're gonna say something about what?
I was thinking about, you know, the condition that we have and stuff. How it seems to be a bit more, that's why I can't say, because I would come across fully the wrong way.
Mm.
How are you anyway?
Well, not having that much excitement. I guess the I'm. It looks like I'm gaining weight instead of losing it. It's not helping much.
I put on some weight recently too.
Mm.
Probably about 5 kilograms or something like that.
Yeah. I'm
But it's
already.
not,
Oh, sorry.
it's not going in the right places though. Really.
Yeah, I'm having. I'm having a lot of trouble or whatever from
Oh, I waited so on that. I mean, it's making me look like a man.
Yeah, gender dysphoria can be pretty bad, I know it, so. When it gets bad, it's very hard to deal with.
Yeah, well, I take stabs at things downstairs now and then. It's usually not just for itself. It's like when you add other things that kind of wear me down, so I can't really resist it as well.
Yeah, you have a lot of other things happening to you as well. Yeah. Yeah, I get that a lot. I was like, oh, you don't sound like a girl. Oh, well, I'm very sorry, but you know, I don't think I want to sound completely like a girl, to be honest. I actually like my voice. It's not that bad, you know. But there's always this extreme want to be exactly like a pure feminine type person. Exactly. I think that's it. I think people miss the point there somewhere.
Well, which parts actually matter to you, right? That's the question.
Well, I mean, I have to live with this, so it's a condition. But everyone's like, "Oh, it's really bad" and stuff like that. But I'm like, it's not really bad. Actually, I'm actually very healthy. I think hormones made me more healthy than I would otherwise be, as well. There's lots of benefits to being transsexual.
Yeah, for me, I think the part I would probably skip are probably the boobs. They kind of sometimes happen with hormones anyway, but that's not happening for me anyway.
What size are you, breast size?
I've not even gotten to an A yet.
Not even A?
No.
Do you express milk or anything like that?
Nope. No milk.
Does your mother have larger breasts, or are they small as well? Or small?
I think she had like a C, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, because like, a lot of the time there's a genetic component as well. So.
Yeah. Well, that's the part that doesn't matter that much to me anyway. So it's. I mean,
Have you ever had? Sorry, have you ever had nodule growth?
Have you ever had
Nodule?
what?
Nodule growth.
No.
No. No at all. In the underneath the thing. Yeah, there. No nodules.
No, I'm not getting nodules. No.
Okay. And you never had those with breast pain and anything like that?
Yeah, there's like weird veins. Yeah.
How did you get very bad breast pain at all ever?
It's not really bad.
It's just when you get breast pain, it means it's growing. You see.
Yeah, I think most of what's growing are nerves. Still.
You get them in spurts. They can happen in like a week, in 1 week, and then you just get lots of pain, and then they'll be a lot bigger all of a sudden. So, some people report it takes long, like it's just very slow growth over long periods. But usually, I mean, I've had 2 growth spurts there. It was really painful for about a week, about 2 years ago, and then 2 years previous that happened as well, and it was, yeah, it's about a 2-year cycle for me.
Yeah, I've had like, I don't know. I guess it actually kind of feels nice. The pains, so to speak. It's kind of like the needle stuff that I generally go for, but yeah, it's not really corresponded to much anything like rapid growth. It's more been, I don't know. I just it gets more sensitive.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. I had these pains, and then they got bigger, and then they stopped, and then it only happened twice. And that's it.
Yeah, that's not the part I needed. I needed.
How long have you been on hormones for now?
Well, 3.5 years.
Yeah, see, I've been on hormones for over 6 years, so you probably have another growth coming up soon. A breast, and getting that stuff soon enough. Yeah, it happens.
I doubt it. I think, pretty much after the first probably 2 years, growths are pretty rare.
Yeah, apparently, some people say that if they get an orchidectomy that their breasts get like much larger, but you've already had yours, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I had my first dose of estrogen 2 weeks before the orchiectomy, and it was doing the usual intramuscular protocol instead of what I'm doing now. So it would have been a shot that lasted 2 weeks. Yeah, go figure.
So you haven't had a shot for 2 weeks, did you say?
No, my first dose of estrogen was a sort of regular intramuscular dose which is meant to last a week or 2. Sometimes even a month.
I sometimes go without my hormones. It doesn't seem to make like a drastic effect.
Well, no, the intramuscular stuff has a really long release curve.
Yeah, if you take a lot of it, it'll last for it'll last a month even probably.
Yeah. see. Yeah, all my stuff's intramuscular. I've had a heart attack, so I can't. I'm really not supposed to use the pills, so. There we go, estrogen. I don't know if you can see it. I'll get it closer to the camera momentarily. Yeah, estrogen. Yeah, right here.
We use a different one, but yeah.
Oh, what's it called?
Oh, you just it's made just to get it made up. It's a compounding thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it has a brand name. There's no brand on it on our one.
Yeah, there's another one over here. It's just like Perigo or something. Oh. Okay, here you go. You can go on. That's 13, and let's see, 14 over here, and bear with me. Got off to a good start. Okay. And whatever you just did as text, I can't see anymore at this point. Yeah, there's a new girl floating around. She's like super anti-feminist because of TERFs, and I'm like, yeah, I want her around. I used to be like that myself. Well, not super anti-feminist, but I was like, okay, they're not on my side. How do I run away from them? Oh, there you are. Yeah, we've got to change over at, I guess, the hour mark. So.
I like feminists because my mum's a feminist, my sister's a feminist, I'm a feminist, a little bit, and stuff. I think feminists are great. They're much, like the housewife paradigm doesn't really suit a lot of women, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know what. A lot of people's deal with things is the TERFs are, I guess, getting repudiated after long last, and well, beyond that, also
some of my mum's friends are TERFs because she knows a lot of those feminists and stuff.
Oh wow.
Some of them are some of her friends are TERFs. I don't know how she puts up with them, but she does. You know.
Wow.
And they really don't like me too.
Oh, of course. Oh, the jerks.
They won't actually call me by my proper name. They use some kind of slang name instead. They're quite rude about it, but they're still friends with my mum and stuff.
Nope, 5 minutes. Okay, so the one's right there. Yeah.
I mean, they're not bad people. I mean, one of the TERFs I know, her name is Ellen, and she is a good psychologist. She's a good person, but she just has this problem with transsexuals. So it's hard to sort of put down on anything, anything on it.
Yeah, I don't know. And it looks like a lot of their deal is like some kind of weird thing that like they're lesbians and they don't want to sleep with men, so to speak. And apparently, our gender history would I don't know, somehow irk them or something. So
I mean, I don't hate her. I actually like her. I think she's pretty cool, but she doesn't like me though.
I see. Yeah, yeah. What I think a lot of times, like what do I say? Hey, I don't want to sleep with you. Don't want to, they tell me I got to use your bathroom, but I don't really care about using your bathroom. And, a lot of times they kind of aren't that bad with me after that. But some of them are, calming them down.
I haven't met any young TERFs. I've only met the older ladies that like Jermaine Greer age groups.
There aren't that many young TERFs out there.
There's the odd girl who's like, sometimes I get some 16-year-olds who don't really understand what's going on in the world, and they sort of they don't think they think we're some kind of competition or threat to them somehow, and they get kind of they're a bit feminist as well, and they sort of don't like us, but they grow out of that eventually.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot to worry about from me.
Yeah, it's called puberty, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet that one thinks like we're gonna shrink their dating pool, both by retreating out of it ourselves and then taking a man or so with us. Which I don't think that. Yeah, that kind of analysis probably doesn't actually work.
A lot of the men that they're undateable anyway, right? Trans people wouldn't date some men, they're so bad.
Well, yeah. What I was guessing they might be thinking is, they would think of us as men who would be vacuumed out of their dating pool. Also, there's a changeover. I put the link in the sidebar. I don't know. My number one thing at this point is I need to really drop the weight. Okay. Here we are, and we're live right now.